ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
All right. We are live, everyone. Starting off the stream here by myself. Kind of like how Muhammad started the night of Al-Zutt. But by the end of the night, who knows? Maybe I'll be surrounded by 30 men. I have invited a number of people. A number of people have said they will join. But here at the start, it is just me. David Wood will be joining. Your brother in Christ will be joining. El-Iso Elohim will be joining. Too Many Marys will be joining. And a bunch of other people said that they'll try to join. They couldn't 100% guarantee it, but that they would try to join. Today is January 30th. In the American way of doing dates, 1:30, or if you prefer the general format in Europe, 31. Either way, you got 30 and you got 1. You got 30 Al-Zutt and you got 1 Muhammad. Be sure to like the stream, everyone. I got a ton of material. This stream is going to be going all night long.
All night long.
Yes, indeed. All night long.
All night long.
Hey, wait a second.
All night long. All night long.
I have 2 different clips. I actually have 2 different all-night clips. It worked on my test, and now it's playing the same for both. I'll get that fixed here in a second. But we're going to be going all night long. Going 8 hours, 10 hours, something like that, just like the men of Al-Zutt went at Muhammad all night long. Of course, you are on Reasoned Answers. You're home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
Got the favorite opening there of Who Ate the Apple, a channel regular, because Mufti Menk likes to say that if you eat an apple, you eat all the, the juicy bits, and all that's left is the seeds. And then you take those seeds and you put them in the ground, and then Allah will give you how many apples? Thousands of apples. And this is his analogy for zakat, mandatory quote unquote charity in Islam. I'm going to put a poll up. Whether or not you've liked the stream, your options are yes, I zooted that button, or no, I'm staying behind the Diddy line. And I gotta make that 2 characters shorter. I'll just leave out the. I'm staying behind Diddy line. Yeah, that works. All right, we get that pull up. And I am actually not alone. I'm joined by the Prophet Muhammad here. The Prophet Muhammad, the whitest prophet in all of human history. Here is the Prophet Muhammad. And oh, look, he had a little accident. He's been zooted pretty hard. If you have not seen over on the Quran Demolition Ranch channel, video up of Muhammad and the man of Al-Zutt. I don't have all 30 of the men of Al-Zutt with me, but I got a handful of Al-Zutt with me surrounding the Prophet Muhammad. Check out that video on Quran Demolition Ranch if you haven't already done so. I'll just put Muhammad over here by my side for safe keeping. So we're going to look at a whole bunch of stuff. We'll start with the original video that started the craze, that started the massive meme of the Al-Zutt. Then we'll look at some Muslim responses, some Muslim quote unquote refutations of it, some reactions by people who don't normally necessarily watch Islamic content, but watch this because it was so viral. I got a bunch of clips of it like coming up on news programs or in random places, Al-Zutt coming up, and lots of videos submitted by you guys to the Quran Demolition Ranch project that are Zutt themed. We also got some songs and such. We got a bunch of stuff to do today. So let's get started with this stream. I'll start with a couple super chats. So Walk with Lagos became a channel supporter.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Thank you very much for becoming a channel member there. I'm looking at my shortcuts for my soundboard and figuring out why this one did not work. I don't actually know. That is very strange. Oh, it says that it played. How odd. How odd. Number 215. Yeah, they should actually play different things. Let me just manually. Well, let's do this one more time.
All night long.
So that one is supposed to be Rumsey. So clip list. Oh, I see what happened. It got disabled. That's why it's not playing. So it's playing the next one on the list because it accidentally got disabled. All right. Now it'll work.
Like all night long, right?
There you go. There you go. I got my two Muslims there talking about how we're going to be streaming all night long. Coffee Man Andrew with a super chat.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Indeed, you'll get much, much more than you sow. So give generously because Allah will reward you in return. Coffee Man Andrew says, best Zutt day ever. Stay behind the line today. You stay behind that Diddy line. Saiwan says all religious people are hypocrites. So see, that makes no sense. That is a statement that would it wouldn't make you a hypocrite technically, but it does show that you're not capable of thought because you can't just generalize a whole group or let alone almost all people on earth for that matter as being hypocrites. But if you have some specific examples, go ahead and point that out. Not Stat says Islam's greatest contribution to humanity is two words: Al-Zoot. Al-Zoot. What a day. Al-Zutt day is a special day. Indeed, indeed. Jordan says, could it be that David would getting the Al-Zutt treatment tomorrow? Yes. David is traveling today. He said that he tried to join later from the hotel. He has gone down to Houston for DebateCon, where apparently, pow, pow, your time is coming to an end, David. There is a price on your head, a price of several $100 bills that I just took out of this shrink wrap package, implying that they're probably play money. But hey, whatever. Apparently there is a price on his head. His life is in danger tomorrow. So definitely stay tuned. This might be the last chance you get to hear David talk about the al-zoot. You never know. Greetings, Call of Sagera and Leopard Thaddeus. I'm not quite sure what I'm guessing that was a typo, but I'm not quite sure how that works out. Yes, in H-Town, by Jay Prince. That's how it's all going down. That's how David's life is coming to an end. Prayers for David Wood in H-Town. All right. I'm surprised, but there are apparently people who still are not aware of the story of the al-zoot. Saw a comment over on the Quran Demolition Ranch video that's out today saying, can you explain the context of this video? I don't understand. So always good to start off with the background before we get into reactions and such. I got David Wood's video. Can Muslims explain the weirdest story about Muhammad ever? Raymond Ibrahim published a video on the al-zoot story, a story that many of us who are into Islamic polemics were aware of, but a story which was never popularized, never brought to the forefront. Raymond published a video on it, and then David did a related video, and that video eventually went viral, or actually pretty quickly went viral. Well over 1 million, somewhere around 1.5 million views on David's, and another like 300,000 or 400,000 on Raymond Ibrahim's. Yes, Retrials Raptor. What Maleek did is inciting violence. He's committed several crimes. We will see what the consequences of that might be in the coming weeks. All right, let's dive into Muslims. Can Muslims explain the weirdest story about Muhammad ever?
There are a lot of weird stories in the Muslim sources.
That is true. There's a lot of weird stories. Yep. Yeah. So Christian Prince talked about the story in the past. I was aware of it. David was certainly aware of it. Lots of people were aware of it, but it was never a major talking point, right? Obviously, Christian Prince isn't the first person ever to talk about it in world history either, right? The sources exist. Some people knew about them, but it was David who brought it to the forefront.
That make you wonder, why in the name of common sense would anyone ever write down something like this? But I challenge you to find a weirder, creepier, more disturbing story than the tale of Muhammad's late-night desert rendezvous with the men of al-zoot. Since Raymond Ibrahim has already done the research on Muhammad's romantic encounter, we'll let Raymond break down the details.
This odd hadith, which I'm about to narrate, appears in several hadith collections, including the highly esteemed Musnad of Ibn Hanbal, founder of one of Islam's 4 schools of laws, or madhahib, as well as in many other well-respected Islamic.
I was trying real quickly to... The animations are not playing, so I was trying real quickly to see why that was, and because it was on the same screen, it closed that. All right. Let's get that fixed.
Texts, all of which are being taught in Al-Azhar.
So, the scholars know about this, but like so many other issues the scholars hide from us, this story hasn't worked its way to the general population. Until now.
The hadith, which is narrated by Abudullah ibn Massud, a companion of the Prophet and one of Islam's most reliable and trustworthy transmitters of hadith, goes as follows. Brace yourself.
Get your popcorn out.
Abdullah begins by telling us that Muhammad called on him to accompany him on a trip into the desert. When they reached a certain place and night had fallen, Muhammad made a line in the sand, most likely a circle, and told Abdullah, quote, "Stay behind this line and do not cross it, for if you do, you will die."
Muhammad drew a line in the sand and warned his companion, Abudullah ibn Massud, not to cross it. Let's call this line the Diddy line, as in, Muhammad didn't just cross that line, did he? We could also call it the Cuck line for reasons that will soon be clear.
Muhammad then left his startled companion and walked into the desert night, about the distance of a hurled stone, says Abdullah. Before long, our narrator saw a group of men, he does not specify how many, who, quote, appeared to be al-Zutt. He describes them as, quote, tall, lean, and naked.
So very important point there, right? There's a description of the beings that are encountered. As we see in the Muslims, when we get to Muslim responses later, they're going to dispute whether these beings encountered are actually men or not, saying that perhaps they are something else, perhaps they are jinn. I'm not really sure that helps them very much, but just keep that in mind. There is a description in the sources that the figure that Muhammad encounters looks like, well, first there's that physical description, but in a second it's going to be said that he looks like the people of Al-Zutt. So then there's a question, is it actually the people of Al-Zutt, or is it a jinn pretending to be a person of the Al-Zutt? A very, very important point there, you know. And we have to know who was, as we're about to find out, riding Muhammad all night long.
Abudullah ibn Massud was behind the Diddy line, the Cuck line, but Muhammad crossed the Diddy line, and he was soon surrounded by a number of tall, lean, naked men, the men of Al-Zutt.
Other Islamic sources say these Zutt were a black-skinned people, and we'll get into that later. After describing them, Abdullah goes on, and here's the problematic part, to say, quote, "They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah."
They did what now?
They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah. Literally.
Hey, maybe Muhammad is just a good service animal. You know, he's a horse or a donkey, and that's why they were riding him. You know, we got to know the Arabic. We got to know the Arabic. That'll help us out. That'll help us out to determine what's going on here.
Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad. The Arabic word yarkabun, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted. And they did this all night long, says Abdullah.
These tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad in the desert and rode him all night long, while his companion Abudullah ibn Massud watched from behind the Cuck line.
During which
I should point out that although we just say line, it's really more like a circle. Like there's a circle drawn, and this actually helps with the jinn interpretation. Because why is Ibn Massud drawing a line or a circle around himself? Well, probably to protect himself from magical forces, which would suggest that perhaps it is, in fact, jinn that are riding Muhammad all night long after they have mounted him. To be determined, I suppose.
time they would also come and circle around and try to reach him, but they were prevented, apparently, from the line of protection Muhammad had drawn in the sand for his companion. Abdullah concludes his...
So there you go. He's got a line protecting him. The line goes all around him, right? It's a circle. It's not just a line. We say line, but think a circle. Think a circle. You draw a circle around him. As someone pointed out to me last night, it's like on the episode of SpongeBob, where they draw a line to protect themselves from the sea bear. They draw a circle around themselves. This is, of course, something that's practiced in pagan magic. You put yourself in a circle to protect yourself from forces and or to keep the circles from getting out, the forces from getting outside the circle and affecting other people. We are joined by Mary Harb. Welcome, Mary.
Hello, hello, hello. And I am actually sympathetic to the argument that these are jinn in the appearance of al-zoot, men of al-zoot. I, however, do not understand why they think that that makes it any better. I mean, there's a magic circle keeping them out, which points to jinn, and it says that they just look like the men, but he thinks the magic circle will protect them, and it seems to. So, like, I'm right there with them. Okay, they're jinn. Muhammad is having intercourse with jinn, but this unfortunately ties in well to the huge pressure that Muhammad felt in the cave of Hira. It ties into the other sleep paralysis incident that he claimed to have had when he was told like why it was that he was having delusions about intercourse with his wives when he wasn't having intercourse with his wives. So all of this fits into a pattern of demonic sexual related interactions, and I don't know why Muslims think that this helps. I don't get it. I mean, like, yeah, sure, you're making a great point. Okay. Yeah, he had weird sexy things with jinn because he was into demons and weird stuff. Okay, good, good job.
Yeah, I mean, Islam starts with what is probably a sleep paralysis demon attacking Muhammad in a cave, which is often sexual in nature. And then it continues on with the jinn attacking Muhammad in a sexual nature. I mean, it all ties together. It all ties together. I'll take a couple super chats from Lily Ann. Became a channel member.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal. And for every meal, they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Indeed, you can come meet Zakir Naik if you want to donate big amounts. And we have a super chat from John Wilson as well. Let's see what happened here.
Thaddeus, I'd like to be first in line. You absolute cutie.
This might have been when I was, holding up the book and the men of al-zoot. I'm not sure when he left this exactly, but
who ate the apple?
I'm taken. I am happily married, but thank you for that. I think it was slightly delayed due to the part-time stripper being on the screen, but you did hear the ape apologist read that. So thank you very much, John Wilson, for that. And I had a question here a second ago about the sources for the story from Joshua Wooden. A couple of sources are listed at the start of the video. If you rewind back to that, or you go check it out on David or Raymond Ibrahim, lists several sources. It is found in a number of other sources as well. It's found in about 12 sources, I believe. No, it's not found in any of the canonical collections, of course, but it is found.
Well, I mean, the issue with calling it canonical, there are major collections and minor collections.
Fair
individual hadith are considered to be either reliable or not, depending on who the one evaluating it is. But there are enough of these that are sahih that
Correct.
You do not find any imam saying that this is anything but sahih. So either you have to throw out your entire mechanism of knowing what truth is in Islam, or you must accept this as a true narration of something that truly happened.
Yes, that is correct. Although, many common Muslims will be like, well, I believe in the Quran and Sahih Bukhari, but in fact, there are many Sahih Hadith that are not found in Bukhari or Muslim or one of the other major collections. And if it's Sahih, it's Sahih. It doesn't matter what collection it's found in. It's not like, well, this one is really, really Sahih, but this one's only somewhat Sahih or something, right? Sahih meaning authentic, the highest standard hadith can have. So this story is considered authentic. It is considered to be reliable. The only thing Muslims will say is, yeah, but you're misinterpreting it. It was about jinn, and they were crowding around Muhammad because we made up a meaning for an Arabic term that it never has in the history of the world, but has in this one particular case because we wanted to. You know, that's how Arabic works. You can just make up whatever meaning you need it to have for that time. And I can try to get a list of the complete sources, but you can definitely find a couple of them, enough to get the main idea of the story in the video there. And like I said, it's found in others as well. Nothing that is like easily available in English, which is part of the reason why the story remained obscure. For some reason, they don't like to translate their collections. Continuing with the video.
Yep. And really, all of the good tafsir, they're not in English. They're not translated. AyoubMindset is doing a little bit of translation of some of it, but a lot of the stuff that's there, like even if you go, oh, well, here's Al-Tabari, right? Well, guess what happens? You find out that they just leave out portions of it in the English translation. So, but Google translation is pretty darn good now. So going to that would be a good idea for anyone wanting to get information on the original sources. Unfortunately, like I thought that the critical Quran I really liked that was published, but it only went to sources that were available in English. And I'm like, dude, the dirt is still all in Arabic. The worst part is only in Arabic. So,
so unrelated comment here from Jeff. Jai and Daughter Christ Studio looks amazing. Great job, Mary and Thaddeus. Mary gets all the credit for the design and the setup, with some input from Jai, but frankly not a lot. Basically, he's like, I trust you, Mary. You would know better than I would what would look good there. So Mary gets complete credit for the design. She also did the majority of the labor, probably over 50% of the labor, even with
I did over 90% of the labor.
Other helpers there.
Yeah, I was there from, like, I would wake up, I would work until I went to sleep. And I got like 4 hours from you-ish, Thaddeus?
Yeah, probably something like that. I to be fair, I didn't know how much other people did, so I don't want to.
No, you did about as much as that's the most anybody did. And second,
well, I was barely there. I was
well,
like
was
over
Eric.
at David's and editing, and
everybody else was doing other stuff. Eric glued on some pieces of wood that I had cut, which saved me the time for that. It was great that he did that, and also built the chairs. So those were the things that other people did, or put together the chairs. Like I had bought the chairs at Walmart and he assembled them. And then Elle put together stools for everyone to sit on in the living room as well, because like we need a place to sit. And that wasn't directly related to the office. And then I got everybody to help me out for like 20 minutes in the morning to get the rug underneath that desk because it was massive. So that's what everybody else did.
Well, and you sent I think it was Elle and Eric maybe out on a run to the store. You sent me out on a run to the store, but yeah, you get most of the credit, right? You get most of the credit. We were working on Quran Demolition Ranch in various forms, and you were doing all the hard work, and you did all the design as well. So yeah, most of the credit goes to Mary for sure.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I'll have time to stream with David. And then I just kept looking at how much I had left. I'm like, nope. So I worked on average a solid 16 hours a day the entire time I was there on that. So yeah.
And meanwhile, we were at an undisclosed location shooting the crap out of Qurans. And then I was with David editing footage and such. And then I streamed with David, and then the group streamed with David. So very busy.
Yeah, we weren't
also doing
producing-
some recording while Mary was, we're doing additional recording while Mary was working as well. So
I did
she gets all
briefly
the credit.
contribute to the Zoot thing. I was tech for about 45 minutes on
Yeah, for the hospital scene.
for the hospital scene. So hospital
was fun.
scene, I was tech on hospital scene, guys. I wasn't part of any of the practice or the setup or the purchasing things or the arrangement, but during the actual shooting, I was part of tech. So
And since everyone's in the mood for reveals, Mark Fish says, when will we have a hair reveal? Well, that would be scandalous. You can't show your hair on stream. That'll incite lust from the Muslim men. So we won't be doing that. All right, let's continue with the video.
Narration, quote, I was extremely terrified by them, so I sat down. With the coming of dawn, they began to depart. Then the Prophet of Allah returned, slowly and in pain from that which they did while riding him.
These tall, lean, black, naked men tried to get to Ibn Massud, but he was protected by the Diddy line. He was terrified, so he sat down. When dawn arrived, the tall, lean, black, naked men left, and Muhammad came stumbling back to Ibn Massud, slowly, because he was in pain from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long.
According to another narration found in several Islamic texts, including Akhbar Mecca by Al-Fakahi, Muhammad complained to Abdullah that, quote, they wounded me all night long, at which point the Prophet proceeds to lay his head and fall asleep in Abdullah's lap.
Poor Muhammad was all tuckered out.
That was my bad. I forgot that if I add the cat while the video is playing, even though the cat's muted, it does that. It will continue to do that, but I have to remember to not have audio at the point I add the cat. Anyway, we got the cat cam added in there, and you know we got poor Muhammad crawling back. He's wounded. Ew, they hurt me so bad. And I mean, as you can see, well, maybe you can't see, I don't know. He is quite wounded from his encounters with the men of Al-Zutt. They penetrated him with 30 rounds. And so we put 30 rounds into this very color accurate Muhammad here. Very, very, very white. And man, there's so many comments. I was going to pull out some comments from the audience, but they're just scrolling so fast.
there are many. Yeah.
Barely read them.
Yeah. Actually, whenever Elle went to the store, it was mostly because David wanted a sound mixer. So she did pick me up a plug at the same time, though, which was nice.
But not an Al-Zutt plug. That's completely different.
So it wasn't anything for the build, but it was something so that I have very nice ear protectors that I can listen to things on, and they're fantastic. I've tried several things, and they are my favorite. So if anyone, but the problem is that they still use micro USB. So I'm going blank on what they're called, but they're really nice. You can pick them up at Walmart for they were a huge splurge. They were like $60, but I have loved them. I could mow the lawn and listen to stuff in comfort, and cut wood and listen to stuff in comfort. And she got me micro USB because I've gotten to bring one with me. So then I was able to keep going and have encouragement by having something to listen to while I'm operating the saw for hours.
Hey, that's important. That is definitely important for sure. So we have a comment here from whatever. Uthman burned all the Qurans and kept one. How's that? Preserved word. Well, it's actually worse. It's not like he just grabbed one copy. Well, I don't know if it's worse or better, but it's different at least. He didn't just keep one. he picked and chose, right? He's like, okay, I'm trying to get, in theory at least, but hey, he could have done whatever he wanted in reality. I'm trying to get the original Quran exactly correct, so I'm going to pick and choose from different versions brought to me, all those little scraps of paper that people had. And this is after, of course, that large portions of the Quran were completely forgotten. And yet this is the perfectly preserved word of Allah. It's even better preserved than this copy here, this very zooted copy.
What's even funnier is that it was, Uthman just grabbed what Umar had because Uthman knew he was ridiculously unpopular. And Umar had ordered the compilation. Uthman gave it another pass to make sure it was all in the correct. Here's the thing, in the correct dialect, because Muhammad only spoke the Qurayshi dialect, so the Quran was only in which dialect? The Qurayshi dialect. So it did not exist in any other dialect in Muhammad's lifetime, but people would say it in their own dialects anyway. The only dialect that Muhammad ever recited it in was a Qurayshi dialect. Again, just really emphasizing this because even after Uthman had ordered it, the rasam, right, the skeletal text, later on, reciters wanted to polish it up and make it sound fancier and specialer and would randomly choose some dialectical feature or other and just throw it in there, even though Muhammad never recited that way. No people at the time of Muhammad recited it that way, but they would do it as a way of embroidering and flourishing and adding to and making more elegant the less elegant speech of Allah. So all of these dialectical variants that come from places other than the Hijaz are the result of later people improving consciously on Allah's work and making it more refined and intelligent.
So, Joshua, follow up. I heard Raymond say Misnad ibn Humble, but I didn't see the reference on screen. I'm afraid that Sheikh Google will lie to me to do good dawah. So I am putting a link to Raymond's article on this on his website, in which it lists 6 or 7 sources and how to find them. So I put that in chat. You can check that out. I'll try to remember to put that in the video description as well. But I can't do that while I'm live. It would be too confusing for me to try to do it while live. So let me take a couple of super chats so they don't pile up too much like the men of Al-Zutt. And from Lillian.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Thank you for giving generously. And Lily says, I zooted that button. Yes, you zooted the like button. If you haven't zooted the like button, please do so at this time. Songs of Relief with a super chat.
Apologist, I miss you so much. Come back. I'm sorry.
Perhaps a reference to the It Was Maleek song on my channel, in which Ali Dawa gets caught cheating on Muhammad Hijab with the Al-Zutt and blames it on Maleek. So now he wants Muhammad Hijab back. Thank you very much, Songs of Relief, for that and all your support. For those who are not familiar with my channel, if you start your super chat with hyena in parentheses or ape in parentheses or goat in parentheses, the respective animal apologist will read your super chat when I bring it up on screen. All right, back to David.
Lean black naked men riding him all night long, and he fell asleep with his head resting on Ibn Masud's lap. Yes, Muhammad liked resting his head on men's laps to fall asleep. Just ask Dihya al-Kalbi. But who were these guys who mounted him and rode him all night long? Turns out, when they're described as black, it doesn't mean African.
Who are these al-Zutt, these naked men who rode Muhammad all night long? According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern-day Pakistan, described in the sources as...
And in modern terminology, the term is Jat or Jut. It is the same people, or at least the same ethnic group. Obviously, it's not literally the same people because we're talking about, 1,400 years later, but it is an ethnic group that exists today, still exists today. So if
I love it so much that they are so proud. There's like a website that's like dedicated to an association of all people of this Jat ethnicity, and they are so proud of their reference in the ahadith that they talk about how they are a prophetically mentioned people without saying that this is the only reference.
I think there might be some. Well, I mean, there are other references. There are references that don't talk about this story and talk about their eternal. Well, not eternal, I guess, but they're very long-lasting erections, for example.
But that's
but when they say
like
their encounter with Muhammad, it's this story, right?
Right.
When they say we encountered Muhammad, it's this story, because there is no other story about encountering him, I don't believe. So they're proud of that. They're very proud of that.
And we're proud of that.
Is what the Jat people say. And indeed, David says he's gotten dozens, if not hundreds, of messages from Jat people like, yeah, we did do that to Muhammad and we're proud of it. Continuing on.
Very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor-intensive work.
Sounds like Muhammad was using them for some labor-intensive work. So, al-Zutt,
or they were using Muhammad, your choice there,
referred to people from India or Pakistan. Do we know anything else about these guys?
In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, al-Zutt are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. In fact, according to one Arabic source, Al-Tashibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, the penis of al-Zutt never weakens, meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready.
The men of al-Zutt were known for being extremely horny at all times, and Muhammad wanted to meet with these men at night.
Yeah, that's right. We are known for that. And they're proud of that.
In the desert? And they mounted him and rode him all night long while Ibn Massud watched from behind the Diddy line? Raymond asked ChatGPT about the men of al-Zutt.
I then asked ChatGPT to give me a physical description of al-Zutt based on early Arabic sources, and it said, quote, in literary and anecdotal texts, they are grouped together with other southern or dark-skinned people.
That's a nice AI there. I don't know what an anecdotal text is as opposed to a literary text. It could just say in text and it would say the same thing, right?
People, all of whom have the following traits: sexual potency, prominent genitalia, and associations with physical strength and virility.
Why did Muhammad want to meet these guys at night in the desert? And what do the sources mean when they say these guys were riding him all night long?
Now let's talk about the Arabic.
That's a good question, because when we watch some Muslim responses, they're going to actually mostly focus on it being jinn instead of people, because they somehow think that helps, but they will also dispute this word. So pay attention to this.
Word translated as ride, as in al-Zutt rode the Prophet. Not only does it have the same exact meaning in English, as in to ride a horse, for example, but it carries the same slang meaning, as in copulating with a woman. In fact, several Islamic sources use it literally,
or, another man,
to mean sex.
So When it says they rode him all night long, the word rode can either mean the face, they rode him like a horse, or it can mean they had sex with him. What do you think it means in this context?
It's all
Well, you know, context determines meaning. A lot of times, you know, Muslims just make up nonsense, or they'll just be like, oh, you got to read the context. You got to read the context. But I mean, they are technically correct. You got to get to the context. And, you know, if it was talking about someone riding their horse across the desert, or you'd say, okay, yeah, that one is definitely.
Or
talking
even
about
say
literally
a
riding.
small child riding on the shoulders of an adult. No one would take that
Right.
sexually. But in this case, we have extra evidence of the meaning, other than the fact that it would be really odd if he was ridden like a horse all night long. We also have the watcher who is behind the magic circle, who is sitting on his backside because that is what the men are interested in. And one of the hadith versions, there is explicit reference to the fact that he stayed seated, so he was like protected from what they wanted. Now, by the way, I believe that this is actually what this man said. This is a story that was historically told by this person. It was really told by him. What I believe that he did is he embroidered the idea that he saw the men. I think that Muhammad went out in the desert, had one of his weird sex dreams, and then came back. I don't think, but then he told his buddy the sex dream, and the buddy then later said, I totally saw what he said happened to him. I saw it, and testified to what he was told about. So that is what I believe happened. I believe that this is a historical incident, and the guy's just claiming to see what Muhammad dreamt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in this case, like, it's not always the case, but in this case, the semantic range is actually pretty similar to English, where it has not only the same literal meanings, but the same slang meanings. And in this context, a literal meaning isn't going to very well work. Now, Muslims won't say it's a literal, because that would just be too bizarre, right? They're not going to claim that Muhammad was being used as a horse all night long. They're going to claim that it means crowding, but there's no evidence that the word ever means crowding.
No, it has never been used in that sense in any other text. So, and this is a new claim. This is a new explanation. This is just made up.
Yeah, I mean, so I knew about this story years ago before it became viral, and the explanations were basically that he was attacked by jinn. It wasn't that there was nothing sexual involved. It was that he was attacked and escaped from the jinn attack, basically. But now they're saying, no, he went and recited the Quran to jinn, and he got tired from reciting the Quran all night. Okay? There's nothing in this story to suggest that. Like, the Quran's not mentioned. Recitation is not mentioned. Writing is mentioned.
Also interesting to note that when Al-Zutt begins circling and trying to reach our terrified narrator, Abdullah, his first instinct was to sit down. Was he trying to hide and protect that one part of his body, which these naked men were apparently trying to access? That is his bottom, by sitting down.
Well, he saw what they were doing to poor Muhammad's junk in the trunk. So we can't blame him for sitting down and protecting his badonkadonk from the booty bandits of Al-Zutt. All right. Now that we know,
yeah, he didn't want to end up like this. I mean, look at it. Look at poor Muhammad.
That is really what the narrative that this guy historically told and was accepted by the Islamic Ummah as being true for many, many years. So sorry, guys. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
the details, Raymond puts it all together.
Muhammad took his close companion, Abdullah, into the desert at night. He warned him to wait behind a line and went off at a distance, apparently for a pre-planned rendezvous. Before long, Abdullah saw several naked men from the people of Al-Zutt appear, described in the sources as tall, lean, virile, and with large penises.
Why was Muhammad meeting these guys at night in the desert after crossing the Diddy line?
I mean, that is a good point. The story, he seems to just wander out into the desert. Like if he was crossing from one city to another or something, you'd like, okay, he had an unexpected encounter. But at least as it's told, he does seem to like intentionally go out into the desert. I don't know what's up with that.
Yep. But I have to go and pick up my darling husband and not leave him stranded forever. So I will be back probably in an hour and a half. But I'm going to go for now.
All right.
This is an open stream for all apologists. So if there are any other apologists who want to join in on the celebration of the Al-Zutt Day, please jump in and join.
Yep. Welcome to join. Usual link, theology.chat if you're looking for that. I sent out a link to I sent it out to a bunch of people directly, but if I didn't happen to send it to you and you want to join, feel free. Miko says he was leaking, but was he maleeking? That is the question. Was Muhammad maleeking in the desert? We will find out shortly. But before that, couple of super chats from Isa Kabir. Hey, Isa. Isa became a channel member. Oh, it's got to play the end of the happy birthday before it'll trigger.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Yeah, don't ask anything back. You gotta just be a grateful Sufi like Isa Kabir. Good to see you. Thanks for becoming a channel member. Crusader Culture with a super chat.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
The angels are watching and they are very happy with your donation. They've made a note and Allah will reward you. For some reason, Allah doesn't know himself. He needs the angels to keep tabs and let him know. Hopefully the angels don't lie about that. Crusader Culture with music notes. This is intended to be a song, but I'm not going to zoot everyone's ears by attempting to sing it. Pack it up, pack it in. Like Mo did with the jinn. Riding on the back of Muhammad, it's a thing. Mo came to get down, Mo came to down. The jinn were on his back and pumped around. Thank you very much for the super chat there. All of your support is greatly appreciated. I'll try to remember to grab the super chats throughout so they don't pile up too much. We got enough jinn or men of al-zoot, whatever, piling them up.
These men then took turns riding or mounting the Prophet all night long. They also tried to reach him, but Abdullah immediately sat down, apparently to protect that one part of his body they were trying to access.
Ibn Massud apparently did a better job protecting his bubble pop than Muhammad did.
As the sun rose, these naked men began to depart, even as Muhammad returned in pain, limping towards Abdullah and saying how al-Zutt had injured him. He then lays in his companions,
Help, help, the men of al-Zutt have injured me. Help, help. He lays down. I'm behind the ditty line, and now I can go to sleep in a man's lap like I like to do.
His lap and falls asleep.
Nothing suspicious here. So, this is what I would consider the weirdest, creepiest, most disturbing story in the Muslim sources, and that's saying a lot.
Indeed.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something.
Rich Boy says, hey, Thad, some Muslims say the Al-Zutt hadith is weak. It's da'if. Is that true? Any help is appreciated. Yes, they do say that. They do say that. Let's see.
You have no legs to stand on when it comes to this issue.
That's what you got to say to them in reply, because they're just saying that without any knowledge whatsoever. The story is found in a variety of hadith, some of which are, graded Hasan or Da'if, but others of which are graded Sahih, which, by the way, even Da'if hadith are considered reliable enough for use in Islamic law as long as they don't contradict a more reliable hadith or the Quran. But there are Sahih hadith that contain this story. They can't get out of it genuinely by saying that, although they will certainly try. They will tell you that things found in Sahih Bukhari are daif. So it doesn't really matter. They just say that. The truth is, some of these hadith are graded Sahih, at least by some commentators, right? The way hadith grading works is different people potentially give the same exact hadith different grades, which is very interesting since, hadith science is very reliable and it's how we determine what is found in Islam and what is not. But apparently there is a difference of opinion about any given hadith anyway. So there you go. Invite to the Muslim Cowboy. We'll get to see the Muslim Cowboy video in a little bit. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's on the list of things that we'll be reviewing today. Remember that we plan to go
like all night long, right?
We're going to be at this for a while. We will be at it for a while. It's strong. The hadith are strong, like the al-zoot. Indeed they are. Indeed they are.
Let me ask all our Muslim friends what this means. Why did Muhammad head out into the desert in the middle of the night to meet with a bunch of Indian or Pakistani men who were known for their strong sexual appetites? Why did he bring his companion, Abudullah ibn Massud, and make him stand behind the Diddy line? Did Muhammad like it when one of his companions watched? What do your sources mean when they say that these tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad and rode him all night long? When the men of Al-Zutt approached the Diddy line, or the Cuck line, why did Ibn Massud sit down to protect the Jiggle Twins, his wiggle bags, his rump rockets? And why did Muhammad return to Ibn Massud in pain, totally worn out from having his bounce house bounced on all night, and pass out?
His bounce house bounced on all night. My goodness, David. My goodness.
That's the last thing you would ever want to show anybody.
We got a dispute here. Real Descubre says Muhammad was the OG Muslim cowboy. And then they disputed themselves. I thought it was two different people, but then they disputed themselves and says, actually, the men of Al-Zutt were the original Muslim cowboys. Yes, they were the ones doing the riding. Muhammad was the original cow, so to speak. He was the original object of being ridden. So the original horse being used to rustle up the cows or whatever. Yes. A trampoline. Muhammad's butt was a giant trampoline for the men of Al-Zutt.
On his companion's lap. Let me know in the comments section. If you'd like to watch Raymond Ibrahim's full video, the link is in the description box. Be sure to check out his channel as well. As you can see, he's got a lot of good material.
That's true. That is true. Raymond with some good material. If you're not already subscribed to Raymond Ibrahim, be sure to check that out. He indirectly started the trend of the Al-Zutt by inspiring David to react to his video. As Muhammad said, don't use euphemisms. David can't help it. Yes, indeed. How dare David use a euphemism by saying his bouncy house? Shameful activity by David there. Take a couple super chats and then we'll continue on with some reactions to this.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Remember, if you want to contribute big amounts, you got to come meet Zakir Naik in person and buy him lunch while you're at it. But it might even be a date. I don't know. Might be a date with Zakir Naik. Screen name is cut off on my screen because it's too long of a super chat. But I do see the picture of Maleek there. So thank you very much, whoever you are. Thank you for liking my rap song and Al-Zutt Remembrance Day photo on X. This stream is going to make Maleek cry. It's going to be epic. God bless you, Thad. And Chad Farrell. I was able to change my view a little bit there and get the name. Thank you very much for your donation. And Mad Monkey triggered happy birthday and said Al-Zutt remembers. Thank you very much for that. All right. What should we look at next? Maybe I'll save a Muslim for when we have Muslim reaction, for when we have a companion to help me react to it. Let's go with, let's do this one. This is from a Twitter user who goes by Curry Rice. This is their entry into the Maleek challenge, in which they made a Quran stick figure reenactment of the night of Al-Zutt. So let's check that out.
Even master text, used to flex science. Now you back in the way. Cause camel embryo facts don't hit the same today. Got the Islamic dilemma, you can't solve that. Every answer
beautiful artwork there, Dan.
Say the Bible's corrupt, but your own book cries.
Gotta make your wire figures to put your Quran pages on.
If Allah's words can't change, then your claims are fraud. You just argued yourself against the word of your God.
Very cute, very cute.
That's your mystery
Well,
prize.
he's gotta have some skin. He can't just be wire bones. We gotta put some skin on a figure here.
Just a game, ruin the life and trash the man's name. All that dawah talk, but when truth appears,
look at all them. Look at all those. Oh no, it's Maleek. Oh no, it's Maleek. Maleek is taking the place of the Al-Zutt. He wants to be an Al-Zutt. Maleek, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you writing your prophet all night long? Oh, Maleek, that's not the warner. That's not the warner. You can't do that. Maleek did this. Indeed, Maleek did this. Who did this, chat? Who did this, chat? Maleek did this. Maleek did this. And we got Maleek right in the prophet. We got Maleek right in the prophet. And the Al-Zutt are just standing back and be like, Maleek's got this. Maleek's got it. We don't need it. We don't need to ride Muhammad. Maleek's in charge today.
Truth can't spin those lies without lies. Islam dies. Dawah cries when the facts are.
Oh no, they caught on fire.
Islam dies.
It was a hot scene. It was so hot they caught on fire. Maleek did it. Who's Maleek? Oh, well, this might be a genuine comment here. So for those who have not been paying attention to what I've been up to the last couple weeks, Maleek is the guy who revealed in December, that the Dawa community is a bunch of degenerates who are constantly about, in their words, smashing hoes, taking donations intended to buy Qurans and buying drugs and getting high with that money, going on trips, Dawa trips that are in fact just missions of sex, seeking out people to have sex with. And as a result of him revealing all this, because he was called an agent of Mossad, he was called a Jew. And so that was too much, right? Seeing Dawa guys be degenerates, he can tolerate that. But being called a Jew, he's going to expose everyone because he was called a Jew. So after he exposed it, of course, the Dawa scene collapsed on him, not in the al-zoot sense. And they're all like coming against him. So then he's like, oh no, my career as a Dawa guy is over. And he didn't really have much of a career to begin with. He has like 2,000 followers on TikTok or something like that. Pretty insignificant figure, except that he's known for one thing, right? He's known for one thing because he was a failed rapper, but in the music scene, and thus knows where all the good clubs are to go and get chicks. They were saying, you can be part of the Dawa scene as long as you hook us up with the places for women. His buddy, Warner, I am the Warner, which is a very strange name because that's kind of saying that you're Muhammad, but whatever. He goes by I am the Warner. Likes to sit and watch the other Dawa guys have sex. He's the security guard. Maleek is the supplier. And the Dawa boys take turns on these girls that they obtain through Maleek's help. So they all come against him and say, well, you can't be part of the Dawa scene if you're going to be exposing us all. And so Maleek comes up with a brilliant plan. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be gangsta. I'm going to be gangsta. Club Pyru. Club Pyru. I'm going to dox David Wood. I'm going to dox everyone. I'm going to dox God Logic, and then I'm going to dox Inspiring Philosophy. Dox, 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 dox. I'm going to post pictures of Thaddeus's wife and pictures of their house, and then all the Dawa guys will love me again. And so we've been responding to Maleek by ratcheting things up. He's like, if I dox them, they'll back down. They'll be afraid. They'll disappear. So what do? We said, oh, you want to test us? Okay. David put out the Maleek challenge, in which this video on screen from Curry Rice and numerous other videos. I have more than 100 videos. We're only watching ones that are Zoot themed today, but I have more than 100 videos of people taking place. And then we got the group together and went down to Quran Demolition Ranch and blew a bunch of holes in the Quran. Poor Muhammad took 30 rounds on the night of al-zoot, and his backside was all blown out. As the men of al-zoot stood behind him. Oh! And so you can thank Maleek. This is all because of Maleek and his little, I'm so gangsta, I'm going to dox everyone, and then I'm going to call the police. I'm going to have my friends harass God Logic, and then if he looks at them weird, they're going to call the police and get him arrested. We're so gangsta. Club Pyru. Club Pyru. So yeah, that's Maleek. Maleek is responsible for all of these videos. All the videos that you're going to see that are Quran related today. Obviously, he's not responsible for the original Zoot videos and such, but all the videos about Qurans, Maleek is responsible. So thank Maleek. Good question. Where did he find the info to dox? So this guy is he's a grade A Israeli spy, and he went on in Google and put in people's names and found a people search website where their name was and reported a bunch of information. Some of it was accurate. Most of it was not. And thus, he decided that David's real name is David Segura. David Segura. So we got a sombrero with Quran decoration on it. As a result, David had a sombrero as well. This is the one I wore for that stream. And I also got my hijab here. Since he says that we're all scared and we need to hide from him, I made a hijab, or sorry, a niqab, full face covering, so that he can't find me. He'll never find me now. When the jihadis come for me, they won't know where to look because I'll be covered. They won't be able to recognize me. So yes, Maleek, thank you very much, Maleek, for everything you've done for us in the past weeks. Content upon content upon content. Thanks to Maleek. All right, back to our hot scene here. The movie is heating up. This is the hottest scene of the whole movie. Oh no, the Zoots want to join in. They're all piling on. Oh, the Zoots. Oh no, look at all the Zoots. The scene is getting so hot. All the Zoots are joining in. You can see they're burning passion for Muhammad.
Sure in your dream. We're cutting out his claims.
Oh no, they're melting. Oh, the men on top of him. It's a giant flame. It's a hot, hot,
Jesus was a Muslim.
sex scene, and they're all burning up and burning up. Passion for Muhammad.
Could change what the records prove. The Pharaoh was a Yahweh fan.
Oh no, the fire's burning out. Where's Ibn Massud, dude? You need him. Oh no. Oh no. And Islam has died without the lies. Video by Curry Rice. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, they got STDs. They got STDs and they all died as a result of the STDs they caught from the night of Al-Zutt. Everyone thank Maleek for being responsible for raising $66,000 for the Wood family. Good job, Maleek. That'll teach David to shut up. Indeed. It helped with the fundraiser to bring Jai and Daughter of Christ to America. Now, in fairness, that fundraiser was happening regardless of Maleek, but hey, he gave it some extra promo, right? He gave it some extra attention, helped generate a few thousand extra dollars on that. And now David has the fundraiser up because he now needs to move because he was doxxed. Now, Maleek is just a pathetic coward, right? And all of his little Klepiru, preteens, they're never going to do anything. But there are people out there who would actually take the Sharia law into their own hands and try to execute David. So he does need to relocate. So he put up a fundraiser for that. So thanks, Maleek, for generating, let's just say $100,000 between David's fundraisers and other fundraisers. We put that money to good use. We put that money to good use. We went and we bought several hundred Qurans. Tons of ammo, a couple $1,000s worth of ammo. We also got I'm drawing a blank on the name for it now. But popular explosive. We didn't end up actually using that. We ran out of time. We didn't actually end up using the explosive. So that'll be next time. We got some fireworks as well. So got plenty to do. I don't have the other Quran, the main Quran with me. It's upstairs. I do have it. I have I have the 30 al-zoot men of al-zoot, and I probably have another 30, 40 Qurans that we shot. Those will probably be put up as a fundraiser for the next round of Tannerite. Thank you. Tannerite is the word I was looking for. Qurans will probably be put up as a fundraiser. So if you want to get your hands on one of these Qurans, I might keep Muhammad for myself. This is my precious Muhammad. But in general, we'll put up a bunch of the stuff that we used at the Demolition Ranch and raise funds for the next round of the Demolition Ranch. Coming soon. If you're not subscribed to Quran Demolition Ranch YouTube channel, be sure to check it out. And yes, little Christian friends, that's the idea. The idea is to normalize Quran desecration. 10 years ago, if you drew a picture of Muhammad, there's a good chance that someone would try to take your life. If you draw a picture of Muhammad today, yeah, they might grumble, they might call you an Islamophobe, but they're not going to try to take your life because it has been normalized. The idea is the same, right? To normalize, people don't have to like it, right? The Muslims will never like it, but it needs to be normalized to where someone can protest against Islam by burning a Quran or whatever else they want to do, and their life is not in danger. So the whole Quran Demolition Ranch is a response specifically to the doxing of Maleek, but it has the secondary, or probably actually really primary, even though it's not the reason that it happened, the primary purpose of normalizing Quran desecration so that people's lives are not in danger, right? People's lives are not in danger. You're finally making use of that book. Yeah. I mean, people need paper targets, right? You don't want to shoot at a living creature or something. You need a good paper target. And we just happen to have some good paper targets. I don't see what the problem is that with taking those paper targets and using them for target practice. I mean, you need to be able to shoot accurately in case a jihadi comes through your door or whatever. So you got to practice. And Weigel says normalize Surah 6 verse 108. So that is the verse that tells Muslims that they are responsible for our actions if they choose to behave in a way that instigates those actions. That if your actions cause someone to insult Allah or Muhammad or the religion of Islam, then you are responsible for that. So Maleek is morally responsible for everything we're doing according to Islam. Evil books are good targets indeed. Indeed. And, you know, depending on the size of the target, right, you could have a fairly small one like this. That's a pretty good, pretty difficult hit. And you even got a nice bullseye here in the center with the logo. Now, in this case, we weren't aiming for the center, right? We were aiming for, a blowout here. Or you can have like a medium-sized Quran, an al-zoot Quran. Now, these ones we didn't shoot. We did not shoot the men of al-zoot Qurans because we respect the men of al-zoot and we didn't want to harm them. So we didn't shoot these ones. We just drilled a hole for their cigarettes so that they could have a good smoke after enjoying Muhammad all night long. But these ones are intact. But there's other Arabic Qurans of approximately this size. That's a nice target. And then there's giant ones as well. And those giant ones are not cheap. They're like $100+. But, you know, sometimes you just need to make a big impact. You need to really show what Islam is all about. And so we did. We went and we bought Quran after Quran after Quran and then used them appropriately, I might say. All right. So we got that one up. We just saw the story of Muhammad. Oh, let me take a couple super chats actually before we go on to some more clips. Isa, after becoming a channel member, also left a member message, it looks like.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
And he says apparently this is his second month being a channel supporter. I don't know if he got the first month gifted or whatever. I don't remember seeing a message saying that he became a supporter, but he might have done it while I wasn't live or whatever. Anyway, thank you for being a member for 2 months. He says, hey, brother Thaddeus, halal sticker, a Reasoned Answers logo, and the miracle of 19 there. Good use of the channel emojis. Jack Ray with 5 gifted Reasoned Answers memberships.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal. And for every meal, they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Yeah, Zucker Knight really wants you to know. He really wants you to know that you can come meet him and donate big amounts, big amounts, big amounts.
What can be greater tragedy?
Would definitely be a tragedy to donate big amounts to Zucker Knight. So, reminder for those who've been here or those who just tuned in, we are reviewing all things Al-Zutt related today, January 30th, 1:30 or 31, depending how you write days, in honor of the 30 men who penetrated Muhammad and rode him all night long. This stream is also intending to go
all night long.
We'll be going for hours. David will join at some point. He is traveling. He didn't know the exact time he'd be able to join from his hotel. Mary will be back. She was here earlier. She left. She is coming back. We'll have Elle. We'll have Eric. Jai said he might be able to join. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to join or not. David S., the real David Sagara, is planning on joining at some point. But for now, it's just little me all by myself here. All right, let's see. Chat, what should we do next? Chat, what should we watch? I think that we just saw, we saw the story of, or we heard the story of Muhammad and the men of Al-Zutt. But I think it would be good to see Abudullah ibn Massud's perspective. So this comes from a channel called Prostation Fixation. It's AI reenactment of what Abudullah would have done if he was, a modern influencer, right? A modern influencer, documenting his trip, documenting his journey. So we got him here in front of the Kaaba. What does he have to say to us?
Yo, guys, we're here in Mecca, chilling by the Kaaba. Muhammad's here too, but he's camera shy. Okay.
Oh, poor Muhammad. He's camera shy. He doesn't want to get on camera. Poor little Muhammad. Poor little Muhammad. I know I have a reaction here. I just don't remember where I put it. That would be very good to call up for Muhammad being shy. Let's see. It's under. Okay, yeah. That makes sense as to where it is on my soundboard. I have like over 200 sounds on my soundboard, so I don't always remember where everything is. But this is Uthran, also known as Sheikh Ibn Ketchup, talking about Muhammad and his shyness.
If you're scared, I'll get you a little niqab, a little face covering, so you can keep your little pretty face off the line.
All right, let's see what Ibn Massud has to say. He's now in the desert. He's now in the desert. He was in front of the Kaaba. He's now in the desert.
Muhammad said he's meeting up with some boys out here tonight, so we got to walk for a bit. Okay, I think we're almost there. Hey, Muhammad, dude. Peace be upon you. How much longer, bro? Okay, Muhammad said I had to stay in this circle.
Peace be upon you, bro. How far do we got to walk? How far do we got to walk? And now he's being told to stay in the circle. Stay in the circle. Don't cross that line, Abdullah. You will regret it. You'll regret it if you cross that line.
Stay in this circle, like right here.
Is that the men of Al-Zutt?
Oh no. Oh no.
Muhammad's back. I had to sit down. Bro, I thought they were gonna get me.
Good stuff there. Good stuff there. So that is by a channel called Prostation Fixation. I don't know anything about the channel. They really didn't have any other videos. So if you're interested in rewatching that video, that's where you can find it. It's called the Abdullah Vlogs, The Night of Al-Zutt Gone Wrong, on the Prostation Fixation channel. All right. Let's go ahead and get a Muslim response. All right. So we've seen we got a couple responses to go through the day. This first one is from Deenresponds. I recently had a counter with Deenresponds in which I confronted him on his support or his aiding of Muhammad Hijab abusing his ex-wife Aisha. Deen is an interesting individual for sure. He's trying to make him a name for himself, and he did a response called Exposing David Wood's Lies, Hadith Clarified. So we will get that here in a second, but I do want to acknowledge Maleek. Thank you, Maleek. Thank you, Maleek, for everything. We could not have done any of this without you. All right, let's get Deen up here.
Today we're going to be not just exposing David Wood's ignorance, but more so his perverse and degenerate lens that he reads the Islamic texts from.
Ooh, we're going to expose David. Ooh, we're going to expose him good. We get to see how perverse he is. And also ignorant.
He made a new video recently that is blown up. He misrepresents.
He made this quick. 2 days ago, 198,000 views. I mean, he responded to this 2 days, or at least took the screenshot. I think the video took like a week or more to get out, but he responded to this real fast, right? He's like, oh, I gotta respond to this one. 198,000 views. Yeah, it's now like got 1.5 million views. It did indeed blow up. Thanks, Deen. Thanks, Deen, for helping promote this and get it out to a wider audience. We appreciate you. Why is he wearing a hijab? Because, hey, you don't know. He doesn't want the Al-Zutt to be tempted by him. I think it's funny. He didn't censor the 5 Al-Zutt men looking longingly at Muhammad, but he censored the picture of Muhammad. You can't look at Muhammad. You can't. You might try to put yourself in his place and imagine the Al-Zutt men coming after you.
A hadith so grossly, I don't even want to repeat the words that he uses. Only Christian apologists would bring such disgusting polemics to the table, whereby they...
Only Christian apologists would do something so disgusting as reading Islamic texts. How dare they read? I don't even want to repeat the words they say. It was so disgusting. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they would read our texts. Only Christian apologists would resort to that level.
As Muslims, we are supposed to be these barbarians.
We can't read. We can't read. Only the Christians read our texts.
Misrepresent Islamic texts. I could easily do the same with Christian texts. I could go in with...
Oh, really? Oh, really? Where in the Bible does it talk about Jesus being ridden all night long? Do let me know how you could just easily do this with the Bible. Do let me know where the Apostle Paul mounted someone. Do let me know where anyone was drawing a circle around themselves to protect themselves from the Al-Zutt. Let me know. Let me know.
presupposition that everything in the Christian text has to do with sex or has to do with perverse things. And I can read into the biblical text anything and conjure up some sort of narrative. But
you could, except you can't, because the text is not gross. And keep in mind, we're not giving an interpretation of the text that's unreasonable, right? We're giving, in fact, the most natural reading of the text. If you want to say it means something else, then the onus is on you to prove that it means something else. Raymond literally reads the text. He doesn't say, oh, well, you know, it says that Muhammad walked out into the desert, so I'm going to just assume that people were writing him. No, he's literally reading the text and telling you what the Arabic word means and the semantic range of the Arabic. If you find something in my Bible, Dean, if you find something in my Bible that sounds extremely sexual, go ahead and alert me. Go ahead and tell me about how 30 men mounted the Moses and rode him all night long. I'd like to see what that's found in the Bible. Right? I don't have to invent some story about, oh, it means jinn crowded around him, and anyone who says otherwise is sick. Because my text doesn't do that. I know that's shocking. But our texts don't make us sick.
You make me sick.
Whereas you apparently are sickened by your own text. You say, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life. He read a hadith. Only Christians would do that. Well, he's right about that. No Muslim would ever read the hadith.
Obviously, that's one, disingenuous, and two, utterly disgusting. The fact that you would read into texts about holy scripture or revered individuals. And
it ain't holy scripture, buddy. And we ain't reading into it. We're just reading the literal words on the page. And it's not like this is an exception, right? It's not like we just took one passage out of the text and said, oh, well, let's make a sexual story out of this. As Al-Zutt Flavored Kisses points out, the Islamic texts, Sahih Bukhari even, constantly brag about how Muhammad was covered in semen. And Muhammad's poor child bride Aisha had to scrape the semen off. She had to scrape so hard and scrape and wash and wash and wash. And then Muhammad would be about to run out of the house, about to go to prayer and give his holy sermon, his khutbah. And then she'd be like, hold on, Muhammad. I see more semen. I missed some. Don't run out yet. I got to get that semen off you before you go outside. And Muhammad's like, hey, I don't care if I'm covered in semen. That's just how I roll. Everyone knows I'm always covered in semen. What's your problem, Aisha? And yet it's us, right? It's us who just have to make the stories disgusting. And it's not that the stories are themselves disgusting. No, it's us. It's us.
And you're going to make a caricature that's completely misrepresenting a narrative in such a perverse manner. Nevertheless, let's begin the video.
Disturbing story. Then the tale of Muhammad's late-night desert rendezvous with the men of Al-Zutt. Since Raymond Ibrahim has already done the research on Muhammad's romantic encounter, we'll let Raymond break down the details.
This odd hadith, which I'm about to narrate, appears in several hadith collections, including the highly esteemed Musnad of Ibn Hanbal, founder of one of Islam's 4 schools of laws, or madahib, as well as in many other well-respected Islamic texts, all of which are being taught in Al-Azhar.
So, the scholars know about.
So, for those who weren't here earlier or didn't copy the link, I'm going to put the link in the chat to the article on Raymond Ibrahim's website, where you can check out the various sources on this with precise references. But Dean's not going to deny them. He's actually, if I remember right, he's going to pull the references up on screen.
But like so many other issues the scholars hide from us, this story hasn't worked its way to the general population. Until now.
The hadith, which is narrated by Abudullah ibn Massud, a companion of the Prophet and one of Islam's most reliable and trustworthy transmitters of hadith, goes as follows. Brace yourself. Abdullah begins by telling us that Muhammad called on him to accompany him on a trip into the desert. When they reached a certain place and night had fallen, Muhammad made a line in the sand, most likely a circle, and told Abdullah, quote, stay behind this line and do not cross it, for if you do, you will die. Then left his startled companion and walked into the desert night, about the distance of a hurled stone, says Abdullah. Before long, our narrator saw a group of men, he does not specify how many, who, quote, appeared to be al-Zutt. He describes them as, quote, tall, lean, and naked.
So, Abudullah ibn Massud was behind the Diddy line, the cuck line, but Muhammad crossed the Diddy line. And he was soon surrounded by a number of tall, lean, naked men, the men of Al-Zutt.
Other Islamic sources say these Zutt were a black-skinned people, and we'll get into that later.
The word there in the Arabic is كأنهم الزُّت, as though they were the people of Zutt. And it also says that these people that appeared to be naked, you couldn't see their private parts, which indicates.
So, they're naked. They appear to be men of Al-Zutt. But Abdullah, standing at a distance, can't see their private parts. And Deen's brilliant response to this is, well, they must not have had any private parts. So because Abdullah couldn't see their private parts, that means they didn't have any. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
كأنهم الزُّت, as though they were the people of Zutt. And it also says that these people that appear to be naked, you couldn't see their private parts, which indicates what? Indicates these are supernatural beings. These are the jinn. And as we'll...
How? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Deen, but I'm going to have to explain this to you. All right. So according to the narration, Ibn Massud is standing back here. Right? He's behind the Diddy line. And Muhammad walks off a distance of approximately a thrown stone. So like a couple 100 feet, probably. Right. So Muhammad's way over here. And then all the men of Al-Zutt come. And they're naked. And in the dark, from a distance of 100 feet, he cannot literally see their penis. Therefore, they must be jinn. What? How does that make sense? They're magic creatures. Because you can't see their giant genitalia in the dark 100 feet away. What? I seriously doubt that anyone would be able to see a normal-sized or even a unusually large penis from such a distance in the dark. But to Deen, because Ibn Massud says, I didn't look at their penises, that means they must be jinn. Great logic, Deen. But fine, they're jinn. Great, jinn were riding Muhammad all night long. Jinn are sexual creatures in Islam. Jinn have genitalia. Jinn, there are many, many, many stories in Islam about jinn raping people, right? Jinn encountering people and taking advantage of them. And yes, jinn have genitalia. This doesn't help any. Okay, it doesn't make any sense, but it also doesn't help any. Yeah, their skin's dark. Their skin is very dark. And it's in the dark. In Arabia, in the 7th century, when there's no artificial lights. Yeah, apparently, according to Deen, demons effing Muhammad would be better than Al-Zutt. This is Islam. Brilliant apologist. My prophet was not penetrated by 30 men of Al-Zutt. It was 30 jinn, everyone. And my proof is that you couldn't see their privates from a distance.
Continue on. We're going to highlight the fact that this is actually jinns and not really people that are in the story. He tries to make some disgusting links with that as well later on. I actually had to re-upload this video to add this detail. I found within Imam al-Dhahabi's Siyar al-A'lam al-Nubala, volume 26, pages 159 to 160, a narration attributed to Ibn Mas'ud that's graded Sahih by al-Bayhaqi, where Ibn Mas'ud saw a group of Zutt along a certain road and said, "Who are these?" "These are the Zutt." He said, "I have not seen anything resembling them except the jinn on the night of the jinn." Clear evidence.
Seriously? I've not seen anything that resembles the men of Al-Zutt except for the jinn. Boom. This is clear evidence that it was jinn that were raping Muhammad all night long. David has been destroyed. He's been destroyed. He's been humiliated. My prophet was attacked by demons. Okay. Granted, your prophet was attacked by gay jinn. Yay. Hey, we got the real David Wood joining the stream. Hello, real David Wood.
Yep, that's me. Real David Wood. Got rid of the imposter. And I'm back now.
Yeah, you kicked out David Sagara.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who that guy was.
So we're going through Deenresponds' response to the to the Night of Al-Zutt video, and he's arguing that it was not in fact the men of Al-Zutt, it was jinn who rode Muhammad all night long, and he thinks that this is like some brilliant response that's destroyed David Wood. And since you're the real David Wood, I guess it is destroying you here.
So was it 30 men or 30 jinns?
I don't know. It's a dilemma. Could be either one.
It's the new Islamic dilemma.
Mm-hmm. Let me go ahead and rewind it a little bit. So this is his proof. He forgot to put in his original video. He said I had to take the video down and re-upload it to put in these screenshots. Okay.
Actually had to re-upload this video to add this detail. I found within Imam al-Dhahabi's Siyar al-A'lam al-Nubala, volume 26, pages 159 to 160, a narration attributed to Ibn Mas'ud that's graded Sahih by al-Bayhaqi, where Ibn Mas'ud saw a group of al-Zutt along a certain road and said, "Who are these?" "These are the Zutt." He said, "I have not seen anything resembling them except the jinn on the night of the jinn." Clear evidence.
That sound effect gets me. Like, boom! It's jinn, everyone! Boom! It's jinn! Except that he says that men of Al-Zutt look just like the jinn. So, was it jinn pretending to be men of Al-Zutt, or was it actually men of Al-Zutt? I don't know. I'm happy to grant that it's demons, right? I'm happy to grant that it's demons and not actual men that are riding him.
Only way you can make this claim is if you cherry pick from the hadith corpus, because we have a clear hadith here where Abdullah ibn Massud says himself that the jinns that he witnessed on that night resembled the people of Zutt.
After describing them, Abdullah goes on, and here's a problematic part, to say, quote, "They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah." They did what now? They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah. Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad. The Arabic word yarkaboon, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted. And they did this all night long, says Abdullah. These tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad in the desert and rode him all night long, while his companion Abdullah ibn Massud watched from behind the cup line. During which time they would also come and circle around and try to reach him, but they were prevented apparently from the line of protection Muhammad had drawn in the sand for his companion. Abdullah concludes his narration, quote, "I was extremely terrified by them, so I sat down. With the coming of dawn, they began to depart. Then the Prophet of Allah returned slowly and in pain from that which they did while riding him." These tall, lean, black, naked men tried to get to Ibn Massud, but he was protected by the Diddy line. He was terrified, so he sat down. When dawn arrived, the tall, lean, black, naked men left, and Muhammad came stumbling back to Ibn Massud, slowly, because he was in pain from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long.
The narration is weak.
All right, before yes, it's very weak, Dean. Before we get to Dean's response there, we got to welcome Elle into the stream. Welcome, Elle.
Hello.
So we are currently watching Deenresponds' response video to David's original video on the men of Al-Zutt. So far, he's argued persuasively that Muhammad was in fact not having sexual relations with 30 men of Al-Zutt, but rather being raped by 30 demons. He somehow thinks that is better, or jinn.
Big improvement. Yeah.
Do you think it's better, Elle?
I mean, no, it's not better. But also, I mean, isn't Muhammad the one who's willingly putting himself in the situation? Like, it's not like he's being assaulted. Like, yeah, it causes him pain, but maybe that's what he was into. I don't know. Like, he's the one going to these men for exactly these things, or jinn, whatever it is. I just, I don't want to, trivialize assault, because assault actually matters. But if this is what Muhammad's into, then yeah, we recognize it for what it was.
Yeah, in fairness, I said raped. Deen did not say raped. He just said that he was encountered by jinn. So it's ambiguous whether it was mutually wanted in Deen's version of the story or not.
I mean, even if it wasn't wanted, it's what was he going to do about it?
So, Elle, did you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hi, I'm Elle. I run the YouTube channel Elle, so Elohim, and the Ohio conferences Seeking to Your Truth. Maybe even extending outside of Ohio, coming near you. Feel free to reach out if training or equipping in apologetics, polemics, and evangelism is something you'd be interested in. Otherwise, I'm happy to provide help with that here online. That being said, I am hearing an echo, so I'm sorry if I'm like stumbling over my words. I'm hearing everything I'm saying twice.
Some people in the chat said there was it doesn't sound like an echo to me, but other people said that
I hear it
as well. Let me stop the screen share, see if that clears it up, because sometimes when people join after the screen's already shared, it causes an echo. So go ahead and try again.
Testing. Much better. I've been hearing the echo since I joined, so I'm glad that was resolved.
All right.
Yeah, so that's who I am and what I do. Happy to help how I can, and hopefully there's something I can help with on this topic. This topic is pretty nasty, in my opinion, but it's good to recognize the difference between Islam and Christianity, because this is a huge no-no in Christianity. Yet this is what Islam celebrates. So we need to remember, and we need to never repeat.
And did you want to introduce yourself as well, Real David Wood, or does Real David Wood speak for itself?
I am the real David Wood. That's me.
Eric has also joined us. Welcome, Eric. We're in the midst of reviewing Deenresponds' brilliant response to David's video on the night of Al-Zutt. So far, he's claimed that it was, in fact, jinn that were riding Muhammad all night long, which I'm happy to grant him. If he wants to say it was spiritual beings riding Muhammad, I'm okay with that. You know, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Either way, it's an all-night sexual encounter.
I beg to differ. I'd say that it is a huge difference. I mean, it makes it sound 1,000 times worse that jinn were riding Muhammad all night long.
Well, then how did
than just normal man?
But how did he get the strength of 30 men? Right? If you inject the manhood into someone else, where did he get it from then? Is there any other story like that, or is that the only?
You see, it is a jinn level manhood then.
Oh, he's like super strength. Maybe it was like 5 demons. Maybe it was only a few of them, but they're stronger than regular men, and so they've each got the strength of 6 men, and so maybe it's just a few demons, and they're just so strong that he got the strength of 30 men.
Exactly. So, Eric, you want to introduce yourself since you just joined?
Sure, I'd be proud to. I am Eric. I run Your Brother in Christ on YouTube, also known now as Eric from Ohio, because of the song I posted not too long ago, which was extremely fun. Yes, E-I-E-I-O. Sal did a great job on that, and then I did the music video for it. It's hilarious.
In fact, we'll probably check that out next when we're done with Deen. But since you all just joined, I'll bring these back up here. We got Muhammad and men of Al-Zutt. Yeah, I think it was technically you who zooted this book, right, Eric?
Yes. It got zooted multiple times. I've got one here that's not zooted, as an example. And then I've got my collection of zooted as well. This one's zooted. This one is zooted all the way through. And it's actually, you put that all the way through. And that's not a match trick. That's just through the hole.
And for those who just joined, I'll show this off again. So this is the front side of Muhammad, which has 30 rounds penetrating him, just like the 30 men of Al-Zutt. And then if you turn it over, you see the damage done to his backside, and that does not look good. I do not want to be Muhammad.
Unfortunately, the rear end was only made for outputs, not inputs, and so he's not looking too good back there.
And then we got a couple examples of the men of Al-Zutt. There was 30 of these. I didn't bring them all with me, just got a handful of them here. No damage done to them. They're perfectly fine after the Vieira encounter with Muhammad, but they do have a hole that we drilled so that they could smoke a cigarette and have a nice, enjoyable experience with Muhammad, or after it was done, they could have a nice, enjoyable,
enjoyable after experience.
So got a whole pile of those. Those might be available for purchase later on Quran Demolition Ranch. If you haven't subscribed, do so. Be sure to do so. If you haven't seen the video that was out today for Zutt Remembrance Day, those Qurans will make a lot more sense once you watch that video. We will review that later probably, but you could also just hop over there for a minute. It's a minute and a half long. Take a look at that and then come back if you are so inclined.
Yeah, it's
Let me take a few super chats and then we'll resume with the stream from Grumpy Granny.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Grumpy Granny with a super sticker there, and we lost Eric. He'll probably hop back on in a second, but super sticker from Grumpy Granny. Thank you for that. And Cheeky Shaky with 20 gifted memberships.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Only honest thing Al-Zutt ever said, other than, of course, him being proud of that,
We are proud of that.
is that he is the king of clickbait. That is definitely an accurate description of Ali Dawa's videos. They're often blatantly mistitled to try to get clicks. He is after clicks in general, except for his live streams, which are all about donations. In fact, he doesn't even try to provide content. He just gets on there and says, as we're going to be on this stream until we get $2,000 worth of donations. And then just like blabs about how he needs more donations. And then you're at like 101,990. And he's like, we need 10 more pounds, right? It's pounds, not dollars, but 10 more pounds. And then someone gives it. And he's like, we have a new goal, everyone. We now need 3,000 pounds.
That's annoying.
And he takes every scam sponsorship that comes his way. I mean, Ali Dawa doesn't try to hide it, right? He does not try to hide what he's all about. That little glowy there, I'm going to replay it. Take a look at the little glowy ball. It's actually an ad for cupcakes. He opens the box and the cupcakes are like shining on his face. These are the best cupcakes you could buy. Yeah, that's Ali Dawa for you. Reformed says, I often wonder if Diddy comes from the lineage of the Al-Zutt. Plausible. I can neither confirm nor deny it, but I do think it is quite plausible. Mad Monkey triggered happy birthday and said, Momo pajama party. Very nice picture there. It looks like, I'm pretty sure that's a goat Maleek there. It's not 100% clear at the small size, but I believe that is a goat Maleek. Very nice.
Oh, that's so totally a goat Maleek. That's hilarious.
Oh, man.
And super chat from Jonathan.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Jonathan says, thanks to both of you to help Jai and Daughter of Christ set up. This was earlier when Mary was on, but in fact, everyone on the stream right now was helping get them set up, and it was our pleasure.
I just, I helped them set up in here, and then right before I joined, I was taking them out shopping and bringing them home. But,
did you guys see the face reveal earlier today?
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Cool.
That's not who I had pictured in my mind.
That's what everyone was saying. Everyone's like, I thought that Jai would be a black man. I actually thought he'd probably be a nerdy looking white guy. So, I mean,
you just sense the you sense the connection there.
Yeah. You know, like me. That wasn't an insult or anything. But actually, in fairness, he actually does look more like a mafia boss or something than a nerd. So,
I mean, I don't know who that was in the clip, but I mean, they're kind of onto something. It's just if you were giving the money to God instead of Satan, then yes, that would be true what you're saying. But you're giving it to the
that's
guy.
Mufti Menk, or Goofty Menk, as I call him. He's nicknamed the $1 billion Mufti because he's probably the most popular Islamic preacher in the world. He's not a dollar person.
What does Mufti mean?
I don't know about a literal translation, but a Mufti is like the leader of the area. So like there's the Grand Mufti over Saudi Arabia, who's the religious leader.
I was going to say, I only know that term from World War II, when the Grand Mufti of Palestine met with Hitler and invited Hitler to bring the Holocaust to the land of Palestine and kill all the Jews there.
Very important part of history, guys, but it's not talked about much.
That they were buddies. Said Hitler actually said that Islam would be a better religion for the Germans than Christianity.
Because it teaches you to
and flabbiness,
war, conquest, white supremacy. You could just go on.
Exactly. So is Maleek who ate the surahs? Yes, everything is Maleek's responsibility here. Maleek Goatee is the star of my new song. So Mad Monkey confirms that it is Maleek Goatee in his picture there. Apparently has a new song on his channel about that. So Mad Monkey Seeds 1 if you want to check that out. All right, let's get back to Deen here. He's about to tell us apparently that the narration is not entirely reliable.
Well, while you're pulling that up real quick, I just want to highlight that as far as like entertainment value goes, our guys are the guys in the comments section and everyone around us. I mean, guys, you guys are epic. I mean, seriously, I pull up my comments section and I just end up laughing because of all the epic snips you guys come up with. And I go to the Muslim videos and they've got nothing like that. So you guys are like,
look at the fruits,
as far as
man.
the community. Yeah, as far as the community,
The fruits
man,
of our trees. Our trees are awesome. We make awesome fruits. Their trees suck. They make crappy, shriveled up, disgusting fruits.
Much like the men of Al-Zutt at the end of the night. Oh, wait.
It's all shriveled up.
Before we get back to Deen, actually, we got Apostate of Allah, Sara, joining us as well.
Happy Al-Zutt.
Oh, hey!
You know, much like on the night of Al-Zutt, the longer I stream, the more people pile in and surround me. And
hey, guys.
Yeah, I saw your thumbnail and I was like, oh boy, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable being one of the people surrounding Muhammad. I'm better than being surrounded by Muhammad. I'll grant that. But
we're only surrounding him figuratively in honor and remembrance of the night he was literally surrounded by Well, we're still figuring it out.
Elle, it's just a metaphysical matter.
We are metaphysically zooting Muhammad right now.
I'm not comfortable with that either.
Figuratively zooting Muhammad.
So welcome to the stream, Sarah. We're in the process of reviewing Deenresponds' response to the original Al-Zutt video. So far, he's informed us that David is extremely ignorant, that it was not men of Al-Zutt, but actually jinns taking the form of men of Al-Zutt that rode
I'm
Muhammad
just
on.
glad we finally have the real David Wood here and not David Segura anymore.
Yep.
So welcome.
Yep, got him. I stuck him away.
All right, let's go see what this weird is.
So you want to introduce yourself, Sarah?
Yeah, my YouTube channel is Apostate of Allah. Thaddeus said Sarah. It is okay. My name is there, and I'm an ex-Muslim, and I have a YouTube channel, obviously Apostate of Allah, where I go and criticize Islam, expose Islam for the lies that it is, and introduce them to something even better, that is the Lord Jesus Christ. That's what I do. Oh, and I would love for more women, ex-Muslim Christians, to be also more out there on the internet. So that's also one of my go-tos, goals.
Awesome. All right. Without further ado, let's get back to Deen. I'm going to rewind it a few seconds here. He is about to tell us, after arguing that it's really jinn, he's going to try his second defense.
Muhammad came stumbling back to Ibn Massud slowly because he was in pain from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long.
The narration is weak. All it takes is to go to Islam QA to find out that this narration is weak, and the stronger form of the narration is to be found within Sahih Muslim. As Islam QA says, its isnad, i.e. chain of narration, is weak. Amr al-Bikali, whose kunya is Abu Uthman, it is not established that he heard this hadith from Ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him. Al-Bukhari said in Tarikh al-Saghir, there is no known hearing of Amir from Ibn Mas'ud. So someone could just take Bukhari's view, and there you go. You don't even have to explain this hadith.
Well, you don't even have to explain it, as long as you ignore that there's 12 other sources for it. You could go to one of them that's weak and just say, that one's weak. We don't have to explain anything. Which, first of all, is not valid, because weak hadith can be used for jurisprudence, for Islamic rulings, as long as they don't contradict anything else. But also, there are Sahih versions of this story, and it's not found in Sahih Muslim.
And also, da'if doesn't mean that it's been fabricated. Da'if doesn't mean that it's made up. It just talks about the amount of people that went through the chain of narration. Nobody made this stuff up to purposefully lie. So that's a nonsense argument from them. Oh, it's weak. So what?
Correct. There's a different.
Yeah.
Correct. There's a different classification for fabricated. Weak is not fabricated. Weak means the chain is not as solid as they would like, but it's like 50-50, right? That's kind of like the official ruling. That's somewhere around 50-50, whether it's a real story or not. It's not fabricated, and it's certainly not something that can just be rejected. Like I said, as long as it doesn't contradict anything, it's considered reliable enough. 50-50 is good enough for determining authoritative Islamic law for everyone to follow for all eternity. Interestingly enough. So he says it's weak. I'll grant for the sake of argument that this particular version is weak, although it might not be, because different commentators give different opinions about the same hadith. Even though hadith science is perfectly reliable, different people come to different conclusions. So I don't even know that for a fact, but I'll grant that this one's weak. But hey, there's others that are sahih. Sorry, not getting out of it that easy.
You see, hadith isn't like Quran.
Real quick question here. There's a term if you have multiple sahih hadith or multiple hadith that all say an event happened. Isn't there a term for that?
Yep.
And
now it does have to be a
all
certain
sahih
number.
either. In fact, if there's a certain number of da'if hadith, even before we get to this term, but if there's a certain number of da'if hadith that all match each other, then it actually makes it sahih as well. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe that would be mutawata, or muta water. However you want to pronounce it.
Muta water.
Now, if this is something that cannot be rejected, if you believe in the hadith, then because it is actually higher than Sahih. So it's saying this definitely 1,000% happened. And if you go to Muslim scholars, it's like you cannot reject these; you have to accept them. So al-zoot has to be accepted.
Well, it is a certain number of hadith, which probably varies from opinion to opinion. But hey, it's at least in the ballpark, right? It's at least in the ballpark because we got multiple versions of the story, which actually, even from a historical perspective, ignore the ridiculousness of hadith science. From a historical perspective, multiple attestation does increase the chances that something's historically reliable. So Islam's actually got that one right there. Sorry, Dean.
And just as far as the number of hadith required, there really isn't any agreed upon hadith, number of hadith that are required, other than more than one. So it gets really sketchy. But yet completely, the science of hadith is completely reliable in every way, shape, or form. They've all got this figured out. They just can't agree on anything.
Yeah. That's what I look for in my history, is things that no one can agree on. That's how I know it's reliable. Unrelated, it appeared so. It says, pray for me. I have so much resistance. I'm a new believer. Absolutely. I'll put you on my prayer list. All right. Ignoring his little weakness here, pun intended, perhaps. Back to Dean.
There could be difference of opinion on matters where you can take it to be authentic or inauthentic. And if one just takes the view that it's inauthentic here, then there's no need to even explain any part of the hadith that comes after. Islam Kuwait goes on to say that even with its weak chains, stronger reports contradict it. For example, in Sahih Muslim, it talks about Ibn Massud not accompanying the Prophet, peace be upon him, in the night of the jinn, nor did anyone else accompany the Prophet in the night of the jinn.
Well, hold on a second. You appealed to a Sahih hadith earlier that Ibn Massud was there on the night of the jinn, right? Because he said, look, the men of al-zoot, I've never seen anything that looked like them except for the jinn that I saw on the night of the jinn. So you telling me that Sahih hadith contradict one another? Because you said that was Sahih, and you say this is Sahih. So you're telling me Sahih hadith contradict one another as proof that David is ignorant and making stuff up, and you should convert to Islam.
But you got a whole Sahih hadith, man. Come on.
You got me there.
Guys, follow his logic here. So it doesn't matter if it's reliable or not. You can just discard it if anyone has ever said that it might not be reliable. No, it either is or is not. If it is, then it matters. If it's not, then it doesn't matter. You can't just be like, well, some people say it does, some people say it doesn't, and who really cares? No, it's either did happen or didn't happen. It's an A or B option. It's not complicated.
Does he address the Sahih hadith at all? Like this one?
I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, I doubt that he's going to really talk much about it. He just wants to say David's wrong. He doesn't want to actually provide you anything material, because that would be too difficult. Blob Fish says, I'm deeply saddened today. A line has been crossed. Yes, Muhammad crossed the Diddy line. As he crawled back, he couldn't take any more, so he fell asleep in Ibn Masood's lap. He crossed that line. It's a very sad day.
So not only is there weakness in the chain, but also stronger narrations contradict the notion that anyone accompanied the Prophet on this night. And it's really funny how this individual doesn't mention any scholars that actually authenticate this story. Rather, what he just says is, well, it's found in the most prominent Islamic books, the most revered Islamic books. Okay, so what? Is one of the main differences.
Okay, first of all, I gave you specific sources. And yeah, so what? You know, Ibn Hanbal, one of the 4 founders of Islamic jurisprudence, Who cares? Who cares?
I mean, this is like the foundation for your religion here. Yeah. And they're the ones who decide, because the scholars cannot be questioned like this. So, and they're the ones who are the most reliable, giving you all the interpretations and all Sharia and all these other things that you need for Islam. And he's just, who cares? Who cares? I mean, if I were watching this video and I was a Muslim, I would see that he has nothing but contempt for my religion.
Mm-hmm. I tell you verily, Ibn bin Ridden was his name. Receiving liquid strength was his game.
Oh, gosh.
Between Hadith and Quran, certain Hadiths can be disputed and can be disagreed upon, while verses of the Quran cannot. But regardless, I will still defend the Hadith as though it was authentic, because they really have no argument here and they're misconstruing the narration. Even though this Hadith is weak, we will still defend it, inshallah, and show that these guys are just perverted and incompetent.
Other Islamic sources say these
wait,
people, and we'll get into that later.
So is it something that needs to be defended or not?
Well, now this is even if, right? No, he says it's up to you, right? He says you can determine whether it's authentic or not. And he says, so even if you decide it's authentic, I'll tell you how to defend it. So that part is valid.
Works.
No, that part's
not
valid.
like it's not a personal religion where you can decide, okay, I like this hadith, I like that hadith. If you do not agree with the scholars, you are an apostate.
But here's the thing, no, he's denying what, okay, let's ignore the fact that he addresses a da'if hadith. The fact of the matter is that there is sahih hadith, and he has to, he has to, whether he likes it or not, to actually take as authority the Sahih Hadith that also talks about how Muhammad was ridden all night long by the men of Al-Zutt. First, forget all about the Da'if. All right, whatever, Da'if, forget it. Okay, no authority. Do what you want to. What do you do with this Sahih Hadith? What do you do with the fact there are actual historical people that were called the men of Al-Zutt? What do you do where they're actually mentioned in the other Sahih Hadith, but in different contexts? But here, he's being ridden with a circle around him. What do you do with that? And why on God's green earth, like for real? Everybody, just Muslims, use some logic. Use some reason. I know it's hard, but the Lord did give you a brain. He did give it to you. Just don't be afraid to use it. Why in the world would anybody make that up? Mm-hmm. Why? And why do you have to come up with arguments? Why do Muslims need to come up with arguments saying, it was the men of Al-Jinn, they just rode him, and it was really like demons? That makes matters worse. Like, hello.
Well, maybe they're a friendly jinn. Remember, jinn can be good or bad. So maybe they're a friendly jinn.
My gosh. Use your brains, please, guys.
Eric, not the one on stream, asks, do jinn have jism? Asking for a Muslim. Yes, they do. Jinn are capable of sexual encounters. In fact, in Islamic countries, you'll find stories of women who have married jinn. Right there, they've married jinn. I don't know. But back to sorry, there was one other comment I wanted to take. You're a kafir! Get out of my house! Yes, that's what happens if you reject hadith. All right, back to Raymond.
Describing them, Abdullah goes on, and here's the problematic part, to say, quote, they went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah. They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah. Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad. The Arabic word yarkabun, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted. And they did this all night long, says Abdullah.
These tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad in the desert and rode him all night long, while his companion Abudullah ibn Massud watched from behind the cup line.
So Raymond Ibrahim, he later goes on to ask ChatGPT questions. When you ask ChatGPT to translate the phrase within that hadith.
To be clear, Raymond asked ChatGPT, which I don't think he should have done, but he asked ChatGPT for a physical description of the Zutt people or the Zutt people. And now he's like, well, he used ChatGPT, so now I'm going to ask ChatGPT.
Okay, guys.
Sheikh ChatGPT.
Raymond, just as a reference, Raymond Ibrahim knows Arabic fluently. He was a translator. This is kind of, he's a historian. This is the stuff he goes to the original Arabic texts and translates them into English. He did that with in multiple of his books, such as Sword and Scimitar, I believe, also the Defenders of the West. He went to the actual Islamic sources in Arabic and went directly to what they said. He doesn't need ChatGPT.
Indeed, but for some reason, Dean wants to appeal to it, probably because he can't appeal to an actual source. And the way AI works is it tells you what it thinks you want to hear. Plus, I don't see why this would even remotely work, right? There might be context to this discussion, which he might have told it how to answer. But if there's no context, he just asks, is interpreted... Okay, that's bad English to begin with. Is interpreted yakabun as a sexual type of mounting plausible in the context of the hadith? Please give an unbiased answer. Context of what answer? All right, I mean, context of what hadith? And why would a transliteration of an Arabic word into English be something that would actually be part of the database? So this is just stupid.
Yeah, he did that on purpose, because you could say yarkabun literally means to ride. So when you have the men of al-zoot yarkabu, they're riding Muhammad. You could use that same word for like, oh, harkab, I'm gonna go and ride a horse. This is what, or I'm gonna go. He did that on purpose. He gave like specific.
Look, he put mounting. Look, he put mounting just to support your point. He put mounting instead of writing.
Yeah, for plausible in the context of the hadith and sexual type. I'm like, we're talking about the word itself. It's going to sound weird. The fact of the matter, the word yarkabun is in the hadith. It doesn't mean something different magically, just in this one context in the whole wide world. The word yarkabun can mean mounting or riding and all these things, except for when it's talking about Muhammad and the men of al-zoot in this one hadith. Come on, man.
Well, in this one hadith, right, according to ChatGPT, no, this is not sexual. So I guess the jinn or demons were riding Muhammad like a horse all night long. I mean, so Muhammad got down on all fours and like ran around. Woo, woo. Yes, the jinn are riding on top of him. I mean, that's what this. It's not
this is not helping your case, Muslims.
Have caught me in another one of my lies.
Yeah, real David Wood. How dare you lie about this?
Muslim Ahmed, the AI software doesn't actually translate it as mount, as these disgusting individuals sought for it to translate to. Rather, they translate it onto climbing upon or crowding around. The same term.
This would make He actually said that.
Let's just play that part. Hey, pause. Let's just play that part again. Everyone, listen. Okay, it doesn't mean mounting.
Translate it as mount, as these disgusting individuals sought for it to translate to. Rather, they translate it onto climbing upon or crowding around.
There was an edit there also. So he said something else. But climbing upon means mounting.
Oh man, see, stop with all the cousin marriage, please, guys. Just stop.
It used different words to convey the same idea. You see, ChatGPT disagrees.
Oh my gosh. These people exist. They exist.
And again, why didn't he go to an Arabic dictionary? Why did he go to ChatGPT? Because he knows an Arabic dictionary is going to support that it has a sexual connotation.
It's like I say, God gave us rational minds. He made us in his image. But he also gave us the free will to not use those, the rational part of our brain he gave us. And that's how you get Muslims.
They want to present their brain to God on Judgment Day nice and smooth without a creator to be seen.
Smoothness competition.
You got to return it in unused condition.
Yes.
Unlike Muhammad on the night of Al-Zutt.
Exactly. Sorry, I just had to give my reaction to Deenresponds.
What on earth was that? What was that? What?
So that is the Muslim apologist, Menj, as we typically call him, on a live stream.
Oh, so is he Junior? So is he Junior's monkey? Like, what's going on here?
Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I got Junior's monkey right here. Where's that? There we go. See, I got Junior's monkey.
Oh man.
Oh man.
All right. So everyone, it doesn't mean mount, it means climb upon.
And
two completely different things.
All right, let's see what other Jesus response he got here.
The same term is used in the hadith attributed to Abu Hurairah, where he says that Umar performed the same action that these individuals performed. The same root word is there, which is rakab. However, rakab here, as explained by Ibn al-Athir, doesn't mean mount. He explains it as that Umar followed him and came in his tracks.
Okay, let's ignore his response. Then Umar has ridden me, meaning he followed and came upon my tracks because the rider proceeds along the path of the ridden.
Yeah.
It is said, I rode his track to his path, meaning I followed him, attached myself closer to him. In other words, I rode my horse on the same path that he rode his horse on, or his camel. I rode my camel on the same path he rode his camel on. It literally means ridden in this example that he's cherry-picked to show that it means something different. It's just a literal writing of an animal as opposed to a sexual writing of another person.
Maybe they were literally riding him.
Maybe he was there.
They had him like crawling around. It's like a horse afterwards.
So we got Muhammad.
Giddy up, boy.
He's running around. He's running around in the bed of al-zoot. He's trying to buck them, but they won't get off.
Come on, Muhammad. Giddy up. Giddy up. I know you're tired. We've been running you all night.
Oh, man. Let me take a couple super chats. They don't pile up too much. Super sticker from D.D. Anderson.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Gotta go meet him. Thank you for the super sticker. Mad Monkey used happy birthday to say that he made a song for Siwan. Siwan in her earlier was like, all religions are the same. I hate all religions. They're all hypocrites. Blah, blah, blah. So you want to check out Mad Monkey's songs on his channel. We talked about that earlier. Misha with a super chat.
The only thing perfectly preserved is the hole in the moon after the fateful night. Hail Ezra for moon splitting preservation. Uppermostly.
Muhammad's moon got split.
Yep. They say that the story of the Al-Zutt is not found in the Quran, but I disagree. Behold, the moon has been split. Scorpion triggered happy birthday and also halal hog. All right, back to the response.
The rider travels as his mount does. It is said, I rode his trail, meaning I followed him closely. In Dalail al-Nubuwah by al-Bayhaqi, he says, they crowded around him, clarifying the meaning of this word. So rakab can also have the meaning of crowding around or climbing upon.
Okay, dude. That was clearly about one horse or camel or whatever, literally following another, one rider following another rider. That had nothing to do with crowding upon. So where are you getting that from?
I want him to show me one Arabic speaker that would use that word in the context of crowding around or upon.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find one speaker. I speak Arabic. I've been around a lot. I hear a lot. I need him to show me one Arabic speaker that's ever used it in the context of being crowded or in a crowded place. I need, if he's able to find somebody that like a group of people and what I will be like, all right, we have a point, but like this man is a liar because his prophet would celebrate the month of June.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing's helping here, right? He's changing the words. He's saying David's wrong. The real David Wood is being humiliated in front of his own eyes. But he's not making it better. He's just saying it's wrong.
I'm going back home, man. I can't do this DebateCon thing. I gotta go home, man. This is embarrassing.
On texts, including Akhbar Mecca by Al-Fakahi, Muhammad complained to Abdullah that, quote, they wounded me all night long. At which point the Prophet proceeds to lay his head and fall asleep in Abdullah's lap.
Poor Muhammad was all tuckered out from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long, and he fell asleep with his head resting on Ibn Masud's lap. Yes, Muhammad liked resting his head on men's laps to fall asleep. Just ask Biha al-Kalbi.
And you guys are so weird if you think this implies anything other than brotherly affection.
All night long. Turns out
that's his only response.
Real quick.
You guys are so weird. Go ahead, Al.
Hey, Eric, are you friends with Thaddeus?
I would say so.
Okay. Thaddeus, are you friends with Eric?
Yeah.
Okay. How many times have either of you put your head on each other's lap?
It happens a lot, guys. I've seen it. We're making the Quran Demolition Ranch. It's normal. It's completely normal. We do it all the time.
I don't remember that part of the Quran Demolition Ranch. I must have amnesia or something.
Is that not,
I don't remember that.
Is that not normal? Do you guys not do that with your friends?
No.
Oh.
Awkward. That's okay. I got the Mufti will help you out.
No problem. It's fine for it to be cringy.
That's cringy. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it could be innocent, right? I mean, I actually don't think it's anything sexual in this particular instance. He just fell asleep on his lap. But it is weird. And for him to say we're weird for thinking that this is something out of the ordinary, I don't know what he's telling about himself. Hey, guys, me and the Warner, we put our heads in each other's laps all the time, okay? It's perfectly fine.
Oh, my gosh.
I like to have a man's mouth near my privates. What is the problem with that?
It's very Islamic, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad didn't. It's the sunnah.
Eduardo says, it's not gay to ride your friends all night.
As long as you got socks on.
Mm-hmm. It depends. I mean, are you writing him like an animal or like a sexual encounter? Because, I mean, it's not technically gay to write him like an animal. Very strange. I definitely don't recommend it, but technically not gay.
When they're described as black, it doesn't mean African.
Who are these al-Zutt, these naked men who rode Muhammad all night long? According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern-day Pakistan, described in the sources as very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor-intensive work.
Sounds like Muhammad was using them for some labor-intensive work. Al-Zutt referred to people from India or Pakistan. Do we know anything else about these guys?
In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, al-Zutt are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. In fact, according to one Arabic source, al-Tashibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, the penis of al-Zutt never weakens, meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready.
The men of Al-Zutt were known for being extremely horny at all times, and Muhammad wanted to meet with these men at night in the desert, and they mounted him and rode him all night long.
And this point is just absolutely mute because it doesn't say that they are the people of Zutt. It says كأنهم الزوت, as though they are the people of Zutt. So they...
Notice he doesn't deny it. He doesn't deny it. He says, hey, they're not the people. They're not the men of Al-Zutt. So it doesn't matter if the men of Al-Zutt had large penises that never went to soft.
But can I just...
That's a very odd and specific description.
Imagine showing this to a bunch of grade school boys, like this story, like the endless mockery and humiliation that Muhammad would be enduring.
Wait a minute. They were jinn or aliens or whatever, and they looked like the men of Al-Zutt, because that's what it's saying here.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what they look like, maybe they had large phalluses that never went to sleep, these jinn. And that is why it's saying, oh, they were like the men of Al-Zutt. Either way.
They appeared as the men of Al-Zutt. But they were not the men of Al-Zutt. So
in
Muhammad
that way,
actually got passed around by a bunch of demons.
Yes.
Did Allah make it appear?
Because, like I
so,
said, it could
someone else?
It could have just been a few of them, right? That have the strength of many men. It could have just been. It could have been one. Could have been one really powerful demon that one really powerful jinn that had the strength of 30 men. Maybe he only got injected by one.
Maybe. And listen, we're just trying to hear. He's giving us his explanation. All right, now this is the logical conclusion. That's it. But what's amazing to me with these Muslims, like David, when he first came up with this, it wasn't that he actually said this is what happened 100%. It's the fact that the Muslims constantly lie about our scriptures over and over again. They lie about Abraham. They lie about Rebecca being 3. They lie about Mary. They lie about Isaac. They lie about all these people, totally and utterly misrepresenting our scriptures. Okay, that his point was, okay, we're going to go give the least charitable interpretation to this hadith, and they run, and also the Muslims get mad, but they ignore the real reason why David even came up with this, why he did the video. The stupidity. They cannot. I can't deal. I had a long day at work.
You've had enough. You can't take anymore.
Oh, the stupidity. I can't deal. It's a lot of stupid. Oh well.
Well, unfortunately, we still got 4 more minutes of Deen before we can move on to something less stupid. So
the Deen. The same Deen that was like, oh, it's really funny how these other people want to go claim Jesus as their own. Go find your own guy. Did you see that tweet?
Was that Deenresponds?
Yeah.
I did see it, but I didn't remember who.
That's Orthodox Muslim, same dude. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let's continue.
Resembled them. Not saying that they're literally the people of Zutt.
So?
And to add to that, to show that these people.
So did their penises resemble? Did the jinn penises resemble the Zutt penises that never go soft? I mean, how does this help any?
Origin is the fact that their private parts weren't showing, despite them being naked. As you can see, you can find photos online of supernatural, ghostly, or scary beings that are.
That's what he wants to have written Muhammad.
Yeah. That makes it so much better. That right there. Imagine 30 of those coming at you in the middle of the desert to ride you.
Also, is that what he's saying the men of Al-Zoot looked like? Because that's highly offensive.
I mean, there's a certain point, Muslims, just stop. You're making this so much worse.
Did they form a straight line, or was it a pile of men on Momo?
Keep the clear reading of the hadith. It's just making it worse and worse and worse. Stupid. Islam, a very interesting religion.
The Zutt penis never goes daif. Oh man. Dean's like, yeah, those are some sexy gins. I wanted them to ride me.
They're just naked bodies, but they don't have private parts showing.
Why did Muhammad want to meet these guys at night in the desert? And what do the sources mean when they say these guys were riding him all night long?
Jinn wouldn't want to interact.
We're just playing.
As we just explained before.
We're just playing horsey.
You were saying?
They were just playing horsey.
Oh yeah.
You should see they have no genitalia. They're just playing horsey. They rode him, you know, he got on all fours and crawled around like they had a great time. All night. He was so exhausted because he was crawling around like a horse the entire time. That's why he had to go, you know, he was already in that position, so he laid on his buddy's lap after he was beat out.
Maybe this is why when Muhammad saw a baby crawling around, he's like, "Ooh, I want to marry that baby." He's like, "That reminds me of the time I was crawling around and the Zoot were riding me."
I think this is very plausible.
Oh gosh. I might need to rethink my position here. I might have gotten it completely wrong. I think this guy's onto something.
All right, Dean, what do you got for us?
Ride, you perverted fool.
It can either mean they rode him like a horse.
Let's get that again.
To interact in the daytime. 2, as we just explained before, that term does not mean ride, you perverted fool.
It can either mean.
Okay, you didn't explain. You relied on ChatGPT, which would be like the worst possible way to do a translation of a word when you have a freaking dictionary that can tell you what the word means. But I'll give him the first part. Yeah, the reason Muhammad went in the desert in the night was because the jinn would not have rode him all night during the day. They wouldn't have wanted to ride him during the day. They would have ride him at night. Okay, great. They want to have a night encounter with Muhammad. I agree.
They rode him like a horse, or it can mean they had sex with him. What do you think it means in this context?
I think you're presenting a false dichotomy where your perverse mind is presenting 2 possible options as being the only options when there is a third option. Its usage here is in a metaphorical sense, whereby Abu Huraira uses it in this manner.
Verified narrator.
They metaphorically had sex with Muhammad all night long.
Metaphorically rode him. They metaphorically injected their virility into him.
When I said it was a metaphysical matter, I did not watch this video before.
Actually, they didn't inject. It was already there. They just unlocked it spiritually. He had the strength of 30 men within him, and they metaphorically injected their virility into him without touching him, just by riding him in a non-sexual manner. And he then gained the strength of 30 men.
Mm-hmm.
The things Islam causes us to say.
I'm not reading that comment.
Oh my.
Well, his first instinct was to sit down. Was he trying to hide and protect that one part of his body, which these naked men were apparently trying to access? That is his bottom, by sitting down.
Man, you see how they look at details like Abdullah ibn Massud sitting down. Abdullah tells you why he sat down. It's because he was terrified, not parts of his body. You guys are just utter fools.
I wonder why. It's like, oh, he must have been terrified. Why?
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
I'm just going to ask everyone here. If you were terrified of a situation, right? You see one of those demon monsters that Dean says rode Muhammad all night long. Would you sit down or would you run away?
Run away.
But he's terrified of something very specific. He's terrified of accessing his butt. So he takes his butt away. His butt runs away. I mean, David said he was scared of them mounting him. I mean, they're not disagreeing.
Couldn't he even run after
Why
that?
was he scared? What was he scared, Dean? Why?
Wait, does it say he ran away?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna. Well, then that would be the proof, because he was able to run afterwards. If he was, ran through by 30 men, he wouldn't be able to run. But it doesn't say that, so it still stands. That would be the counter argument.
Crawling back slowly. Oh man, it was a bad night.
Barely made it on. Barely made it on his buddy's lap.
Mama was not doing any riding. He was just crawling.
Muhammad was the bottom.
He was the one who was being ridden. So.
It feels like I'm speaking to 15-year-olds right now. I couldn't present verses from the Bible clearly as though it's weird or sexualized when clearly it shouldn't be taken that way. Would you like it if people start saying that Jesus has some foot fetish because he washes his disciples' feet? I mean, you can extract.
That's the best he can do, right? He's been threatening us all the time. The best he can do is Jesus washed feet. Therefore, he wanted to have sex with them.
I thought they loved Jesus more than we do. This doesn't seem very respectful.
Well, no, he's not saying that is true. He's saying he could do that, but he won't do that because he's not like
because
us.
Washing your feet is the same as being ridden all night by a bunch of dark men. Yeah, that's they got us there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same thing. I mean, one version says ride all night long, and you could interpret that as either literal or sexual. And the other scripture says people wash his feet, which you could either interpret as literal or apparently sexual somehow. I don't really know what Dean's into, that he thinks washing of feet is a sex act. But hey, Dean, you can keep your private business to yourself.
Yeah, and
I don't
he's
need
calling
to know what
us
you're doing
perverts.
with feet, okay?
He's projecting his foot fetish onto us. No.
Any meaning, if you detach it from its context and you read into it whatever you want to read into it. I think we've covered most that David's trying to laughably claim within the end of this video. But the funny thing is, Raymond Ibrahim actually put potential responses Muslims bring, and David Wood extracted that part out of the video, funnily enough. So let's bring up that part of Raymond Ibrahim's video, and that will actually include...
You know, if you extract something, that probably means you used it. The fact that he didn't choose to put the responses because he didn't need to. Actually, his video was titled, Can Muslims Explain the Weirdest Hadith or the Weirdest Story in Islam? He doesn't need to pre-put in responses for you, Dean.
Some of the parts that we were saying as a possible response, but Raymond Ibrahim apparently isn't satisfied with these potential Muslim responses.
I'm not
so
either.
Let's rebut his rebuttal, inshallah.
Watch several and ask an expert sheikh about this.
What'd you say?
I said Muhammad was satisfied after the 30 men of Al-Zutt, had their way.
He might have been a little over satisfied. He was like, oh, that was more than I intended to take tonight.
Typical responses are that 1, al-zoot were not humans, but rather jinn. 2, this occurred during Muhammad's famous meeting with the jinn, known in Islamic tradition as the night of the jinn, when the Prophet recited the Quran to them. And 3, it's known that Abudullah ibn Massud was not present with Muhammad during the night of the jinn. So therefore, this hadith must be weak and likely fabricated. Such are the responses against this hadith. As we have seen, however, and as those who use this hadith as a polemic against Islam point
out. Oh, look, it's literally the things Dean said.
He's he's getting ridden all night and he's reciting the Quran to them while being ridden. Yeah, come on, Muhammad, tell us more. Tell us more about it.
The moon has been split. The moon has been split. The moon has been split. See, he's reciting the Quran all night long.
My moon has been split. There's a crater in my moon.
It's wild.
out, the earliest references to al-Zutt all depict them as humans.
Oh, so not even 5 seconds into his rebuttal, and I'm already noticing a big problem. No one is saying that Zutt are jinns. They're saying that these people resemble the people of Zutt and are jinns. The evidence for this is it says كأنهم الزُّت.
Did he just say
More
the
than
same
that,
thing?
We have other
Yes. He just repeated the same thing. He does not have any other points. He just repeats the same
No,
point.
I mean, like, he just wait, can you wind that back like 15 seconds? I want to make sure I heard that right.
Oh, so not even 5 seconds into his rebuttal, and I'm already noticing a big problem. No one is saying that Zutt are jinns. They're saying that these people resemble the people of Zutt and are jinns. Evidence for this is it said.
What? No one's saying they're jinns, but they're not people. They're jinns that resemble people. What?
Yeah, so that's equivalent to me saying, no one is saying Eric is on this stream. We're saying Eric from Ohio is on this stream. Okay. How does adding more words mean you're not saying it, right? If you say you say a general statement and then you say a more specific statement that encompasses it, you are in fact saying the general statement.
You just said it. No one's saying that, but I'm saying that right now, right after. He didn't even wait to like separate it with time. He just immediately said, no one's saying this, but here's this thing that I just said no one's saying. I'm gonna have to pick that one up.
Dean, you're wrong. I agree with you completely.
كأنهم الزُّت. More than that, we have other narrations that clarify that this is the time where jinns were around. One version of the narration found in Jami' al-Tirmidhi clarifies that this night was the night of the jinn. The more authentic narration from Abudullah ibn Massud wasn't there. Says that this was at the night of the jinn. Found in Sahih Muslim. So to detach this from being jinns is just weird. Like it's just completely ad hoc. More than that, the narration itself presents them as supernatural beings. As I mentioned before, the fact that
the narration itself does not.
It doesn't.
A supernatural
No.
being. It says I couldn't see their genitalia. It doesn't say they didn't have genitalia. Plus,
Well,
they
it was
do have
dark out.
genitalia.
It was night. I mean, how would he see their genitalia?
Yeah, I know,
He
and they're
would
100
only
feet
feel it, right?
away.
He would
Like
only feel it.
100 to 200 feet away. I couldn't see his penis from 200 feet away. He must be a jinn.
Yeah.
What?
I couldn't see him. I couldn't see them because they were behind me the entire time. I was on my hands and knees with my head to the ground. I couldn't see. Took turns.
Oh, is it
That's what Maleek is like. I can't see the water. He's always behind me.
Oh.
their private parts were invisible despite them appearing as though they're naked, shows you that these are supernatural beings. Unless you're going to tell me the people of Zutt are able to magically have their private parts disappear.
And dismissing the hadith as weak on the claim that Abdullah was not present for the night of the jinn is itself very weak, since the night in question had nothing to do with the jinn.
It's dark out because it's the night, and they could have had clothes on.
Yep. Well, it said that the hadith does say they appeared to be naked.
Oh,
but
it
it just says I couldn't see it. Right? I couldn't see their genitalia.
I mean, they could be like hands over it, covering it. You know.
Yeah. Or he sees them from behind because they're.
I mean, again, he could have. Yeah, he might have.
Not to get too graphic, but maybe their penis is inside something and he can't see it. I mean.
There are a lot of options.
Well, he can't see. They're not surrounding him. They're in a. I guess someone asked earlier, do you think they were surrounding him or they formed a line? I guess since he didn't see anything, he would have had to be. Oh, why am I hearing an echo myself? But anyway,
plug in your headset.
No. It's because it's okay, Mary. We had this problem earlier.
Well,
when someone else joins, sometimes the screen share.
Oh, so it's
So is
you.
it me?
It's
Do I
your
need
fault
to-
again.
oh wait.
Thaddeus did it. We're all
Okay,
good.
I don't hear myself anymore.
Well, being naked, it doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh, you were completely and utterly, completely butt naked. Maybe they're wearing a loincloth and he really didn't see their genitalia.
Yeah, they've just got a little strip, like a male thong.
Oh, well, there are a number of hadiths back then about
Okay, you're echoing
how...
like crazy, Mary.
No, I'm not. It wasn't me. Something else was up. But anyway, there were a bunch of ahadith where about the poor people among the Muslims, and because Muhammad innovated a new style of bowing where your butt goes up in the air, they were flashing everyone because their underwear was like a short skirt, and the poor people didn't have any more clothing than like the short skirts. So the men would bow to Allah and flash everyone with their backsides and with their junk hanging down, with their butt up in the air, and everyone behind them could see it. So maybe it was just his angle. They were just wearing little skirts, and the angle kept them from seeing it.
Could be. I said we are getting a slight echo from you, Sarah, specifically. I was paying attention to where the audio is coming from.
You hear me?
You want to...
Yeah, you're
so when
echoing.
Mary was talking, some of her audio was coming through on you.
So you have to mute when you're not talking.
Let me take a couple super chats while we're paused, and then we just got 30 seconds left in this, and then we'll get to something less ridiculous, perhaps. M3 became a channel member.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
No excuses for
They're
him.
so close to being right. So close. They heard what we've been saying, and then they're like, "Oh, we got to use that one. That's good stuff." Except we're going to give our money to Satan and evil, horrible people. They're so this close.
Welcome to the people of the chat. Thank you very much for that donation. Psalm 1 with a super sticker.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Thank you for that. Mad Monkey triggered happy birthday to say I didn't talk about that. No idea what the context was there. And Lily Ann with a super chat.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Hard face palm from Eric while he was off camera there. That scream is not something I added. It's not a sound effect. It is part of their little promo video. Oh, they like, there's a scream in the background, but who wants to do another take? Let's just go with it.
That gets me every time, unless they purposely put it in there. I mean, it is extremely obvious. Oh my. What is it? Is it supposed to be Aisha screaming in the back?
So in fairness, the version they put out has music, so it's less obvious. I removed the music from it, but you can definitely hear the scream in the original version as well. And there's like, it's good enough, good enough. I assume it's a kid playing in the background, but who knows? Maybe it's Muhammad encountering the al-zoot in the background. Who knows? Thank you, Lily Ann, for your support. I haven't heard any more about Maleek. Is he still making TikTok lives? He is definitely going live. He's streaming like 5 hours a day on TikTok. However, he seems to be backing down, right? He appeared on Big John Steele's a Christian channel's podcast a few days ago. And he's like, I haven't doxed anyone. What are you talking about? So he seems to be trying to say that he didn't do it. It's kind of like the Dawa boys all over again, right? A couple days after he revealed all the sick stuff that they're into, he's like, I never said anything. It was a joke, blah, 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 blah. And then It's out there. We got it. So I think he's facing the same kind of pressure from the Dawa community. Like, what are you doing? They're blowing up Qurans as a result of this. They're putting Muhammad in a jar of piss. What is wrong with you? And so now he's pretending it never happened. But we'll see. Tomorrow, supposed to be the big day. Pow, pow. Jay Prince is going to get you, David. So we'll see. We'll see what happens
He's gonna
tomorrow. Get me? Yep. Or maybe he's getting David Segara. I'm not sure. All right. Let's finish off this video. Let me reshare that real quick.
Not in the Al-Zoot sense.
Yes. Not finish it off in the Al-Zoot sense. That is true.
Highly trusted transmitter of hadith. By the way,
this guy's a complete jahil. No one's saying that Abdullah bin Massud isn't trustworthy based on this. It's to say that the chain leading up to Abdullah bin Massud is weak and contains material that contradicts what's sound from Abdullah bin Massud, which is found in Sahih Muslim. It seems like you can't even deal with rebuttals properly here. If you want more response videos like this, like and subscribe. Or
yeah, be sure to like and subscribe, everyone, to my channel, not to Deenresponds.
I'm glad that Deenresponds is here to tell us that all the imams in the Middle East, all the imams in Saudi Arabia, all the imams in Egypt, all the imams of Morocco, they're all idiots. Because none of the imams have said that these chains are weak. But Deenresponds is here to help all of you Muslims who stupidly follow the people who are imams, who have actual training in these matters. And he's here to correct the record and let everyone know that all of the experts who have previously voiced their opinion, their expert opinions based on their training, are morons, and Deen knows the truth. So we're here for it, Deen. Come and correct all the Islamic, none of whom have made this argument before.
Mm-hmm. Inky says, Al-Zoot Leering Center for Profits. Indeed.
Are you dumb?
Yes. All right. So next up on my list, in honor of
before you go next up, I think we need to show more respect to Mufti Deenresponds. Okay. And happy Al-Zutt Day. And I do need to get going because
okay. Thank you for joining us, Sarah. The pile of people coming and surrounding me is about to diminish.
Yes.
Check out Apostate of Allah on YouTube. I'll get links to everyone who joins channels added afterwards.
Did you just say that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. God bless you guys, and bye, guys. God bless.
Yeah, we are having a little bit of feedback, but I think it was coming from Sarah, so I think we'll probably be okay now.
All right. Well, that's one happy customer. There's still 5 of us left with surrounding Muhammad right now.
And we got the cat. Cat is back. We're back up to 6. Ha-ha.
Nice.
Yeah, so when they say that those surrounding Muhammad were just listening to what he had to say of the Quran, the only sense in which I'm gonna be that close to Muhammad is to refute him via the Quran and the Bible. So just to make that clear, I have no interest doing anything more than that with Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it was very convenient for him to leave out the section of Muhammad saying that they hurt him. I've heard other Muslims try to refute it, saying that he recited the Quran so perfectly and so intensely that it actually hurt him. And that's
the
why
same
he had
guy
to
who was
fall
forgetting
back.
verses.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
An entire surahs had to be
I would
reminded.
actually give them a bit of that because reading this book is extremely painful.
That's true.
Masochist.
Whatever says deed is done. Indeed.
You are a failure of a human being.
Sorry, Dean. We do have more responses from Muslims coming up later. But before that, let me take a couple super chats from Jab.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
My ham and bacon pizza just arrived, as mentioned on Babylon 5. Zooty zoot zoot. Indeed. Enjoy your pizza. That is a perfect food for the night of Al-Zutt. Lily Ann with another super chat. I believe this is the third one.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Oh my, Yasakari. He has a class that you could go deep with the Al-Zoot. Oh my. 50 Shades of Al-Zoot, says Lily Ann. And Yasakari is correct. That is not something you want to be talking about in public. That's why we're not doing so in this public live stream, I think. All right, one more super chat. This one, I am taking them in order in general, but this one will directly tie into what we're doing next from SB Sagara.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Watch what Allah does, but don't watch what Muhammad does as you stand behind the Diddy line. Y'all acting like David Wood Jr. I think you mean the real David Wood. Asking you if you lay your heads on each other's laps is weird when Eric from Ohio literally zooted that book, shaking my head. Eric, why are you literally zooting books?
Ugh.
Zoot, zoot.
Zoot. Ew, brother. Ew,
He's
brother.
penetrating the book.
Finger width here.
Is your finger about 1.8 inches?
I'm guessing.
Just checking.
I don't think the men of Al-Zutt were that small.
No.
I think
Thank you very much for that donation. So now we will have Eric from Ohio zooting that book up next. Let's see. Here we go.
Eric from Ohio had a farm.
And we just had way more snow than this, right?
Oh yeah. This puts Ohio to shame right now. I mean, we literally, I went out and measured it not too long ago, and it's still a couple days after it. We still have like 13 inches of snow, and I think it was negative 14 out earlier. Yeah, earlier this morning. It's cold.
So you could say we received 13 inches.
Yeah.
Much like the men of Al-Zutt gave Muhammad.
13 inches to Muhammad.
On that farm he had some pigs. With a sheep here and a goat there. Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Eric from Ohio had a book.
E-I-E-I-O. And that book made no sense. E-I-E-I-O. So we fed it here, fed it
That's some nice feeding of your animals there.
I was shocked with how eager they were. Holy cow! I mean, I like. Okay, I'm going to make this video. I got a page here. I'm just going to like put it near them, see what happens, and it just like yanks it out of my hand immediately. It's like, holy cow!
Mm-hmm.
And then the cow's just like, I want the whole thing. I don't want a little piece. Why are you giving me a little piece? I want the entire thing.
That's what Muhammad said on the night of Al-Zutt.
It's hungry like Muhammad was.
So while I was reviewing footage from that people submitted to get out the ones that were Al-Zutt themed, I saw your little scientific experiment where you're like, sorry, I don't have enough pages to feed you all. Because your animals, they just wanted to eat the Quran so bad.
Well, I thought it was a perfect thing because, I mean, I've heard Muslims, say that reciting the Quran and they come running. They never end up saying they say that, when the Quran is recited, the cows come running. But what about when the Quran is fed? So I go ahead and the reason why they're running is they think they're getting food. They want to eat it.
Mm-hmm. Apparently. We've solved the mystery of why cows come when you have a Quran.
And I mean, those are just straight pages. I didn't have to put anything on them or anything. I was like, here, just a page. And it's devoured.
Salty Kid says, I found this song on iTunes, downloaded immediately. It's on iTunes now, Eric?
It is?
You didn't know? Apparently it is.
Hey, I'll take it. That's cool. I didn't put it there, but man, if someone actually did the work to put it on there, more power to them. Maybe Sal did.
Pages flying everywhere.
Eric from Ohio had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Sometimes he shoots it straight. E-I-E-I-O. Sometimes he wipes his butt.
Eric, why are you only wiping your butt sometimes?
He's saying that because I mentioned that's the one line in this one that I'm like, man, this sounds like I might not wipe all the time. I wipe all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's implied sometimes with the Quran, right? And sometimes, I guess, with regular toilet paper. I did see many comments like, I am so glad there was not a cut scene to a bathroom right there or whatever.
Although David said it would have been funny to do.
The camera's
up
here and you see him reach back and then he's got a Quran covered in his crap.
Well, you have to remember that it probably wouldn't be a shot of a bathroom because Muhammad was not using toilets until sometime in the last 4 years of his life. Before then, he was an outdoor pooper because he was so scared of those toilet jinn. Now, this story of Al-Zutt tells us one of the reasons that he might be afraid of toilet jinn, of taking down his pants around jinn that could come and get him. So there you go.
Oh man,
the more you
it's
know.
Misagara says it's on Spotify as well. So you got many options. Many options.
You guys took this everywhere. Holy cow, this is awesome. It's like
we go to your brother in Christ
everywhere.
Your Brother in Christ YouTube channel for the music video. Those music sites, you're only going to get the music without the video. So for the video, go to Your Brother in Christ YouTube channel.
Pages spin in chaos reign. Sheep just stare like
Bro's insane.
the Quran is such a stupid book.
No joke. On the Quran Demolition Ranch, David was singing that line constantly.
Yes.
I
was shocked.
He got it stuck in my head, and I wasn't even there.
And then, to make matters worse, I don't know how he got it stuck in Mary's head, but then Mary was saying something about it being stuck in her head.
And so Eric decided to play it.
Yes.
Me.
I'm like, all right, guys, going to bed, close the door. All of a sudden, I hear Mary say something about Zooted that book, and Eric starts playing it, and Thaddeus and Mary and Eric are all just listening to Zooted that book while I'm like laying down. I'm like, nope, never mind, forget this. But yeah, when we were like on the Quran Demolition Ranch, it was like every 3 seconds David was singing it.
All right, continuing on.
Every day the book gets zooted. Zoot, 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 zoot. Same book gets eaten. Zoot, 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 zoot. It gets zooted here, zooted there, zooted everywhere. Everywhere,
That's some nice zooting of some books there, Eric.
Yeah, it was very enjoyable.
I was going to say, I bet you had a lot of fun.
This one here.
And you did this at home, and then you brought all these same guns to the Quran Demolition Ranch and zooted some more books. It's like the song is true. Every day you're zooting the Quran.
Ohio Zutted that book.
Very nice. Very good work there.
And that was just like a spontaneous. I just got like that's a similar song to that stuck in my head. And I was like, I'm just going to throw this over to Sal and see what he comes up with. So I said, all I did was I just gave him, said, hey, I want a song, you know, Eric from Ohio, E-I-E-I-O, with some of the stuff I've done to the Quran. And that's all I gave him. And from that, he built that entire song. He's got some serious skills there.
I just think it's extra hilarious that it has come this full circle with that song, because most people don't know, but that song started off as Old MacDougal had a farm in Ohio, I-O. It wasn't E-I-E-I-O, it was Ohio, I-O originally. So then Eric's like, hey, can you do this song of me? You know, Eric from Ohio. And I'm like imagining it's going to go back to its roots. Like, I don't know, Eric had a farm in Ohio, I-O. Instead we get Eric from Ohio had a farm. Yeah. But yeah, it's just funny.
And he only sometimes wipes his butt.
With the Quran. Other times he uses toilet paper.
There are exceptions.
I think. I haven't actually personally witnessed it, just to be clear.
I mean, maybe they have a bidet at their house. You know, you never know. He doesn't have to wipe.
True.
Well,
So sometimes he wipes and sometimes he uses a bidet. There we go.
I mean, yeah, you can still be clean.
I'm so glad we're all speculating what my husband does with his butt.
You didn't have to walk around with brown cheeks.
It's like the night of Al-Zutt. We speculate about.
I mean, it's on topic.
I don't know. What are you guys like, Junior? Like, you think about a dude's butt all day? How is this normal?
I literally think about this every day.
How could this be?
I can't stop thinking about Muhammad's butt.
So, the real David Wood, do you know what I was referring to with that?
Oh, what?
The tweet I was referring to?
No.
So there's this like great debater who goes by Junior. And so he always puts out what I'm assuming are just like rage bait tweets. I'm not really sure. I'm concerned about his mental status regardless. But he put out this tweet. He put out this tweet that was like, how could you worship a god that has a butthole? I think about this every day. How could this be? And I'm like, Yeah, how could it be that you think about a dude's butthole every day? What on earth? Like, you all right?
Here's the thing. A lot of Muslims don't know why they're so preoccupied with Allah not having a butthole. But there is a very important hadith that explains that the only difference visually between Adam, whenever he was... So Allah went and shaped Adam out of mud. And he's lying down and he's not yet animate. And all of the angels are terrified of him because they think that he is Allah. And then Iblis, the devil, flies into Adam's nose and out of his anus, out of his butthole, and goes, "Ha ha! This isn't Allah because he's got a butthole. He's hollow inside. He has a hole that goes all the way through, while your Lord is solid, samad." This statement of Allah's solidity, aka his lacking of butthole, is in the Quran. So the Quran canonically states that Allah is unique because he lacks a butthole. So apparently Allah and a sea cucumber, which only has one opening as well, have something in common.
Probably about the same level of intelligence as well.
Listen, there's a billion people out there who think that this is plausible. I just want to point this out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
YGL said, in memory of Salwan Momika. Yeah, we won't be watching that today, but we did put out a memorial for Salwan on the Quran Demolition and Ranch. I recorded there. Nice fire pit. Check that out on Quran Demolition Ranch YouTube channel. All right. What do you guys want to watch next? Do you want to see a non-Muslim reaction to this? A random person being quizzed about it?
I mean, a non-Muslim reaction should be pretty good. Because I haven't seen their reaction.
All right, then. And I have not actually watched this myself. So,
oh boy,
we'll all be seeing it for the first time. In fact, it's titled Blind Reaction. So, blind reaction to the weirdest Muhammad story. So, this is Nuk Taku, a VTuber. He's Jewish, politically conservative, and his audience convinced him to watch this video and react to it live. So we're going to be seeing his reaction to David's
They are
video.
so mean. His audience is so mean. Let's just blindside this guy.
Yeah, and this is originally part of a live stream. He clipped it down, but part of a live stream. He's a streamer. He streams 4, 6, 8, whatever hours a day. So this is part of a live stream where his audience convinced him to watch this live on his stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on Nuk Taku covering all lore. That's right, as often as we can, hopefully daily, all lore. Lock in, because now we are looking into the lore of the weirdest Islamic story ever written. This is in the Quran, I'm pretty sure, and it is the story of Al-Zutt. Now, I have heard of this in passing. I didn't do a deep dive, so we're going to do a deep dive right now. All right, so this definitely still counts as lore. All right, this is Islam lore. It counts as lore. All right, let's see.
There are a lot of weird stories.
This was literally requested by chat. That's how the Nuk Taku channel operates, for the record. Every day, if we can, we do a video on the most requested lore to react to.
In the Muslim sources. Stories that make you wonder, why in the name of common sense would anyone ever write down something like this? But I challenge you to find a weirder, creepier, more disturbing story than the tale of Muhammad's late-night desert rendezvous with the men of Al-Zutt.
Oh boy.
Since Raymond Ibrahim has already done the research on Muhammad's romantic encounter, we'll let Raymond break down the details.
That could be described.
This odd hadith, which I'm about to narrate, appears in several hadith.
What were you saying?
I don't know if that encounter would be best described as romantic, but I think I should have worded that better.
Yeah, just I have not pre-watched this, so just viewer discretion. He might use some curse words. He's known to do that. I don't personally mine, but if that you're sensitive about that, just be aware it might be coming up. I don't know one way or another for sure.
Collections, including the highly esteemed Musnad of Ibn Hanbal, founder of one of Islam's 4 schools of laws, or madahib, as well as in many other well-respected Islamic texts, all of which are being taught in Al-Azhar.
So, the scholars know about this. But like so many other issues the scholars hide from us, this story hasn't worked its way to the general population.
Not yet.
Until now.
Not yet. It's getting there. It's getting there.
Hadith, which is narrated by Abudullah ibn Massud, a companion of the Prophet and one of Islam's most reliable and trustworthy transmitters of a hadith, goes as follows.
All right.
Brace yourself.
So it's a very reliable source. All right. Oh, God. Oh, God. What am I getting into? Why am I
Abdullah
doing
begins
this?
by telling us that Muhammad called on him to accompany him on a trip into the desert. When they reached a certain place and night had fallen, Muhammad made a line in the sand, most likely a circle, and told Abdullah, quote, "Stay behind this line and do not cross it, for if you do, you will die."
Damn, all right.
Muhammad drew a line in the sand and warned his companion, Abudullah ibn Massud, not to cross it.
Okay, fair.
Let's call this line the Diddy line, as in Muhammad didn't just cross that line, did he? We could also call it the cuck line for reasons that...
Is this this is real. This isn't even fiction. This video has like 1 million views. This is 1.4 million views. This is like a known story, an approved story. Okay, listen, you can't say that I'm Islamophobic for understanding Islamic lore.
Will soon be clear.
Muhammad then left his startled companion and walked into the desert night, about the distance of a hurled stone, says Abdullah.
All right, it's not very far.
Before long, our narrator saw a group of men, he does not specify how many, who, quote, appeared to be al-Zutt.
Oh boy.
He describes them as, quote,
That's what
tall,
they're from.
lean.
Like, I know them from the meme. I don't actually like know anything about this.
Appeared to be al-Zutt.
Wait, there's a meme?
He describes them as, quote, tall.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I mean, people have definitely made meme images.
People have been memeing it. Yeah, he probably knows it from there.
Okay, so for the older people in the audience who don't know how the young people today speak, whenever they talk about for the memes, they're referring even to like verbal references to it, like he zooted him, zoot, whatever, so he might know of it in that way, and that's still called a meme without any sort of visual representation. So
yeah. Wait, Mary?
Yes?
Did you just call me old?
Yes. And you're like 10 years younger than me.
I am really confused.
I'm an X, so you're a millennial, but that's how the Gen Z use the term meme. Just so you know.
But I mean, I think the point is that
20s.
Yep. Elle's the youngest of us all, I think. Well, no, I guess the real David Wood.
The real David Wood, yeah. The old David Segara is a little bit older.
But I still wouldn't know that it's a meme, like verbally or otherwise, outside of our circle. But apparently, it is at least a minor meme outside our circle.
Lean and naked.
Bro. No. Wait. So he draws a line in the sand for Ibrahim, his companion, to stand behind the line, or else he will surely die. And then he goes to meet up with the people of Al-Zutt, these tall, lean, naked men. Bro, what is this? This is actually real. I'm shocked. Bro.
So, Abudullah ibn Massud was behind the Diddy line, the cuck line, but Muhammad crossed the Diddy line. And he was soon surrounded by a number of tall, lean, naked men, the men of Al-Zutt.
Other Islamic sources say these Zutt were a black-skinned people, and we'll get into that later.
Okay.
After describing them, Abdullah goes on, and here's the problematic part, to say, quote, "They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah."
What? That's in the book? They included that? Oh my god. What?
Yes.
Is this real? How is this real?
His reaction. He's like, what?
It's like, why would they include that?
And they're proud of that. Yeah.
Well, it's because it's Ibn Massud. You cannot. So, for those who don't know,
Muhammad said that there are 4 who are the best reciters, therefore have the best, most reliable memories. They would have to be the most honorable people, the most honest of people. 4 out of all of his followers from whom you should take Quran. Ibn Massud was one of these 4. He is the top quality in terms of reliability. They can't get away from this. They can't escape it. Having been written down, they have an obligation to continue to report it. It's one of the reasons that I believe, by and large, the sources of the ahadith actually accurately report what the people said. You know, people can lie, people can deceive, people can do whatever, they can make up things, but it's accurately reporting what people of that period were saying, which is important because this is his testimony. And again, like I said before, I think that he made up the idea that he saw these things, but he is pretending to be an eyewitness to what Muhammad authentically told him happened. I really believe that that's what happened, that Muhammad had another one of his messed up demon dreams, one of his sleep paralysis encounters, and Ibn Massud claimed to back it up with having seen this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Real. I'm in shock. What? What am I watching? Oh my god. Oh my god. They went, okay, there's no...
That's what Ibn Massud said. What am I watching?
From behind the Diddy line.
There's no only way to like interpret right.
Yeah, Muhammad's like, you don't want this to happen to you, buddy. Stay behind that line. Oh man.
Only I can accept.
Only I
men.
can take
will
all
surely
of it.
Die.
Yeah.
You will surely die.
I'm powerful enough to handle 30 men. You're not. You will die if you take 30 men like I'm taking 30 men later. Stay behind the line, buddy. A real champs.
Is the blue illuminated gray man David Segara? Yes, this is David Segara. Right, this is David Segara, and next to him is the fake David Wood, and then we have the real David Wood on the panel.
Fighting him, right? Like, there's no way. Dude, I thought he was a pedophile. I didn't know he was. I mean, he married a 6-year-old.
Both, man.
He consummated the marriage when she turned 9. Like, I figured that was more his style. Bro!
They did what now? They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah.
Dude, stop.
Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad. The Arabic word yarkaboon, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted. And they did this
That's not any better. That's not better.
all night long.
Yes.
These tall.
Imagine him reacting to Deed. Dude, that's not any better. Deed is not better.
Lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad in the desert and rode him all night long, while his companion Abudullah ibn Massud watched from behind the cuck line.
During which time they would also come and circle around and try to reach him, but they were prevented, apparently, from the line of protection Muhammad had drawn in the sand for his companion.
Well, thank God Muhammad drew the line of protection.
Abdullah concludes his narration, quote,
This is like the oldest episode of Blacked. Bro, this is diabolical.
I was extremely terrified by them, so I sat down.
Yeah,
With the coming of dawn, they began to depart. Then the Prophet of Allah returned, slowly and in pain from that which they did while riding him.
Bro came back limping. I can't believe this is real. Bro, you cannot call me Islamophobic from trying to learn about Islamic culture, okay? This is not Islamophobia. this is lore. This is lore.
These tall, lean.
It's in their sources, right? I mean, how is reading their sources Islamophobia, right?
Yeah, this is we're actually showing so much love for their sources. I mean, this is Islamophilia, actually. We're curious and interested about Islam. Isn't that what they want?
I keep telling people that we respect Muhammad far more than any Muslim because we take the sources seriously when they don't. They don't want to accurately report what he said. They don't want to accurately report what he said. They don't want to believe what he believed. They don't want to rely on what he claimed to be true. And
we're better Muslims than they are.
Right. We're here helping them discover the truth about their religion and informing them of the things that have been hidden for them. And yeah, I'm like one of Nux's 1% female subscribers. I have been for quite a while.
And we read the Quran. We're such great Muslims. We read the Quran, and it says if you have any doubts, go read the Bible. Right?
So we do.
So we read the Bible because it's like, yeah, this thing sucks. So we're
I got doubts. It tells me to judge by the gospel. I do, and then the Muslims are mad about that. Again, I take their book more seriously than they do. What can we say, right? But yeah, his main channel is Nuxanor. This is a secondary channel. He has like a bunch of channels.
Yeah, I mean, well, he streams first, and then they get clipped down. I mean, he probably doesn't do it personally. He probably has an editor that does it, or multiple editors.
He has clipped down. Yeah. He has different channels for different purposes.
Yep.
But he was protected by the Diddy line. He was terrified, so he sat down. When dawn arrived, the tall, lean, black, naked men left, and Muhammad came stumbling back to Ibn Massud slowly because he was in pain from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long.
Bro, I'm literally losing. This is why leftists love Islam. I think I'm figuring it out.
According to another narration found in several...
That was a subtle joke there, but I found it very funny because he's basically saying that, hey, Islam supports LGBT, so that's why leftists love Islam.
Yeah.
Islamic texts, including Akhbar Mecca by Al-Fakahi, Muhammad complained to Abdullah that, quote, they wounded me all night long, at which point the Prophet proceeds to lay his head and fall asleep in Abdullah's lap.
Poor Muhammad.
No! There's no way it keeps getting worse. There is no way it keeps getting worse.
He's all tuckered out.
He doesn't understand Islam.
I mean, that's what happens when 30 men are putting something in. Yeah, they're wounding him. That's not meant to be, receiving inputs.
Oh. But according to Deen, you're just weird if you thought there was anything strange about that part.
Yeah, well, actually, Jesus washes the feet of the disciples, so dark-skinned men riding Muhammad all night long. If you think that's sexual, you're a pervert. You're just perverted. You can just misconstrue anything.
Yep.
And riding him all night long.
Dude,
and he fell asleep with his head resting on Ibn Masud's lap.
Bro.
Yes, Muhammad liked resting his head on men's laps to fall asleep. Just ask Dihya al-Kalbi. But who were these guys who mounted him and rode him all night long? Turns out, when they're described as black, it doesn't mean African.
Who are these al-zoot, these naked men who rode Muhammad all night long? According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern-day Pakistan.
No! This is the worst thing. What are we doing, man?
Described in the sources as very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor.
Do not redeem, they say as they're riding the Prophet, police be upon him.
Intensive work.
Sounds like Muhammad was using them for some labor-intensive work. So, al-zoot referred to people from India or Pakistan. Do we know anything else about these guys?
In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, al-zoot are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with a very
I'm sorry, I can't stand it. So this dude is like, he's actually like a scholar type guy explaining the story. How does it get worse, man? You've got to stop. Like, how could you be this unserious, dude?
Wait till he finds out about the animals.
They're known as
I think it's hilarious that he's very likely a Hatun Tosh fan. because he said, Muhammad, police be upon him.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
yes,
like I've heard people say because of her, and so it's possible that he picked it up from like a secondary source. But yeah, I find that very funny.
Yeah, he most likely picked it up from a secondary source because a ton of people have been saying it since then. When she started that.
Muhammad Zutz be upon him.
He seems to be quite active on Twitter and have learned a lot of things from Twitter. And I think that that's where he encountered Zutt, because the number of people who just respond with Zutt to all the Muslim stuff now is incredible.
Zutt Apologetics.
Trial and sexual. Dude, I'm losing my mind.
Large penises. In fact,
why does he even bring this up? I can't, dude. I can't.
Arabic source, Al-Tishibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, the penis of Al-Zutt never weakens, meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready.
I'm sorry. We're gonna have to do a lot more religious lore deep dives, I think, on this channel. Again, not trying to insult anybody or anything here. But we're just trying to figure that this is purely for research. See, the Nuk Taku channel is daily videos about lore, trying to figure out the truth. All right, that's what we're at. We're after wonderful stories and fascinating. Bro, what is happening?
The men of Al-Zutt were known for being extremely horny at all times. And Muhammad wanted to meet with these men at night in the desert. And they mounted him and rode him all night long while Ibn Massud watched from behind the Diddy line. Raymond asked ChatGPT about the men of Al-Zutt.
I then asked ChatGPT to give me a physical description of Al-Zutt based on early Arabic sources, and it said, quote, in literary and anecdotal texts, they are grouped together with other southern or dark-skinned people, all of whom have the following traits: sexual potency, prominent genitalia, and associations with physical strength and virility.
Oh my God.
Why did Muhammad want to meet these guys at night in the desert? And what do the sources mean when they say these guys were riding him all night long?
I mean, let's not forget that radical Islam literally supports executing gay people, right? Like, they still do it to this day. Like, I am actually shocked. I'm actually shocked. I've heard memes about this. I didn't know it was this bad. Bro, what is happening?
Now let's talk about the Arabic word translated as ride, as in Al-Zutt rode the Prophet. Not only does it have the same exact meaning in English, as in to ride a horse, for example, but it carries the same.
Doesn't make it any better, dude.
Same slang meaning, as in copulating with a woman.
Hey, look, he has this exact same reaction we had. It doesn't make it any better, dude.
Yep.
In fact, several Islamic sources use it literally to mean sex.
So,
no way, dude.
Rode him all night long.
That's way.
Either mean they rode him like a horse, or it can mean they had sex with him.
So you're telling me he went to the desert in the middle of the night to meet up with a lot of naked, black, incredibly sexual, perverted men to ride him like a horse.
What do you think it means in this context?
It's also interesting to note that when Al-Zutt begins circling and trying to reach our terrified narrator, Abdullah, his first instinct was to sit down. Was he trying to hide and protect that one part of his body, which these naked men were apparently trying to access? That is, his bottom, by sitting down?
Well, we saw what they were doing to poor Muhammad's junk in the trunk. So we can't blame him for sitting down and protecting his badonkadonk from the booty bandits of Al-Zutt.
Stop.
All right.
I'm dying.
Now that we know the details, Raymond puts it all together.
Muhammad took his close companion, Abdullah, into the desert at night. He warned him to wait behind a line and...
You know how, one of the things they say you do with a grizzly bear is you lay down and put your hand, you lay on your stomach, forwards. You have your hands so it can't turn you over. It's like they do the opposite for the men of Al-Zutt. You lay down like on your back and spread out so they can't flip you over.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
went off at a distance, apparently for a pre-planned rendezvous. Before long, Abdullah saw several naked men from the people of Al-Zutt appear, described in the sources as tall, lean, virile, and with large penises.
Of course. Why was Muhammad meeting these guys at night in the desert after crossing the Diddy line?
Bro.
These men then took turns riding or mounting the Prophet all night long. They also tried to reach in, but Abdullah immediately sat down, apparently to protect that one part of his body they were trying to access.
Ibn Massud apparently did a better job protecting his bubble pop than Muhammad did.
Bro,
As the sun rose, these naked men began to depart, even as Muhammad returned in pain, limping towards Abdullah and saying how Al-Zutt had injured him. He then lays in his companion's lap and falls asleep. Nothing suspicious here. No, this is what I would consider the weirdest, creepiest, most disturbing story in the Muslim sources.
I'm scarred. I can't believe this is real. And how is this not known? This is diabolical.
Saying a lot. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me ask all our Muslim friends what this means.
Muhammad was missing.
Why did Muhammad head out into the desert in the middle of the night to meet?
Dude was the first queer for Palestine. That's crazy.
With a bunch of Indian or Pakistan.
The first queer for Palestine.
Men who were known for their strong sexual appetites. Why did he bring his companion, Abdullah ibn Massud, and make him stand behind the Diddy line? Did Muhammad like it when one of his companions watched?
Stop.
What do your sources mean?
Bro,
when
he's
they
just
say
asking
that
questions. He's just asking questions.
tall, lean, black men mounted Muhammad and rode him?
He wanted him to watch and learn.
When the men of Al,
yes,
said, here's how you take the way you are now. You're new to this thing. This whole getting passed around by 30 men. One day you'll be able to take on 30 men like me. So here's how it's done. Here's what you're working towards.
Mm-hmm.
Most people would be killed by 30 men, but me, I've been practicing.
Didn't David do a Queers for Palestine Boom Boom Room? Yes, indeed.
Yes, he did.
With Gavid and Gay P. It was a good one. It was a good one.
Zutt approached the Diddy line, or the Cuck line. Why did Ibn Massud sit down to protect the Jiggle twins, his wiggle bags, his rump rockets?
Okay, dude.
And why did Muhammad return to Ibn Massud in pain, totally worn out from having his bounce house bounced on all night?
Oh my God.
Pass out on his companion's lap? Let me know in the comment section.
Bro, I would love to hear this Sneeko review, man.
If you'd like to watch Raymond Ibrahim's full video,
I would too.
Yes, Nico needs to review this.
the link is in the
description. I love how dude literally titled his video, "Warning: This content may be triggering to Muslims." Fuck. Because this dude, he's just actually covered. I'm losing it. I
Description
can't
box. Be sure to check out his channel as well. As you can see, he's got a lot of good material.
Oh my God! Oh my God! This is crazy! This is wild! I can't believe this. I cannot believe this is a real story. Anyway, definitely subscribe. We are absolutely, definitely going to be covering more lore from different religious sources that are diabolical. But, oh my God! This is wild. This is insane. Dude, I have to do another video diving into the Islamic response to the Al-Zutt story. Like, I would like to see a religious Muslim explain.
Doesn't get better.
This is crazy. Bro was ridden all night long. He was ridden all night long. All night long he was ridden. Oh my God. The first queer for Palestine. Unbelievable. See you in the next one. God damn. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was...
All right.
Bonnie Blue got nothing on Muhammad.
That is true. That is true. So I hope you enjoyed that. We were seeing it for the first time ourselves as well. Very good reaction, I must say. Again, that was Nuk Taku, NUX space TAKU, if you want to look him up. I believe it is the Nuk Taku channel that this is from. Nux and Nor is his main channel, but I believe this one is from the Nuk Taku channel on YouTube.
Yep.
Zutt, there it is. Zutt, there he is. All right, let me take a couple of super chats before we go to the next thing. From Miss Donna Glows.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards. In your grave, you will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Miss Donna says, I'm posting Happy Al-Zoot Day on Muslim channels. Yep, put in their comment sections. Happy Zoot Day. I mean, you're wishing him a happy day, right? So what's the problem with that?
I just want him to be happy.
Scorpion triggered.
About.
Scorpion triggered happy birthday without a comment. Gabriel in part 1. I believe this is a member message.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
My friend and I own al-zoot.com. What do you, and then part 2, think we should do with it? Let me pull up part 2.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch.
And I'll go ahead and cut that off. So thoughts from the panel. What should they do with al-zoot.com?
Al-zoot.com. Oh, man.
I would just put up all the sources and link videos and people coping and things like that.
I would do memes. I would do the sources, but I'd have memes. I'd have basically just collect any memes made.
We're gonna have
about
like a joke
Al-Zoot.
competition. Who can make the most childish, like funniest, vulgar jokes about Al-Zoot?
Mm-hmm.
We'll have like
That's
a voting system. People can upvote and like the funny ones.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how much effort you want to put into it. You could do like Lucian was saying there. I'm sorry, the real David Wood was saying there that not to
I didn't have any
cover.
sons.
Yeah.
Well,
that
no legitimate ones.
Mm-hmm. You could have a voting system. You could do something pretty elaborate where basically people can make posts and they can be upvoted, or you could just, if you want to put in less effort, you can just put up a static link to sources, or put the sources right there, and static link to videos and whatnot. You could also embed videos, right? You don't have to link to them. You could embed them. So some good suggestions there. I would definitely suggest doing something with it, though. Definitely do something with it. You don't want to let al-zoot.com get a waste. Come on. And let me take one more from Shameful Music, and we'll go ahead and lead into this. Not planned, but well, you'll see in a second. Shameful Music, Super Chat.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Hey, thanks. I got a song called Not in a Zutt Sense, Nitazs. Considering it's Zutt Remembrance Day, can you review it live? Yes, it was actually on my list already. So we will take that next due to your super chat. So let's see.
So I had to get up pretty early today to bring David Segara to his to be deported to the plane where he was going to be sent back to where he came from. So I'm pretty tired, and I'll be going to bed.
All right. Thank you for joining. We definitely appreciated you being on here.
All right. Yeah. I'll see you guys. God bless you all.
See you.
God bless.
God bless.
All right. Bye-bye.
God bless.
God bless.
And let's see. I know I have this. It didn't seem to be in the correct spot. So it's probably over here. Yep. Okay. I forgot to make a link to it, but I had already previously downloaded it for the top 100 ways to zoot the Quran. And I forgot to make a link to it, but I found it. So we will watch that next. So this is by Shameful Music. The song is called Not in a Zutt Sense.
Catch him a nut in the back of the butt. Al-Zutt was a night, mama challenged a bunch. 30 men started strapping them up. You a donkey boy, tell me, is that saddle enough? Roll mama quick like a pogo stick. Honestly, dude, he didn't want to refuse. 30 men need a ride, what's a donkey to do? Duty driven, who's he kidding? He won't leave them alone. He's a preacher at heart, let's them ride him while he
I am so glad my camera is off. I'm just a little sad that I am here at all for this.
Oh my.
That definitely seems in a Zutt sense. I'm just going to put that out here.
That is absolutely.
That seems like a total Zutt sense.
I feel like I was lied to.
Oh dear.
No, it's literally riding, right? It's riding him like a donkey. What are you guys talking about? Let me rewind a bit.
a pogo stick. Honestly, dude, he didn't want to refuse. 30 men need a ride. What's a donkey to do? Duty driven, who's he kidding? He won't leave them alone. He's a preacher at heart. Let's them ride him while he reads the Quran, reciting verses by beseech from Allah. And they played him like a freaking guitar. He said he's honestly was stretched. Then he opened his eye, but not in a Zutt sense. He said, ride me like a donkey, but not.
It was played like a guitar. He got stretched down and then he opened his eye. Not in a Zutt sense. Jackery says, geez, Thaddeus, that is hey,
Yeah.
this is not a family-friendly show.
This is not
Zutt
a
Remembrance
family-friendly
Day.
show. This is not a family-friendly show. This is a true Islam show. If it were anything but Islam, I would object. But considering that you have rulings on the vegetables that are permitted for men and women to pleasure themselves with, I mean, this is appropriate to the topic, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, goodbye to David Wood. We might have David Segara on later.
Not in a Zutt sense, I said only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it, it's solid as wood gets. Then he turned to Sara 9:5. Believe me, it's on. I've been practicing.
It's as solid as wood. Turn to Sir 9:5. That's the verse of the sword. And that's definitely sounds like something Muhammad would say.
Everything I need to say. 5 times I'm getting on my knees each day. If you save yourself a man, then you save yourself the world. But if you save yourself a Zutt, you ain't dating no more girls. I said not in a Zutt sense. I got me a brain, I got me some good head, I got me some pain. It's a problem you would get if you copped in the A a whole lot of Al-Zutt. Man, maybe Mo is bigger if he's figured it out. He can spray his load quicker with an in and out. Is you listening now? Typical how. The bigger the cowboy, the bigger what he fit in your mouth. He said ride me like a donkey, but not.
Oh my, the bigger the cowboy.
So
I
I would like to be
apologize
removed.
to everyone who's offended. But
I would like to be
removed
removed from the screen until this is over.
I would say that this is a surprise to me, but I did listen to like the first 15 seconds or so. I knew it was going to be racy.
Have mercy on me. I had no clue.
He did not consult with me either. So the ladies here are innocent.
Everyone is innocent except for me.
Out of the box.
Everyone is innocent except for me. I take full responsibility. I knew what I was doing.
He's like, I'll throw Eric under the bus. Let's go.
Yeah, I do agree. This is a good song. Also hilarious, though.
In a Zutt sense, I said only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it, it's solid as wood gets. And he turned to Sara 9:5. Believe me, it's on. when it works. Maybe it hurts, taking Jim by the shot with your face in the dirt. Recite every sorrow his brain could assert, quoted in the only language that works. But you couldn't translate Arabian word. He said, I'll make you walk like your anus is hurt. I write about my sword, even gave him a verse. Or a 9 5 times, right to make an insert. Momo split the move. Then the gin slipped in. I said, Momo split.
Holding the moon. Muhammad split the moon. And then the gin slipped in. I'm the only one on the panel who is laughing my head off at this, but whatever. That's that. Now you know. Now you know who is sick on the panel.
You make me sick.
Well, something makes me sick. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm a naughty boy. Sorry, I'm a naughty boy. The gin slipped in. The gin slipped in. Where's the link to the song? That's a good question. I would send it directly on the Quran Demolition Ranch. I don't know for sure if it's available on YouTube. The song is called Not in a Zutt Sense, Nitazs. I believe it. I was sent a Spotify link, maybe. I don't remember for 100% sure, but I believe that shameful music might still be in the chat. If so, let people know how to find it. Some of you are laughing with me, and some of you are just shocked. Ian M says, I need to go to church now.
It's a bit much.
Oh, that's a good point. Since they had an @ here, they must certainly have this on YouTube. So if you put in @ shameful-music, you can probably find it on YouTube. Okay. And it looks like Paul already checked that out and confirmed. Completely brilliant. You can laugh at me. You can laugh with me. Either or.
Blast Prophet wanted his to be played as well.
Yeah, I was about to ask if it was on his channel.
I just put it in the private chat there.
Okay, cool.
I have not listened to the whole thing either. I just confirmed that it was there. So again,
everyone just note this is Mary's fault. Whatever happens,
oh my gosh.
Well, we won't do it immediately. We won't do it immediately. Because I would have vary things instead of doing all the songs together. I do have several more songs on the list as well, so we will get to listen to some more songs. But I'm downloading the Al-Zutt Toot Toot song, and it will be added to the list of things that we'll try to review today. All right, let's finish off. Not in the Zutt sense, but not in the Zutt sense of finishing off.
I was just looking for songs. There are so many songs that people.
I know.
It is crazy. You guys are an hinge.
Keep the bangers coming, but not in the Al-Zutt sense.
The moon, yeah, his moon split. True shit. He said, ride me like a donkey, but not in a Zutt sense. I said, only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it. It's solid as wood gets. And he turned to Sara 9-5. Believe me, you said, ride me like a donkey, but not in a Zutt sense. I said, only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it. It's solid as wood gets. And he turned to Sara 9-5. Believe me, it's on.
I don't care what anyone else says. That's going on my playlist. I'm playing that all the time. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Some people will definitely be offended by that. Definitely not for everyone. And I guess Elle actually dropped. She actually dropped off. Did not want to be associated with that, but I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious. And I like the melody. I like it as a song, even ignoring the words. I'm putting it on my playlist. Going on my playlist next, it was Maleek. I've been playing that song like crazy on my channel. I wasn't planning on playing it during the stream, but I'd love that song as well. I love that. And Eric from Ohio. Yes, Eric from Ohio, also excellent. I will say that some of these songs that, you know, people have made, they're funny, but they're not really great music. This one, in my opinion, was hilarious and good music. So that is my opinion. No one else. I'm not throwing anyone else into the bus. Check that out at Shameful Music. Elle is back now that the song is over.
I don't know what I was going to be subjected to. So
she's been traumatized now.
I mean, okay, to be fair though, the worst part of that song is that it's still better than the sources.
Yes.
Yeah, it actually is not as bad as the sources. Oh my gosh. If anyone like the depth of the Islamic sources, if I am warning everyone, it is on you if you look this up. But if you look up Umar's worms, especially Umar's anus worms, you will be even more shocked.
I'll pass.
That is not what the men of Al-Zutt said. Like, nope, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. All right, so next up, well, let me take a few super chats first, actually, and then we'll get to our next video. Bookworm.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more every single day. 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Remember, the angels are watching. Chat, who did this? Maleek did this. Who did this? Maleek did this.
I think Jack Ray actually looked it up. I told you it's on you if you look it up.
No, Jack Ray.
What is wrong with you?
That was not a legitimate suggestion. You should not take those sort of suggestions from Mary.
Mad Monkey Seed said, accept my Al-Zutt Remembrance Day present to someone in the chat linking to his video. Jack Ray, speaking of Jack Ray, with a super chat.
Muhammad lost his marbles in the desert, and Al-Zutt were helping him find them by riding him to get a better view. That is all that was.
That sounds about
still better arguments than the Muslims' arguments.
Yeah, that's about right. They were just literally riding him. He was down on all fours, right, close to the ground, looking for his lost object. Let's not say marbles. Let's say, I don't know. He lost his favorite. He lost Aisha's garment that he needed to wear. Okay, he dropped it while they were traveling across the desert.
Mr. Dirty Mind, losing one's marbles means losing one's mind. It doesn't.
I know what it means. I know what it means. I was trying. No, Mary. Mary.
Okay.
I was trying to say find an object he could actually lose. Right.
Oh, got it. Something that he could lose. Well,
Yeah.
since he has neither mind nor lived in an era of marbles, I guess that would be hard for him.
So he was down on the ground, crawling around, looking for Aisha's garment because he needed to get a new revelation by putting it on. And the Zutt were like, "Hey, let me help. I'll ride on top of you, and thus we'll get a completely different view, and one of us will be able to spot the garment." I think that's very plausible. Thank you, Jack Ray. Super chat from Kit Kat APS. Favorite #1 fan. Long name.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Yasa Kadi, stop talking about going deep on Al-Zutt Day. It's not appropriate. Or maybe it's the one time it is appropriate. I don't know. Meep, meep, hola. Thank you very much for your donation there. All right, so next up, I think it'd be good to get another Muslim response to this. This one is from Alaa Deen. Yes, the great Alaa Deen.
Well, I'm going to need to duck out for a bit.
Okay.
So I will catch you guys later.
All righty. So I'm going to skip the first bit. It's just a clip of David with no commentary to where he starts talking about it. All right.
Had drawn in the sand for his companion.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. The claim is that the Al-Zutt jinn wrote Prophet Muhammad all night long. Muslim scholars
all night long.
That is what the source says.
That's what the source says. This is not some sort of crazy claim made up. No, that's what the source says. Now, you need to explain what it means if it doesn't mean what it clearly means and what was understood to have meant for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
said that this narration is weak and not authentic.
No, they don't.
Why
are you lying?
Narrations and
they literally
well, there's
don't.
multiple versions.
Yeah, there are multiple versions. So you go and handpick one that doesn't have as good a chain considered by certain people as others, and then go, well, this particular one is not all that strong, so now I'm going to throw them all out. No, you can't do that. Can't do that.
Transmission. The chain of transmission of the narration is Abu Tamima told me on the authority of Amr. Perhaps al-Bakali said Amr told him on the authority of Abudullah ibn Massud. Amr al-Bakali did not hear it directly from Abudullah ibn Massud. So the hadith is interrupted and disconnected hadith. Al-Bukhari said Amr is not known to have heard it directly from Ibn Mas'ud. This is an indication by Al-Bukhari of the narration being weakened because Amr al-Bakali not hearing it from Ibn Mas'ud means interruption and disconnected. Interruption is defect that casts out on the chain of transmission of the narration. For this reason, scholars said that the narration is weak. Ibn Kathir said,
so in case you don't understand the lingo here, basically all that jazz was the chain. The scholars would prefer the chain has an additional name in it. That's basically all he said.
Was narrated by Imam Ahmad, and he said it contains extreme strangeness and weakness in the narration. The investigators and the researchers of Musnad al-Imam Ahmad weakened the narration and said its chain of transmission is weak, and they wrote an explanation of this hadith.
Blah, 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 blah. As IC, XC, Nika says, even if it's weak, it's still sick and bizarre. Yeah, I mean, let's say for the sake of argument, someone made this story up. That means that people, Muslims, view the character of Muhammad such that they can make up stories about him being ridden by men all night long, and no one will question it. And it also means that's what they want Muhammad to be supporting, because they're not making up hadith for something they don't want supported.
And to be clear, there is not an agreement on when Amr al-Bakali lived. Whether or not he could have been a Sahaba. He could have been one of the, or among the Sahaba, rather. He could have been a Sahabi, or he could have been a Tabi. They don't even know. So he could have been one of Muhammad's followers. There is a difference of opinion on whether or not he was. So a number of people grade that particular chain, even the chain he's running to, as being authentic because they believe that he was a Sahabi.
The margin saying that the meaning of fear cap road is crowding around the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ when he was reciting the Holy Quran. What also indicates the
Okay,
weakness of the narration.
so for this
is that-
explanation to be true, we need to have examples of this word being used to mean crowding.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, so his speech is not clear here, so let me just read this part. Its chain of transmission is weak. We dispute that, but let's say
First of all, even the one that they want to go to is disputed as to some people think it's sahih. And there are other chains. That's not the only chain. By the way, since they came on outgoing because of the weird.
Huh?
I'm echoing.
If it's echoing, Mary, I can just fix it with 1 second.
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
There we go. Now it's not. Yeah, that's what I was telling you, that David Jordan caused it to start echoing. Nope, no, it's still echoing a tiny bit.
No, yeah, I hadn't done anything yet. You said I fixed it.
Oh.
And I hadn't even done anything. I just have to on-share it and reshare it. That's all.
Okay, well, David's now gone, so whenever he comes back again, it'll echo again. Oh, well. I think he thought it was him and not.
Oh.
Well, I can hear my echo. Yeah, everybody else hears the echo too. Cool. And in addition to that particular one being disputed and some people saying that it's authentic, there are other chains. It's not the only chain.
Yeah.
There are many other chains.
But get this, okay? So it says the transmission's weak, whatever. And they wrote an explanation. They've in the margin. So the scholar who's trying to say it's weak tells you why they're trying to say it's weak, because they have to write an explanation in the margins, right? They have to add an explanation in the margins saying that this is it doesn't mean what it seems to mean, which means they're writing an explanation because they know what it means. And this is the source he goes to.
And again, you need to have other examples of this word having this meaning, and they have never provided that. So we had a replacement, Better David Wood, earlier, and now we have Zutt Chieftain instead. So here is Zutt Chieftain joining us.
Hi, Zutt Chieftain. We're reviewing a video by Alaa Deen responding to your video.
Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Internet here at the hotel lasted all of 2 minutes before it disconnected me. I reconnected through my phone. I'm at like between 1 and 2 megabits per second upload, so I'm on the crappy end of things. But anyway, working for a second.
Well, your image is small, so no one will be able to tell if it's low quality anyway. So we got Alaa Deen refuting you, David.
Ibn Massud himself said that he was not with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on the night of
Who's Alaa Deen?
You can read this in
some crappy YouTuber with like 5,000 subscribers.
Oh, so I'm not. Oh, I was going to say, show me a picture of him so I know who you're talking about. But it sounds like you're saying I wouldn't know who you're talking about even if you showed me.
I don't think he goes on camera either.
Oh, okay.
He used to come to our live streams, but now he stopped coming.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to talk to me anymore, David. I was too mean to him.
We did Deenresponds' response earlier.
Muslim and in Sunan Abi Dawood.
This is the hadith from Sahih Muslim. Dawood reported from Amr who said, I asked Alqamah if Ibn Mas'ud was presented with the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on the night of the jinn, the night when the Prophet met them. He, Ibn Mas'ud, said no. And also read here in Sunan Abi Dawood. I asked Abdullah ibn Massud, which of you was in the company of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on the night when the jinn attended him? He replied, none of us was with him. And this great hadith is sahih.
So just to be clear, we got this story of Muhammad and the men of al-zoot, and Muslims say, oh no, this is about the night of the jinn. And then this guy's saying, no, because Ibn Massud wasn't at the night of the jinn. Is that what's going on here?
Yep. So this is one of the responses that Raymond covered in his original video, that Muslims will say, well, Ibn Massud wasn't there, or he was, and then the response is, yeah, because that's a different night. It's a night of jinn.
Yeah, this was Muhammad and the men of al-zoot.
Mm-hmm.
Not Muhammad and the men of al-jinn.
Yep. Not a very good response. You can easily align these two things by saying they're different nights.
So those two hadith prove to you that Abdullah ibn Massud was not with Prophet Muhammad in the night of the jinn, and the hadith about the night
Great.
of the
So
jinn.
it's two different stories. Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out what his argument here is, because he's trying to say that this night of al-zoot was made up later on, right? Far after. But someone asked Muhammad about it, citing the night of the jinn, and Ibn Massud denied a story that hadn't even been created yet. That's what this, I mean, this is why Alaa Deen talking to him makes your brain fall out of your ears. Because his argument is that people traveled back in time to after the story had been invented to talk to Ibn Massud and ask him whether or not he was there on this night. And Ibn Massud said, oh, that night? Yeah, I wasn't there, because he knows all about this night that was made up 200 years later and is coming to refute the thing that no one's even said yet. So if it is the same night, then all Ibn Massud is saying is that he stayed in the circle. He didn't go out into the desert with them. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. No one was with him. Ibn Massud was sitting on his butt inside the circle, afraid to go out because of what was happening away from him. And fine, again, I have no problem with it being the night of the jinn. But you can't have him answering a question about a story that's supposedly invented later on. That's insane. That's just insane.
The narration is authentic. It does not contain anything that would disparage Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, great. So this is authentic. This is absolutely authentic. This is true. They ask him about this night. Let's say it's the same night. And he's explaining, no, I didn't go out into the desert with him. And so this goofball is saying, so that means that the whole thing didn't happen and they're asking him about something that doesn't exist. Come on. Come on. Like, oh, Islam just makes you so stupid that you like sit there and think about this and you articulate this and you write this out. This is going to be your argument. This is going to like shut them all up. And he doesn't understand that if this is the same thing, all it is doing is an extra confirmation that he says is sahih. He's saying that this absolutely happened. Someone asked Ibn Massud about this night and asked him if he was accompanying Muhammad with him out in the desert together with the jinn that looked like al-zoot. And he says no. Okay, yeah, because he's in the circle. He's in the magic circle to protect him from the jinn that look like the black men with big penises. There you go.
It's also weird that I don't know if you guys talked about this because I was on a plane, but it's also weird that they still don't get the points of all of this. It's like, if you morons are going to read about Rebecca watering a bunch of camels and say she was 3, all right, you have lost the right to tell us to give the most charitable interpretation. That's not even giving a I mean, when you're talking about like Rebecca and Isaac, it's not even like giving a charitable explanation. It's like, don't give the most insanely stupid interpretation that there is. Just don't flat out lie to go with these insanely stupid interpretation that's all meant to help you deflect a criticism of your prophet for having sex with a 9-year-old girl. And so, as we pointed out, we're not going to say, hey, lie in response, but hey, guys, you have sources that are filled with a bunch of, like, it sounds really bad, like Muhammad going out in the desert and then he gets rode all night long by these men of al-zoot. Okay, that sounds bad. Could we interpret it differently if we really wanted to? Yeah, we're not going with some ridiculous interpretation. We're going with what it sounds like, and we're just not going with your alternative explanation of these things, or you're throwing your sources out and so on. So,
well,
not sure how they don't get that, right?
The reason that they're not getting that is that they've known that this is in their sources, and they've known that
they're stupid.
Really is saying, like, do what?
David said they're stupid.
Yeah, they're stupid. That's true. But their sources really are saying that Muhammad was sexually assaulted by these men. There are at least 3 different ahadith about Muhammad's various victimizations by different figures that he was sexually assaulted. This has been historically understood as a sexual assault. So whereas we go to there, Rebecca, and going, why are you guys being idiots? No one has ever believed this in the history of Christianity. And whenever you put together these totally separate pieces of late Jewish lore, you kind of can end up in this place. But then even the Jews do silly things with it to get out of it because they've made up these other stories that are completely outside the Bible. And it's clearly not what the Bible is saying. And so, but this is in their sources that he was sexually assaulted is in their sources, that this is part of his lore. And the fact is they don't really go, oh, well, we're being too mean about Rebecca or whatever, because they're in such a tailspin over the fact that their lore really does say this clearly. So I would say that this is just exposing something, that this is the only rational interpretation of it. There's one other incident where Muhammad's having sex with his dead aunt, where I think that there is a more charitable interpretation, even though Muhammad does not. In fact, Muhammad's followers think that he's having sex with his dead aunt, which says a lot about Muhammad. I think there is an actual more charitable interpretation there. I do not think that there is, looking at the language of this, looking at all the sources, looking at the representation of the Jat people and other sources, I do not think that there is a reasonable, more charitable interpretation. I think that there are unreasonable, more charitable interpretations. And I think that that's why they're really going into a tailspin over this, and why they're like completely ignoring the whole, hey, you guys are saying the stupid stuff about Rebecca and making up this stuff. Can't you? Because they're having real questions from Muslims who are like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. And there is no interpretation that isn't unreasonable that is more charitable.
All right, let's see what Alaa Deen has to say.
The messenger ever stripped himself naked or did what the minds of the Christians and anti-Islam have come up with? Al-Tabari said in his interpretation, the people of interpretation differed about those meant by saying they almost mounted him. Some of them say.
So some people said they were mounting Muhammad. Other people said they were almost mounting. They added an extra word in. They didn't quite mount him. They were just trying to, as if that somehow makes it so better. Wow.
And some sources said they banged him all night long, but other sources said they were just trying to bang him all night long.
Yep. Dean responds earlier. He said, it doesn't mean mounted, it means climbed upon. And I'm like, that's the same meaning. What are you talking about?
By that the jinn who almost mounted the messenger of God when they heard the Holy Quran. So when scholars mention this story, they are talking about the jinn, not human being. So al-zoot is jinn. It is
okay, fine. Your prophet had sex with jinn, whatever. That doesn't help you.
No, and the thing is, there are many, many stories in Islam about jinn husbands and jinn wives and jinn being obsessed with men and women and having sex with them. Like, that is very, very common in Islamic lore. How is this a defense? Yes, we know that jinn are like lusty sleep paralysis demons. We know this. And this is your defense.
A human being. The meaning of their right, Yarkabun, is mentioned in the narration narrated by Al-YBIC in Dalail al-Nubuwah. The hadith says they crowded around him, around the messenger. By combining the narrations, we can understand the meaning of rights. They crowded around the messenger and drew near to him, listening to the Holy Quran.
No,
this meaning
it never says that they're listening to the Quran.
I know, there's nothing about Quran in it.
Nope, there's no Quran in any of it. And these are two different ones. One saying that they crowded around him, trying to avoid the sexual bit. And the other one going, yep, they were having sex with him. To have sex with him, you would have to get near him. I mean, it's just
well, I mean, it depends. Depends on how long that man of al-zoot. Sorry.
Was mentioned by the researchers and investigators of Musnad al-Imam Ahmad in the margin of the narration. They said they mounted, meaning they crowded around him and drew near to him.
No.
The hadith states that this.
Someone said something stupid about the meaning of the phrase. Therefore, David is refuted. I mean, it literally says that people said this. Wow.
And the thing is, again, you have to give an example of this word having this meaning. You can do more than one thing with someone. I can walk up to someone and slap them, but that doesn't mean that walking up to that by slap it means walk up to, right? Like that's insane. That would be, everyone knows that's insane. So just like crowding around versus mounting, they are two different acts, same as walking up to and slapping.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look what we got next. The hadith states these jinns do not have reproductive organs. As evidenced by his statement, I do not see their private parts. Hey, I don't currently see Mary's face. Does that mean Mary doesn't have a face?
Clearly must not. That's completely hilarious. It does not say that they don't have them. It says that he can't see them. That's all it says.
Mm-hmm.
Do jinn have to be naked in any source? No. No source says that they have to walk around naked. They got their little skirts on, their little undergarments, so that they're not naked. And they went out into the desert. They're far away. He can barely see them.
And it's dark. I mean,
I know that they're supposed to be gifted, but how gifted are they supposed to be?
Right.
Really?
And do not have reproductive organs, as evidenced by his statement. I do not see their private parts. If these jinn do not have private parts, then how were they able to do what the sick minds of these Christians have come up with?
Dude, jinn have babies with women all the time, according to Islamic lore.
It does say these jinn, right? These jinn. Some jinn have genitalia, but these ones don't, apparently, because no one saw it.
Right.
But Ibn Massud wasn't there to see it, according to
exactly. He wasn't
the
there.
same guy.
It's so bizarre. It's so goofy.
Right, the sea. Does it mean that someone committed an immoral act on the sea? When you say people ride on top of each other's, on the bus or on train,
they don't ride on top of each other on the bus.
I have never said I rode on top of someone in the bus.
No.
What is he talking about?
I'm so disturbed.
When you say people ride on top of each other on the bus or train, does it mean they're committing an immoral act? I have never said that in my life, Alaa Deen. I don't go around saying I ride on top of people in the bus.
My question is, if someone said to Alaa Deen, I rode the bus all night long, would he have a different reaction than if someone said, I rode your mother all night long? If someone said, I rode your mother all night long, Alaa Deen, would he be cool with that? Because it means like they rode on a bus together? Or is that an explanation that literally no human being would ever have in the history of the world?
What? The context determines? What? So silly. It can have a different meaning. Muhammad could have been a literal donkey that they literally rode around. Yay! That means it must mean that. Okay.
Are committing an immoral act. In the Arabic language, you say, الناس راكبة فوق بعضها البعض في الأتوبيس. That's mean people are riding over each other inside the bus. So does that mean that they are committing an immoral act? That means the bus is so crowded. It's full of people. Now I'll use the same logic with Christians from the Bible using the same word ride. In the Arabic version of the Bible, they said yarkab.
So what he's saying is that it was so crowded where they were traveling together that they were all riding on something, and then that they were on top of each other riding on that something. What were they on top
And that
of?
something was Muhammad. It was very crowded, Mary. It was very crowded. There were so many jinn or al-zoot men, whatever, that it was very crowded. They have to get on top of each other as they're writing Muhammad.
I'm getting stupider right now. Like, this is why talking to Alaa Deen is so exhausting. Because he makes you dumber. And he doesn't even mean to. He's just sincerely this stupid.
So now he's going to go to the Bible here, apparently. Isaiah 19:1. The Lord rideth upon a swift cloud.
Which means that metaphorically he is riding on the cloud. We're the jinn riding on Muhammad.
No, it's sexual. God was having sex with the cloud, Mary.
Again, I pointed out that your choices are he was their donkey and they rode him around all night, or they were having sex with him. Because he is a person, and that is how this word is used. But he doesn't want them to be riding around on him like a donkey. He doesn't want that. He wants to be able to deny that while running to examples of this. It's so insane.
You read, the pardon of Egypt, behold, the Lord rides upon swift cloud and shall come into Egypt. In the Arabic version of the Bible, it says, Yarkab. God Yarkab. Exactly the same word that used in the hadith.
Yes, that's a point.
Literal.
Interpretation.
It can be literal. No one's saying it can't be literal. Oh my gosh. Does this mean that God crowded around a cloud? Because that's what he's trying to say. So stupid.
I mean, it would have to mean that according to him, because you need to always have it mean the same thing, but now it means crowd around. Again, you are trying to go for crowd around. You need to have examples of this meaning, crowding around. You can't go to, it has a literal meaning of mounting or riding, therefore it can't mean having sex. No, you can't go, well, it can have the literal meaning of mounting or riding, which no one has ever disputed. So therefore, it means crowd around. Like this is the logic of Islam. Like this is the best you got, guys, and it's pathetic.
Or God tried to ride a cloud. Yes, remember, it doesn't mean actually rode. It meant tried to ride. So God was trying to crowd around the cloud.
So annoyed.
Bill's exposition of the entire Bible say that the swift cloud is Virgin Mary. And Jesus ride his mother Mary. So when Jesus ride his mother Mary,
literally
so
no one
going
says that.
to okay. Well, Gil's exposition apparently says it, from 150 years ago or whatever. But so now he's going to someone's English interpretation and saying, see, it means Arabic. It's the same Arabic word. When this is a very strange interpretation of the passage to begin with, but it's not the Bible. It's some random person's interpretation. Oh my gosh.
And in which it would mean that rode into incarnation. And again, this would be a riding as in being carried by. Being carried by. Was Muhammad carrying the jinn around? Because you're trying to deny this. You don't want Muhammad to be carrying jinn around. You want him to be crowded. Please explain this for me.
Yeah, I mean, you got two options. You got the sexual version or you got the literal writing. And obviously this is a literal writing of a cloud.
Yes, and it's
if you want to say Muhammad was literally written that he got down on all fours and ran around all night on all fours, carrying around a pile of jinn or men or whatever you want, I don't think that makes it any less weird. I think that makes it way more weird, personally.
I mean, we have currently in English, we have a metaphorical use of ride. Quit riding my butt about something. Like, quit harassing me, coming right up behind me. He's riding my rear means that someone does crowd in English, like right up on top of you. But it doesn't have that meaning in Arabic, and it only has that meaning in English, and a very few circumstances inside of fixed phrases. It can't generally mean that.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's let him play through this because this is just so stupid. His attempts to get the Bible.
And I will understand the word yarkab right exactly the same way you understand it.
It's written
So what
in
does it sound?
English. It's not.
Does it sound
even
like
in
Jesus
Arabic.
was
Oh my
doing
gosh.
an Astaghfirullah al-Azim, something wrong with his mom? So according to your logic, I'm using your logic with you.
No, you're not.
Jesus ride the animals, donkey and colt. Does that mean Jesus also committing an immoral act
It's
with donkeys
obviously
and colt?
literal.
You read this in front of you. See, Matthew chapter 21, verse 7. That's Jesus rode animals. So when Jesus rode animals, according to your understanding, that Jesus committed an immoral act with the donkeys and colt.
David, how many brain cells have you lost?
When he ride his mother.
That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life.
He is one of the stupidest Muslims I've ever spoken to.
Guys, you all catch that? Okay, so there's a word, yarkabun, which if you're using it of an animal, a horse, a donkey, a camel, it means riding it. If you're talking about doing it to another person, it means sex, right? Same with us ride. You can say, hey, I went and rode a horse. Or you can say she was riding her husband or something like that. It would be sexual, right? It wouldn't make sense for a man or a woman to be riding another. I mean, you could, but it would be like, maybe with like a kid, like you're saying, we're going to play horsey or something like that, or something. I don't know. But so did I hear this guy right? His response is, so when Jesus was riding a donkey, are you going to say that was something sexual?
Uh-huh.
No, because we're not stupid like you. Now you know why he doesn't talk to me anymore.
Momo was giving the Zoot horsey rides all night long. Exactly. That's their defense.
According to the Bible, not according to me. As a Muslim, astaghfirullah al-Azim ya Rabbi, we will never accept that. I can use also an example for you. But Prophet Elisha, according to the Bible, when he lay down on the boy, I can give you many other examples using the word yarkab from your Bible.
And hang on.
Understanding.
Let's talk about people lying on other people. Muhammad, when he lay down on top of his aunt, what did all of his followers believe he was doing? They all believed he was having sex with her. Whereas it is explicit what Elijah was doing when he saved the life of the boy. It was explicit and it was not sexual. So we have one example where someone lies down on a dead person and everyone who's watching is like, oh, he's having sex with that body. It has affected Islamic law to this day. To this day, you can have sex with your dead wife because Muhammad banged his aunt. They believe Muhammad banged his aunt in the grave. This is Islamic law because of Muhammad's behavior. The example of the prophet is banging dead women. And then you go to something that is explicitly described as what it is, and he's like, oh, I could see that as sexual. Yes, you could, because that's what your prophet did, or at least what everyone thought he was doing when he's lying down on a woman.
Normal people save a horse, ride a cowboy. The Zoot save a donkey, ride Muhammad. Yeah, I think that's about accurate.
For example, from the Bible using your own logic. God ride the sky, the heavens. Does that mean God committing an immoral act with the sky and the heaven?
What an idiot. Hey, guys. Are any of us denying the fact that let's just use the English word ride because it does the same thing? It can have a sexual meaning. It can have a perfectly non-sexual meaning. You can ride a bike, doesn't mean there's anything sexual. You can ride a horse, doesn't mean there's anything sexual. You could a witch could ride a broom. You can ride all kinds of things. We understand that's when you're used of someone doing something to another person. It's either some weird thing like you could, if you really wanted to, translate it as Muhammad was giving horsey rides to these guys all night. But it also, much like our word like our word ride had a sexual meaning if it wasn't in the literal sense of riding an animal or riding a bicycle or something like that. Why this guy sounds like an idiot, and like who would?
He doesn't get any smarter when you talk to him.
I was going to say how dumb are his followers, but I mean, come on, we already know. 40 generations of first cousin marriage. Oh, well, what a powerful response. That's right. We don't say that if you ride a bike, you're having sex with a bike. Good point, brother. Good point. Has nothing to do with anything we're saying.
So Nadir Ahmed just came into the chat. I'll give you one guess off topic what he is saying.
Oh, Nadir, everyone's running from me. Why is everyone scared of me? That's what he normally says when he enters the chat.
David Wood runs away from debating scientific errors.
Classic.
Nadir, I already got you to.
How well do I know
declare.
Nadir?
I already got Nadir to definitively declare that American slavery was not, in fact, true slavery because it gave certain rights to slaves. Like he said that clearly. I gave the list of things that he had previously said that you can't do to slaves in Islam, so that makes Islamic slavery categorically different from like true repressive slavery. And then I pointed that out to him in a random slave code. It was the first one that I found because I knew they all had it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So,
no further attention to Nadir.
Oh, wait. We have to greet him with the proper greeting. Heil Mohammed! Because he says that Mohammed, that Moses was like Hitler, so Jesus is not like Moses, but Mohammed is. So, Heil Mohammed, the proper greeting to Nadir.
All right. No further attention for Nadir. Let's get back to Alaa Deen.
Same word. So according to your logic, your God committed a moral act with heavens and sky because he was riding them. He wrote the heavens
that's totally
and the sky. So I hope that this answers your misconception. So next time if you want to learn Islam from the right sources.
You mean learn it from an idiot? I understand why you'd want that, but this ties in really well with Daniel Hakikachu's point that you got to keep low IQ to fall for this stuff or you'll leave.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
From one of the most famous answering misconception about Islam channels.
You gotta keep the inbreeding up Muslims, or you won't find this plausible. If the IQ sneaks too close to 90, that's it. You're all out of Islam.
Oh, but he's got another argument. A YouTube video from a famous channel about resolving misconceptions about Islam agrees with him, maybe. That seems to be where he's going.
Shubuhat. For our beloved brother Abu Umar al-Bahith, who's a specialist in answering misconceptions about Islam in Arabic language. And he answered this question. You see the date? September 8, 2012. Then this silly David Wood comes and tell you that Muslims doesn't know about that. Scholars are hiding it.
Someone said something in 2012.
And here's the thing. Yes, Muslims have known about this for a long time, and it's bothered. Like regular Muslims who find out about this have been bothered in asking questions about this for a long time because the only plausible interpretation is that Muhammad was having sex out there.
Yeah, I was talking to Brother Rashid, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago or something like that, but he said, because he's a former Muslim, but he said he grew up knowing this story. So yeah, it's not it's usually the Arabic speakers are from, it's not terribly uncommon for them to have heard this story.
Mm-hmm.
We just popularized it a lot last year.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this number of years ago, and the explanation given by Muslims wasn't that, this doesn't mean right or whatever. It was that basically Muhammad was attacked by jinn in the desert and got away from him, and thus, he wasn't a willing participant, but he was attacked and sexually by jinn, and he got away from it. And that proves that he's a real prophet or whatever, because he got away.
Yep.
But they weren't trying to deny the clear meaning.
Yeah, that's what they used to say, that he went out into the desert, and even though he was faced by tons of jinn and it was this terrible thing for him, then he escaped, and that proves his prophethood, because ordinary men could not have escaped the gang rape of jinn and would have perished from gang raping. And yeah, it was has very commonly historically been interpreted as jinn who appear like these men with huge penises. Like, that's the point, that they look like men with huge penises, and it's proof of his prophethood that he did not get raped to death by the huge penises, but rather escaped with injuries. Like, guys, this is your prophet. This is what has typically been believed about him.
All right. Let's see what else he has to say. Although I think it's just, someone said something in 2012, therefore you're an idiot for bringing this argument up ever again.
From them. See, this answer was made on September 8, 2012. And that is the answer that I quote. It's according to scholars, Islamic scholars. It's in Arabic language. All I have done is I give a translation for his answer. Complete answer, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. So I hope that's his name.
Oh, so that wasn't even Alaa Deen's answer. His answer was a translation of this website that he found. Wow, you're such a good apologist. You can translate words. Wow, I'm impressed.
And it's such a bad answer.
So I hope that this answer.
But what's really interesting to me is how much their reasoning has changed, like, as to what this is and why this is and what was happening, because, like, they were much more honest in the past, and then now they're like, wait a second, seems kind of messed up that he actually got raped by these guys. Let's come up with another solution.
Let's just get the last 30 seconds.
Sir, is still misconceptions again. Jazakumullah khair, barakallah fikum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and peace be with everyone.
Oh, so then he just has 20 seconds of silence with a Palestine flag. Okay. There was nothing else there. Let me take some super chats. Hopefully Dave will be back, because I think he'll really enjoy what I have in mind next. And Jack Ray.
Where is Muhammad? Did he see men him? No, but Al-Zutt did.
True. Very true. Thank you, Jack Ray. Rick Newton with a super chat. Muhammad was gay. Either way, demons or men. Yeah.
Can you just imagine giving?
I knew that happened eventually, because it had the timing from the one that was read out. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I really don't understand, other than saying you're wrong about something, how saying it's jinn helps in the slightest, but it is what it is, I guess. Jack Ray with 50 gifted.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Jack Way with the big 50 gifted, definitely wasting his time on social media, which is the best deed you can do. So thank you very much for that, Jack Ray. Appreciate that. I'll try to have a member stream within the next week, probably talking about what I personally did on Quran Demolition Ranch, as well as giving like channel updates on how things have been going and such. Shameful Music, whose song we played a little bit ago with a super chat.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples. And we appear to have lost Mary. Shame. She'll probably jump back on. And David's currently away. Elle may be away as well. So might just be me at this exact moment.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
Elle
just
is here.
reorganizing my studio.
Very good. Very good. So let me take one more super chat before we move on. From Whimsical Skedaddler.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Thank you very much for that. Did D-Wood take anti-aging potion? Which is funny because this was obviously made earlier when we had the real David Wood on, and now we have Zoot Chieftain sort of on. Right now we're just singing his pillow, but that's very funny that it came up now. All right. So next up on our list, I thought we could look at the Sky News footage of Muhammad and the men of Al-Zutt. So let me get that loaded up. So the original footage, I believe, was like immediately pulled, but here is a news story done a few days later on what happened on Sky News. And they do play what was actually aired there. So we'll just jump to that portion of it.
From occurring again.
So, who was this guest responsible for Sky News spiralling into DEFCON 1 damage control? His name is Ryan Williams, though he likes to be called the Scottish Korean. And together with another guest, he appeared to have won his place on the show because, well, he's popular online.
Joining me now are two social media sensations, Ryan Williams, also known as the Scottish Korean online, and conservative political strategist and commentator Joey Manarino.
And no, you don't need new glasses. Ryan Williams, who was beaming in from Perth, had indeed used sellotape to stick rashers of bacon to his shirt. But
well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with putting bacon? I mean, it's a little strange, but I mean, what's wrong with putting bacon on your shirt? It looks perfectly fine to me. I don't see a problem here.
Had indeed used sellotape to stick rashers of bacon to his shirt. But no bother, as Freya plunged in to ask, of course, about Charlie Kirk's death.
What's your reaction been to the assassination, the fallout we've seen, and just the levels of hate that have been directed towards Charlie since his murder?
Now, ready yourself for Mr. Williams' answer, which was nothing short of an ambush. And a warning is appropriate because with apologies, we're going to play the worst of it.
So guys, be warned. Be warned. This is very Islamophobic. This is very scary. Get your tape recorders ready. The Scottish Korean, yes, Scottish Korean is his screen name. Oh, I didn't realize that was bacon. Yes, it's bacon. He actually says at the start, as we're about to see, that he is wearing bacon and why.
It really is repugnant.
The reason I've got bacon on my shoulders is because the terrorists are a charming lot and they threaten to behead me every single day. So a little bit of protection. I just have a very clear, simple message to Muslims, which is stop worshipping a pedo warlord who's a Bonnie Blue of the 7th century sleeping with 30 Al-Zutt men who married a six-year-old and slept with a 9-year-old. And there's only one culture that pours acid on women's faces. There's only one culture that makes women cover their faces so other men don't rape them.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That was 100% accurate. Who is this joker reporting on this? So as you can see, the channel, it's called Media Watch. So the video is called Sky News Show Gets Canceled After Shocking Comments. Yeah, there was quite a bit of fallout out of this, actually. Freya, that's the host of the show. She was disciplined. Then her producer was fired, and then they said that the show would be recorded, only not aired live, and then I believe they entirely canceled it in the end. So there's quite a bit of fallout for this live clip that went down. Hey, David, welcome back. We were just looking at the Sky News.
I'm 3 freaking feet away ironing a shirt. I can hear everything. No, where do you think I am in this hotel room?
I don't know.
I was hearing everything. Do you?
Okay, I gotcha. We just saw the Sky News coverage.
He's sitting right here in front of everything, everyone. Or Thaddeus thinks I've disappeared from the planet.
Yep, that's how it works. If you can't see the genitalia of the men of Al-Zutt, they don't have any. That was the argument that was advanced earlier. So when I couldn't see you, I thought you were no longer existing. I thought you had literally popped out of existence.
And beamed into lounge rooms around the country. To her credit, I suppose, Freya did at least attempt some amelioration.
I think it's important to preface that by saying that the majority of Muslims don't support that.
But also deemed it necessary to add her own little contribution to Mr. Williams' soliloquy.
Here in Australia, at least, we've got some great moderate Muslims, but I think it's up to them to condemn the elements of the culture or the religion that are more extreme.
Freya turned next to her other guest, and Ryan Williams never reappeared.
Wait, means Muhammad? The elements of the religion that were more extreme. That would be Muhammad, right?
I guess. I don't know why he keeps doing that. Yeah, so that was the end of the portion I was going to play there. He was supposed to be on for the rest of the show. They ended up struggling to try to fill the time because he was supposed to be there, but they kicked him off after saying those remarks about the men of Al-Zutt and Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old and consummating the marriage at 9 and whatnot, and spraying, and Islam being the only religion that sprays acid on women's faces. Everything was accurate that he said, and it was things that he said many times, right? He's the same exact things many times. As this goes on to point out that these are things he says all the time. The news program didn't bother to do any research, was quite shocked this happened, kicked him off the show, and we got that clip. We got that clip out of it. So lots of bad stuff happened to the poor host of the show and her producer and other people that work on the show. And now you got this clown here being like, this is the most Islamophobic, disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Muhammad does cause people to be disgusted by Islam. That is true. So Muhammad is the main source of Islamophobia.
Yep.
And I'm echoing again.
All right. Yep. I'm not surprised. All right. So next up, I got an interview that was done with the Scottish Korean after this news coverage. Now, they cover a wide variety of things. There's just a couple small segments that we're going to look at that are related to what happened on Sky News.
Sure that what I'm talking about is not absolute bullshit. I do try and make sure that I give a fair representation on every side. Obviously, for the humorous side, like, leave the goats alone. You know, it's highly effective. Humor is a very beautiful tool to get a very simple message out there. But then we've got podcasts for this and discussions to allow for the complexity. But the fact is, if you're speaking to the average Asian, They have no bloody clue about Islam. They don't have any idea who Prophet Muhammad is. They probably don't even know what the Quran is. Sounds like a nice curry. You know, they don't know the very basics. Like Prophet Muhammad was the Bonnie Blue of the 7th century, sleeping with 30 men of al-zoot. Okay, that's esoteric. But he slept with a 9-year-old and married Aisha, the same girl, at 6 years old.
You mentioned that comedy is a great way to get across the message.
And I do want to point out something. We have problems when Muslims come into areas that they rape the livestock. They gang rape livestock. They rape horses. They rape goats. They rape cattle. They injure animals with gang rapes. So they don't leave the goats alone. They don't leave the horses alone. They don't leave the mules alone. They don't leave the donkeys alone. The only thing they leave alone is pigs. Literally any other female animal other than pigs or dogs is at risk when you have a sudden influx of these refugees.
Uh-huh.
And it
So
has
his point
happened
here-
again and again that animals have been terribly injured through gang rape by Muslim immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is like, oh, why would you say anything this outrageous? Because they do things this outrageous. It's not like, oh, well, I'm just saying this wild stuff. No, this is baked in to the religion, to the culture, to such an extent that bringing a bunch of Muslim immigrants to an area is an actual threat to your livestock. So yes, hide your goats, hide your cow, hide your wives, hide your children. It is true.
The weird part to me is like, okay, suppose you're going to be just horribly offended if someone says something about Muslims. Well, how are you not horribly offended when the Quran or the Hadith say things about, non-Muslims, Jews, Christians, anyone else? It's like there's no concept of consistency. It's like you can say, hey, the Quran says we're the worst of creatures, and you're not allowed to object to that. But if you say anything about Muslims, then everyone loses their minds. And even stuff that, like, if you say the Jews call Ezra the son of Allah, right? Like we would think, oh, okay, banging an animal is way worse. Not in Islam. Not in Islam. Saying that Jews call Ezra the son of Allah is way worse than saying someone banged a goat or something like that. So how come they that's justification for violently subjugating the entire group. So how come this is all just totally fine, but the moment anyone says anything about Islam, it's we need to all be in an uproar? I don't know. Weird stuff, man.
Well, so his point was you can use humor, right? You can use humor to get across points that would be difficult to get across otherwise. That's why I said, Joe made a joke, hide your goats, right? Save the goats, which is much easier to get across than a straight statement of, hey, there's a real problem with Muslims capturing other people's livestock and raping them, right? No one wants to hear that, but a joke about hiding your goats that you can get across. That's his point here, right? You can use humor to get across points that you otherwise couldn't.
And the fact of the dual standard, it really comes down to this enormous level of superiority and condescension among the people who are saying that we should, Muslims aren't responsible for their actions. They don't actually believe that Muslims are sentient human beings who make choices. They treat them like you would a rather stupid wild animal. You wouldn't blame a bear if it mauled your animal. So why would you blame Muslims? They're just stupid animals. The left really has this phenomenally condescending attitude toward people of other cultures, that they are not responsible for their actions, that they are not sentient beings, that they are not human at a fundamental level, and so need to be cared for the way you would care for other wild animals. It's like, oh, well, it's just a bear. We shouldn't shoot a bear for doing a bear thing. Oh, it's just a Muslim. We shouldn't publish a Muslim for mass raping girls because that's just what Muslims do. They really treat humans like animals. But the truth is, you should shoot the wolf that is preying constantly on the livestock. That's how you keep all the other wolves from not preying on the livestock. You should shoot the cougar that starts hunting humans. Make of that what you will. But I think that they are perfectly rational, capable human beings, however stupid Islam may make them. They're able to leave Islam. They are responsible for their actions. They should not be petted and condescended to. All those people trying to defend the Somali leering centers because they think that they are stupid animals who are basically dressing up in human clothing. The leftists think that they are not, oh, yeah, they're scamming, but they're so dumb, don't you know? They're just not like us. They're not as good as us. They're not as smart as us. They're not as pretty as us. They are so stupid that you can't hold them to the same standards. No, they must be held to civilized standards. And if they violate civilized standards, they must face the consequences as harshly as anyone.
Okay. We got a lot of stuff to get through, so you can't go on a 10-minute rant every time I play 30 seconds of the video.
I haven't.
I know. I'm just messing with you. But yeah, so his point is that you can use humor, and then we're going to watch a couple more seconds here, and then I'm going to jump forward in the video.
The message is we need to be able to critique evil systems. It doesn't mean everybody is bad. Look at Nazi Germany.
All right, so that's the point there. And then he does an analogy, but the point is we need to be able to critique evil. I think that is a very fair point for sure. So now this section is talking specifically about how things went down at Sky News. Let's see. Right about there.
So tell us more, right? You were in Australia. You are looking for a job. It's not working out. And then where does Sky News come into this?
Okay, let's edit that part. So I was in Australia doing extremely well. I was a super successful person.
Okay.
No. Right. The reason I ended up on Sky News in Australia, Perth, is because I get this Instagram message from Freya, and I do feel very bad for her. She got her show cancelled, but she's well, do you want to come into Sky News? And I don't know what they were expecting, because you look at my Instagram page, I'm not really hiding. I'm being pretty blunt about my beliefs. So I come on to Sky News. Shout out to this wonderful guy called Kenny. He helped me put bacon on my shoulders, just sellotape it on. Usually, I'm very skilled. I don't need sellotape. I don't need E numbers. I have natural bacon on my on my shoulders, raw and unsmoked. Yeah, and I put it on my naked body. But it was a shirt, and I had to make sure it stays on.
Hey, don't be talking about what you put on your naked body during the Al-Zutt night stream. That's not cool.
So anyway, on Sky News, I get there, and I knew I'm going to get cut off, right? So it starts off fairly normal. It's just like they have their interview with other people. They get to me, so Ryan, what do you think of Charlie Kirk's? And I go, Muslims. And I go, what do I do? The speech was, do you want me to do the speech? I'll do the speech.
Feel free.
A message to all Muslims. There are 50 countries around the world. Why the fuck would you move to the West if you want to live under Sharia law? That's actually not what I said. What I said was, I go, a message to all Muslims: stop worshipping a pedo warlord that slept with a 9-year-old and married a 6-year-old. There's only one culture that pours acid onto women's faces. There's only one culture that makes women cover up their faces so other men don't rape them. There's only one culture that the entire world hates, and the East and West are completely united in ending Islam. Islam is humanity's greatest disgrace. Crusades. No, and then I end it with usually, leave the goats alone.
So you say this.
So that wasn't word for word what he said, but very good little speech there. Enjoyed that. Can turkey bacon be a loophole if pork bacon isn't available? Well, I mean, you don't necessarily know. You don't necessarily know what's in your shoulder. So I think that the turkey bacon will still keep the Muslims away.
And she interrupts you?
Yes. Well, she's right in there going, holy shit, what the fuck would I just bring on?
And to be clear, it was her first episode of her own show, right?
No, she's done many before.
She's done several? Okay, cool. But after this one,
Yeah, it's kind of gone extinct, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was canceled, wasn't it?
It was cancelled, yeah.
And she came on and apologized the next day.
Yeah, Sky News in their infinite wisdom decided, can't offend Muslims, all of Muslims on national TV throughout Australia. It is national broadcast is funded by the government, and it was live.
Australia is quite
So
a
we
Muslim
got it.
nation too. There's a huge density, a diaspora of people from a variety of Muslim countries, but there's a huge Muslim community there. Hence why I think the Palestine protests were so deep in Australia.
Yeah.
I don't see as many Palestine celebrations now that it's been the war's over.
Yeah, they've got nothing to fuss about anymore, really. They're quite disappointed that the war is over, it seems.
Do you think it was more of a excuse to get angry or an excuse to hate on Trump policy, right?
I think people are lonely. People are bored and lonely and very horny. So they go to these protests and trying to get lucky. I think that's basically what it comes back to. I'm trying to turn my page into the best database for Islamophobic women. So you guys can pair up with somebody high IQ and sensible and have lots of children.
And how would they go about that?
So basically I say, write down your profile in the comment section. And
so he's talking about his social media and whatnot. Jump ahead a little bit.
Do you constantly have your head on a swivel?
Well, I'm a 6'3" Korean who eats a lot of bacon. I can take them. It's no problem. Come at me.
So we're still going to the gym.
Yeah. I think I need to load up those plates. Yeah. Yeah.
You mentioned Charlie Kirk before. He is famous for saying that Islam and Western democracy are incompatible as ideologies.
Yep.
Do you agree with him?
I go further. It's not compatible with the human race. It's not compatible with humanity. There's only one religion that allows for child marriage. Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism is absolute no-no.
That's
right?
not actually true. Zoroastrianism is big on child marriage and probably where it ultimately came from. Just so everybody knows.
Well, there are not too many Zoroastrians in the world, just like 20,000 or something like that. Very, very small number of legitimate believers in it. But I do like his point, right? Islam. So the question was, is Islam incompatible with the West? And he's like, no.
Yeah.
It's incompatible with humanity.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a really good point. And then I just have one other little section that I wanted to highlight here. Comes back up. Very brief.
But I'm doing my best.
You mentioned David Wood. Have you heard of his breakdown of the Islamic dilemma?
Yeah. He's such an academic. He's a brilliant guy. Shout out to him. And I got the 30 Men of Al-Zoot from him. So,
One of the
That's it. That's the only little bit I wanted to play there. But David gets all the credit. Who did this? David did this, apparently. David is responsible for the Sky News incident. He actually gets credit for that one.
Very nice. Very nice.
All right. So that is the Scottish Korean. If you're interested in seeing more of him, the interview that we're watching here is what the Scottish Korean really thinks about Islam. It's like an hour and 45-minute interview. So if you want to check that out, seems to be an interesting guy. I don't really know much about him, but there you go. All right. Let's see what would be a good thing to go to next. Let's go to something completely different here. So this was sent in to the Quran Demolition Ranch. It is two Zutt Day cards sent in by Ben Dover. So obviously not a real name there. Happy Valentine's Day for my boyfriend. They added an S to it there. And the big gay wedding day. These are the Al-Zoot cards. So on the inside, to my beloved Al-Zoot, I cannot wait to see you again. I had so much fun, quote unquote, reciting the Quran. Love, Muhammad. It was the other direction for the other inside. $2. You want to say something?
I was saying that's legit.
$2 with lots of wonderful wishes that this special day is filled with love and happiness and lots of zooting. Love, Muhammad. So a couple of little Zoot Day cards there for you, everyone. I think next up we'll watch the Zutt Train official music video. This is, of course, AP's song here.
I hear that train a-coming. It's a-rolling around the bend in the desert sands of Mecca where the wild nights never end. Muhammad drew a circle, told his buddy stay right here. Then the Zutt boy showed up naked, bringing quite the atmosphere. Zutt, Zutt. The Zutt train's coming, tall and skinny, dark and bare. Zutt, Zutt. They're piling on him, riding the prophet without a care. No gin, just nomads in the fray, crowding around him till the break of day. Zutt, Zutt,
Hey, he said crowding around. That's their interpretation.
Well, I think he's making fun of their interpretation of
I know.
crowding.
I remember when this was on the hype leaderboard.
Which is
Yeah,
fantastic.
good times, good times. It got up to like number 3 in all of YouTube or something like that. Very good stuff. Very good stuff.
trains are rolling, a desert party that won't fade away. They mounted up like cowboys on a bucking bronco ride. All night long they crowded round, no place for him to hide. Abdullah's peeking from his line, thinking, what the heck? While the Zutt gang...
Yeah, that's definitely what Abdullah is thinking. He's like, what in the world is going on over there? Yikes, I'm scared. Definitely.
Gang's doing laps, leaving Muhammad red. Zutt, Zutt. The Zutt train steaming, no robes, no shame, just pure delight. Zutt, Zutt. They're forming a conga, turning prophecy into a wild night. From dusk till dawn, they kept it tight. A rodeo beneath the starlit lights. Zutt, Zutt. That train's ablaze and making history with everybody.
I like the Zabiba song. Yeah, but the Zabiba song wouldn't be appropriate for Zoot Night. My own little music video that we put out, someone's like, hey, I thought I was watching a Apostate music channel. And then I realized, no, he never would put in that much effort to a music video. Because it's just the same like 10 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever, on loop. But the song is good. The song is good. Music video, not so much.
Come on, and they were dressed in white, preaching faith so grand. But last night they were buck naked, taking turns across the sand. Was it gin or gypsy nomads? History can't decide. But that all-night desert rodeo left the prophet wide-eyed.
So he doesn't take a side. He doesn't take a side. Maybe it was Jin. Maybe it was the Jut people. Who knows? Who knows? But either way, Muhammad, he was affected. He was affected.
Zutt trains whistle from India to Arabia shore. Zutt, Zutt. They're chugging onward, leaving folks to wonder what it's for. They rode him hard, they rode him free, a tale too wild for theology. Zutt, Zutt, that train still hauling, a story called eternity. If you're seeking revelation.
Yeah, Muhammad's a little dark, right? He should be whiter, as Autistic Lutheran Carnivore says. AI made Muhammad too brown. Muhammad was as white as Jai. Yes, Jai was very, very white on the reveal there. It was very funny, all the people being like, I expected him to be black. I'm like, well, I expected him to be white and nerdy, so maybe I'm just envisioning myself. I don't know. But I was not surprised that he was white. Muhammad, however, is the whitest of the white.
Better watch out for the crew. Them Zutt fellas might just hop on and ride the night with you. Muhammad shook the sand off, said let's keep this on the low. But the tale's still circulating like a train that steals the show. Zutt, Zutt. The Zutt train's faded into the annals of the past. Zutt, Zutt. But oh, what a story of prophets ride that was unsurpassed. No cover-up could hide the scene of nomads living out their dreams. Zutt, Zutt, that train's immortal, a desert romp that reigns supreme.
Like the zoot zoot at the end. That's probably my favorite part. So that was Apostate Prophet or Apostate Music, your choice, and the Zutt Train song. So next up, let's see. How about Muhammad's secret source of... Oh, well, let me take a couple super chats first, so I don't get too far behind on these. Mad Monkey Seeds used the happy birthday to say my present to Al-Zutt Remembrance Day. Yes, you've done that. He did that several times. Rick Newton with a super chat.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
I see Idal was packing on the pounds like Muhammad Hijab, presumably there with the Momo. And that was when I presumably when I played this. Whoa. Which in context is Ali Dawa's reaction to some cupcakes that he was hawking on that stream. And Bookworm.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples coming your way, Bookworm. It's great to see the real David Wood. Of course, the real David Wood is no longer here. We just have the Zutt Chieftain. So I did not read this one fast enough. Sorry. Jack Ray with a super chat.
Okay. Mohammed Way playing Ninja Gaijin.
Muhammad was playing Ninja Gaijin. Yes, he was. He was not hanging out with the men of Al-Zutt. It was definitely the Gaijins instead. All right. So
that was that old video game. That was that old video game from back in the day called Ninja Gaiden.
Mm-hmm. So we had this comment earlier from YJ. This is the proof that Muhammad is so strong. He's got the hikmah of 30 men, which I think is a good time to go to Muhammad's secret source of manliness, David's follow-up video.
Oh, that's mine?
Islam's. Yep.
Hey, yeah. Hey, I got a bolt. I'm debating in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Cool part is after I debate, I got the whole day. To have fun chats with Jake and Daniel Hakikachu.
Mm-hmm.
Hang out with them. I'm sure they'll love to spend time with you.
Oh,
Any
yeah,
requests?
they will.
Any requests before you go? I could play a Quran desecration video that was sent to me, or
no, this is a dope video to go through. This one people need to because the other one is more popular, but this one goes deeper, not in the Zutt sense, but this one, well, kind of in the Zutt sense, but I guess since it's a Zutt video.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of in the Zutt sense, yes.
Yeah, so the background of this, everyone, was we were in New York. This when me and God Logic and IP went up to New York, and we told everyone we're going to be in Times Square to debate. Anyway, we're having lunch, and was talking about I don't remember what I was saying, but IP goes, "Hey, that reminds me of weird stuff I had to read for my debate with Daniel Hakikachu," because he read about the entire history of all, sexual practice and stuff for his debate on child marriage and so on. But some of these sources included weird practices where it was believed that men inseminating an adolescent or something like this would help him grow to be manlier and so on. And they had some of these weird beliefs around. I was like, that would actually make sense. If it would make a point other than just Muhammad wanted to get banged by a bunch of dudes, right? There'd be a point to it. It's like, oh, I heard that this could actually make me super manly. And then it was like, wait a minute, with that, he had the strength of 30 men. That would, you're reading these weird beliefs that they had in these various places, and the man was actually injecting you with his strength and virility. And it's like, wait a minute. So Muhammad said he had the strength of 30 men. Wait a minute. Weird stuff all ties together. So I went ahead and made this epic video. All right. Now
we'll go through that.
Just so everyone knows, this entire, ever since I agreed to debate Jake, it has sounded like he's going to back out. Like he talked about, he's going to get me arrested before the debate and stuff. I'm like, okay, this guy's going to back out. So anyway, did not bother preparing, but looks like it's going on in the morning. So I better get some stuff ready.
So there was one quick question for you. Who are you debating? You just said Jake. And what is the topic?
It's something about the Islamic dilemma.
All right. And that'll be on Modern Day Debate. I think it will probably be members only initially and eventually be available to the public. So if you want to check that out, you might have to become a channel member. At least that's the way he did the last debate con. So I assume that's what he'll do this time. But it will eventually be publicly available. But we want to see it right away. Modern Day Debate channel is the place for that.
Yep. So
all right. Good luck with your debate.
Yep, got a debate, and I don't know. Maleek said something's going to happen to me here, so maybe I don't know. We'll see what happens. Only one way to find out. I sure hope I don't offend anyone.
Hey, and look, just as you're trying to leave, we got Michael Jones coming in.
That's right. I heard you guys were talking about the Zutt, and I was like, well, that sounds like a party.
So David Segura is going to go, and Michael Jones, who owns a real estate business and car dealership, is going to come.
David Segura's here. Hold on. I made wanted posters because we got to put these everywhere. So I made wanted posters of David Segura so we can put them up all over DebateCon just in case he shows up.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye out for that guy.
Yeah. All right, catch you later.
All right. So we were just about to review David's video on Muhammad's secret source of manliness. You also did a video related to that.
Yeah, that's because I gave him the idea. I was talking to him on a live, and I'm like, this whole Zutt stuff just reminded me of something weird I was studying. And then he was like, wait a minute. These weird ancient practices of basically pederasty, where, it was very common in cultures all over the world to basically engage in that kind of activity with boys as part of the maturing process, lusting, all sorts of weird reasons. And so, so he did a video connecting that with the Zutt. And then I did a follow-up showing, well, why did these practices exist anymore? Well, it's because Christian missionaries and Westerners ended them everywhere they went. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, they didn't. They allowed the practices to continue as long as they stayed hush-hush. So Islam was incapable of ending those practices, and Christianity actually did.
Well, I wouldn't use the phraseology Islam wasn't capable. I would use the phraseology Islam was not interested in ending the practices. I think that's more
true,
accurate because Thursday night, how that happens in the Middle East. Everyone I know who was in even Desert Storm, but all in whether or not it's Iraq or Afghanistan, Thursday night, men are out there with boys and goats.
Yeah, it was goats. Yeah, it's was really messed up. The stuff I read. It was just all over the place. I couldn't believe how bad it was. So it's rather strange. But yeah. I found so many different sources, like in Sexual Diversity in Asia. This is an actual book. They say although homosexuality is amply documented in Islam, early modern Muslims usually adhere to the principle that one should not expose sinful behavior. So basically, he goes on to point out that this was just happening throughout the Islamic world, but they didn't want to expose it because you don't expose bad behavior, so they just sort of let it happen as long as it was behind closed doors. It only became a problem when it made the community look bad.
Absolutely. Well, if you go into Islamic law, you find out that the publication of people's sins is an unforgivable sin. Like if you yourself have been wronged, you can demand justice. But if you know that a man is raping a child, you should not say anything because it is not your sin to have been exposed, and you are not permitted to do that. That is an unforgivable sin according to Allah. You cannot be forgiven of the sin and you will go to hell. So that's how important it is. And the idea of a public versus private sin, it is still private if absolutely everyone knows about it. It is only public if it is drawn attention to in particular in like formal ways. So it can be, everyone can know about it, everyone can joke about it, and it's still not a public sin. So yeah, it's quite, do you have the book Islamic Sexualities?
No.
You need to get it.
Does not sound like a book I want.
You need to get it. You don't want it, but you need to get it.
I would need to read that with gloves on. I just gonna turn the page with gloves on. I don't know if I want to touch a book like that.
That's how I felt when we were listening. Oh.
Yeah. It has pictures too. You don't want to see those
then
either.
I'm not. Then no, definitely not. I'm not getting that book. I've
you
learned
need-
enough about Islamic sexuality. I think I don't need to know anymore. I'm happy. I'm happy with my ignorance of learning more on this stuff.
The gloves on is how I felt about that first song though. I was like, ooh, how do I put like gloves on my ears?
Yeah, we listened to a song that was sent in that was quite racy, and I thought it was hilarious, but everyone else in the panel was quite uncomfortable.
Sounds about right. Yep. Sounds just like you, Thaddeus.
Yeah.
Always got to be the creepy one.
That's true. So Skylark said we now have a cat, the one in my lap, I guess, and a shrimp. So we got Artemis up here all curled up, and we got Morgan in my lap. So we got the double cat cam going. I assume that people generally know who you are, but did you want to introduce yourself, Michael?
No.
All right. And we'll dive right into this video of Muhammad's secret source of manliness. This is David's follow-up video. This one is rather long, so we'll try to take decent chunks without too much commentary.
Most trusted sources are filled with claims about Muhammad's amazing virility and sexual stamina. Muhammad was famous among his followers for being able to handle 9 or even 11 women and girls in a single night. Consider a few passages. Sahih al-Bukhari, 5068. Narrated Anas, the Prophet used to go round, have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives. Sahih al-Bukhari, 5215. Narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet used to pass by, have sexual relation with all his wives in one night, and at that time he had 9 wives. By the way, check out the chapter heading. Whoever had sexual intercourse in the boiling, sweaty Arabian desert with all his wives and then took 1 bath only.
Ugh. Brother, ugh.
Try not to imagine the smell by the time he climbed on top of wife number 9. Sahih al-Bukhari, 268. Narrated Qatada, Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet used to visit all his wives in a round during the day and night, and they were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the Prophet the strength for it? Anas replied, we used to say that the Prophet was given the strength of 30 men. And Sa'id said, on the authority of Qatada, that Anas had told him about 9 wives only, not 11.
So we got some sources saying that Muhammad liked to have sex with all his wives and take one bath only, and then he had the sexual strength of 30 men. I wonder where he might have gotten all of this sexual strength. Perhaps David will tell us.
Well, yeah.
Muhammad's followers used to say.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'll add context after.
That he was given the strength, the sexual strength, of 30 men. That's an oddly specific number, isn't it? The prophet was given the strength of 30 men. An average man has no problem having sex with his wife some night. If a healthy man had 2 or 3 wives, I don't see why he couldn't have sex with 2 or 3 wives in a single evening. So why didn't Muhammad's followers say that he was given the strength of 3 or 4 men? Why 30 specifically? Fortunately for us, modern historical and anthropological researchers have solved this mystery. We now know how Muhammad received the strength of 30, count them, 30 men. Inspiring Philosophy sent me so many studies on this topic. I'd need the strength of 30 men just to share the highlights with you.
Is that true?
Some
Did
say
you
I do
overwhelm
have
him
the
with data?
strength. Some say I do have the strength of 30 men when it comes to knowledge. I have to say, I don't know. I mean, I gave him a bunch of different sources on it. The one he's going to use is a paper by Bruce Ryan. There's a funny backstory to that, is that I would never have found that paper if it wasn't for our good old buddy, Daniel Akikachu. Because when I was preparing for my debate with him, I prepared. And so I looked up everything he was citing, and he had been citing Bruce Ryan after Bruce, like constant. I'm like, why is he citing Bruce Ryan so much? So I read the papers and I was like, Daniel didn't read these. Oh my goodness. He was citing Bruce Ryan to defend child marriage. He's like, well, Bruce Ryan says that, there's nothing wrong with older men having relationships with girls that are in their early teens. And first of all, he's not saying that. He's not endorsing it at all. He's very clear. He's not endorsing. He's arguing that it is not a mental disorder that some older men are attracted to girls that are like early teens. That's his argument. Not that it's not harmful. He's just saying we shouldn't be classified as a mental disorder is his argument. But what he spends most of his time on in the papers is actually arguing for man-boy hebephilia, so pederasty. Daniel basically just read the abstracts and didn't actually read the papers. So I'm going through Bruce Ryan's paper. Yeah.
Not Daniel.
No, never, Daniel. But I'm just going through these papers and I'm like, oh my, like it's just like a section devoted to like heterosexual hebephilia. Hebephilia is like one step above pedophilia, because hebephilia is you're attracted to girls that have just started puberty. So that's what that's called. But I'm like, the most of the paper is focusing on man-boy hebephilia. And I mean, Bruce Ryan, as David's going to show in this video, has a giant chart where he's just documenting it and culture after culture after culture. And I'm just thinking when I'm reading this, if Daniel knew what was in these papers, he would never have even mentioned them. He wouldn't be in a room where someone was mentioning these papers. But I couldn't believe it. And if you notice, since I've debated Daniel, he's never mentioned Bruce Ryan again. Have you noticed that? Because he probably went and looked. He was like, oh, crap. I should not mention a guy who's talking about all this pederasty.
That's awesome. So we can thank Daniel for this video, or at least the specific source used in this video.
This video would never have happened if it wasn't for Daniel Akikachu.
And I would like to point out for everyone who is wondering, does Islam condone or endorse and hold up as ideal hebephilia or pedophilia? And we know from the very clear description of the Houris in paradise that their breasts will be just beginning to bud, very, very beginning to bud, that they are Tanner stage 2, which is still in pedophilia. So it's not even the same topic. Hebephilia and pedophilia are considered to be separate things. And so he's running to something else to try to defend what Muhammad actually considered the ideal. And remember, every Muslim man, according to Muhammad, in paradise will be a pedophile because all their huris will be in Tanner stage 2. This is stated descriptively in the Quran itself. So you can't get out of this, even if you're Quran only.
Mm-hmm. That is true. So Jack said, Mary, when you said not Daniel, it sounded like Charlie. Charlie! You know Charlie the Unicorn? Mary?
No, I don't.
You don't know Charlie the Unicorn? Oh, man.
I don't know Charlie
One
the
of the
Unicorn.
most viral videos on very early YouTube. Charlie the Unicorn. Highly recommended. Check that out, everyone.
I think it's just been too long. I'm sure I saw it.
It's like 14, 15 years ago, something like that.
No, this all
I
makes
actually
sense why
recently
you like,
rewatched it.
It all makes sense why you liked that intro song. Or not intro song, but the first song. It all makes sense now.
Charlie!
Do not follow Thaddeus' advice. Do
No.
not. look this up.
You're probably
It's a classic.
You're probably thinking of the llama, whose name I can't remember. But the llama is the one that kills people. Charlie the Unicorn is perfectly innocent.
I mean,
Okay. We'll just go on. We'll just agree to disagree on Charlie the Unicorn there. There was one other comment. Oh, yeah. So we got this genius Fahad Khan here in the chat who's saying that he's going to take this video down. He's going to get a hacker to come remove all the Zoot videos from YouTube. Good luck with that, Fahad Khan. Good luck hiring a hacker to take down all the Zoot videos on YouTube. How about you, like, either accept the reality of what your prophet did, or better yet, leave Islam because of what he did, instead of trying to hide it by getting the videos taken down. Just my thought.
But there's one study from psychologist Bruce Rine that provides quite the overview, so I'll quote a few relevant excerpts. Let me go ahead and say, as we begin, you have no clue how common relationships between grown men and adolescent boys were in the ancient and medieval periods.
You pause it right there. So I mean, like, this was mind-blowing to me when I first discovered this, like, in what Christianity did. Because one of the things Bruce Rine does in this is, like, look at what you froze on. This tradition ended in the late 19th century because of embarrassment at Western repugnance in efforts to modernize. He notes this happened a lot in cultures. Christianity is the reason pederasty has been basically abolished worldwide, and is happening in dark corners now. You do not realize humans were just prone to do this in so many cultures. That's how sinful we were. And then the spread of the gospel destroys it to the point now where we're disgusted by the thought. But people in other cultures, like, this still happens in places like New Guinea and, like, these traditional tribal cultures. This still happens in, like, the Amazon. It's disgusting,
and it's still normative in gay culture.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's gay culture.
Absolutely is.
Completely normative in gay culture. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. It is normative because that's what it is.
But I mean, like, just think about, like, this thought even comes up. It just disgusts us, and it should. But that's just because we have been raised, luckily, in the Christian West. If you go to another culture, they're not going to be. So, I mean, like, this is just one of the amazing things of Christianity and what it did. And we just don't know how lucky we are and how good the gospel is, how beneficial it has been for humanity. When you look into this stuff, it will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. And then you'll be doubly happy for the gospel, because, like, holy crap, we are an evil, horrible race that does not deserve the grace we have. But for some reason we have it. And this is just one example alone of how horrible humans are. I honestly, I don't know why God didn't just burn the earth up 2,000 years ago. It was so bad.
Yes, we saw a long list of like various different countries or geographic regions and research on how the practice was common in those regions. And it was just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. So let's continue.
About ancient Greece, but this was.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, you're good. I'm going to add a quote in a little bit.
Okay.
Was all over the place. Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, the Americas. Everyone seemed to have something going on with adolescent boys. Even after the spread of Islam, for instance, this continued for centuries in the Muslim world. Mature, immature male homosexual behavior was pervasive in Islamic societies, North Africa, Western Central Asia, from 8th to 19th centuries. Mature, immature male homosexual attractions were seen as just as normal as heterosexual ones. Main interest was in boys early to mid-teens, peaking at about 14. The appeal vanished with a beard, about 16, 17. Adult men were scorned if they were passive partners. Manly behavior was to be active. Partners' gender did not matter. Staggering amounts of love poetry show an obsession with boyish beauty, seen as comparable to women's. Poets attracted to boys constitute a who's who. Desire for boys, but not behavior or lust, was permissible under Islam, but behavior was common nevertheless.
So there you go. You got the research, right? Common in Islam from the 8th to the 19th century, so compatible with what we were saying earlier, that it was only pressure from Christian societies that somewhat put an end to this. And notice, by the time you are fully mature, right, that you have facial hair and whatnot, no more interest, just want boys who are starting puberty, and you got to give it, you can't take it.
By the way, IP, there you should look up at the practice of gazing upon boys, boy gazing, and Islam.
Nope. I have researched this enough. This was
like, nope,
necessary
nope.
research. I'm good. I'm going to study the Bible. That's what I'm focusing on right now. I have researched this far more than I want to. No more.
But by the way, according to a lot of testimonies and research, the boys in Islamic society who were groomed for this were those who didn't have fathers. It was top of the list. If you had no father, you would become, pardon the term, the bottom for your entire friend group. That's what you were for. You don't have a father, then that is what happens to you. That is what happened to Muhammad. He talked about how his cousin raped him. There is another quite clear description of Abu Talib inviting him to come to bed naked with him under the same blankets. People didn't get naked under blankets with men for any other reason than intercourse. You also have the fact that he was a caravan wife. He was a prepubescent boy taken on caravan trips. The only reason for a prepubescent boy who could not fight to be taken on a caravan trip was for the pleasure of one or more of the men. Sometimes the caravan wife was passed around to the entire caravan. This is the society in which he grew up in.
Lambert said, wow, still going? Yes, indeed. The intention is to go
like all night long, right?
probably wrap up somewhere around like 4 a.m., but definitely still have several hours to go here. Started at 6:15, 6:20, something like that. And I said I'd do like 8 to 10 hours. So probably wrapping up by 4 a.m., but definitely continuing for a while. There's definitely some more stuff I want to cover before we wrap up.
Just want to add this quote in here. It wasn't just for pleasure for these disgusting people. A lot of these cultures, especially in Southeastern Asia, India, and even the region of like, you could blending into the region of Pakistan, they did this they actually thought it was necessary. Some of these cultures thought that if you had to inseminate the boy, that helped him turn him into a man. It made him manly. So there's a paper, Institutionalized Power and Pederasty in the Ancient and Medieval South Asia, a study of literary evidence. And so he says this: historically, pederasty has existed as a variety of customs and practices within different cultures. Pederastic practices have been utilized for the purpose of coming of age rituals, the acquisition of virility and manly virtue, education and development of military skill and ethics. So oftentimes these cultures thought it was necessary to do this to boys, which is disgusting. But that's how David Wood relates to the Zutt, because if you have different cultures, especially in Asia, that thought, yeah, you have to do this and it will make you more manly, you could see somebody taking this and going, well, if I just go through it one night, I can be super manly. It's gross, it's disgusting, but it's a plausible scenario someone could come up with.
All right, let's continue on.
This shouldn't be surprising, since the Quran repeatedly entices Muslim men with the youths of paradise. Surah 52, therein they shall pass to one another a cup, wherein is no idle talk, nor incitement to sin, and there wait upon them youths for them, as if they were hidden pearls. Surah 56, immortal youths wait upon them with goblets. Surah 76, immortal youths wait upon them. When thou seest them, thou wouldst think them scattered pearls. Way to get the troops fantasizing, Muhammad.
So obviously the standard interpretation is that these are servant boys, but the terminology of the Quran there does seem to be at least somewhat sexual, and we're done with friendly interpretations or generous interpretations.
Well,
Yes,
again,
Mary?
the issue is that the hoodies are described in very few words, but also those words, that they are as scattered pearls. So they have that similarity. But furthermore, there is, in one of the tafsir, there is a description of people lying on their canopy beds with their wives and their servant boys. That line has the same double meaning, and they look up and they see a wife whom they have never seen before, who says, "When is it my turn?" There is a description of this in a tafsir. Therefore, it is describing men copulating with wives and a wife or a servant boy in the same way. There's also the specification that the boys do not bleed. That is what it says. It clearly says these are divine boys who do not bleed. What does that mean, everyone? How could they bleed? This is also said of the huris, that they don't bleed. They are non-bleeding scattered pearls. There's a reason for this. So, and they'll do other things, but it's just plain Arabic. It's not like some weird euphemism, something or other. No, it just says who do not bleed. It says that in plain old Arabic. No special words required.
Kenneth said, just don't throw those pearls to swine.
Yeah. Just see, there's a quote in Tom Holland's book, In the Shadow of the Sword, on page 396 to 397. He mentions that one of the terms for Hindu Kush was they had to deliver annually 1,000 of their most beautiful boys, and each one holding in his hands a golden cup, a delicious taste for Muslims of the delights of paradise.
And they did the same thing to Christian boys too. They did the same thing to Christian boys and the Balkans.
Absolutely disgusting.
With that note, we'll continue with the video.
Here's a description of the practice in Libya. Mature, immature, male homosexual behavior was a well-entrenched custom from antiquity to at least the 1950s. Matchmakers made marriage-like arrangements between men and adolescent boys. The boy got a gift larger than bride prices for females. Man and boy then entered into an alliance with family approval. Prominent men lent each other their sons for sex. Love affairs and jealousies over boys were common. Robin Mom said, They will kill for a boy, never for a woman.
Notice the theme here, right? That the boys are more valuable than the wives or adult women. And that's what the men really want. Women's purpose is to give children. These are the romantic relationships, to the extent that there is any such thing in these societies. Yikes.
Yeah, just everyone watching this, I hope you're as disgusted as I am, but just thank Christianity for that. Okay. The reason why is because it has changed the way we view the world, ethics, humans, everything. Thank Christianity for that. Because again, as Bruce Ryan documents, this was happening in the Americas, Africa, ancient pre-Christian cultures in Europe, Asia, Australia, Polynesian islands, everywhere.
And do keep in mind that absolutely none of these societies had the made-up category of gay or straight. No, this is just a behavior that men did. It was a behavior. No one had any sort of idea of, yeah, there are sexual preferences, but some people like blondes and some people like brunettes a bit more. That's the level of preference that was considered. They understood it as a behavior. The idea of a sexuality has been made up extremely recently.
Larkin said, makes sense now why they treat women so poorly. Yeah, the purpose, we like to say that women's purpose is sexual pleasure, and that may be the case and often, but really it's reproduction. Really, the primary purpose in Islamic society of a woman is reproduction.
Yeah, and before she is pubescent, then it's pleasure. Like why are you marrying a matron when you could marry a little girl? And the guy that Muhammad's talking to says, well, I have a bunch of sisters who are little girl age, and I really need a matron who's capable of like brushing their hair and teaching them manners. I can't marry another one like them. And Muhammad's like, oh, well, that makes sense. But again, for pleasure, you would marry a little girl, or you would have intercourse with a boy. You would not have intercourse with a childbearing woman. For her, she's just there to make babies. And that was how women saw themselves in the Ottoman court, for instance. I have read several times Mary Wortley Montagu's letters about her observations about the Ottoman court. She was super enthusiastic about the Ottoman court because it allowed women to cheat wildly. And so she thought that was pretty cool. But she was horrified with their obsession with just producing child after child after child, even if they all die, even if your production of children so quickly means that they're all sickly and they die. Well, the women take pride in the number that they have shot out of their uteruses, because that is where their value is.
All right.
Over the place. But we know a bit more about how some ancient cultures, in Melanesia and New Guinea, for instance, thought these relationships played an extremely important role in the development of boys into men. Mature, immature male homosexual behavior was highly organized in this warrior society. Homosexual intercourse was believed essential to boys' physical and spiritual development. It supposedly transferred male power to them, implanting this in their penises, the seat of male power. The belief was that insemination grew the boys into men. At 11 or 12, a boy's father chose for him an older male to inseminate him for months or years. Some boys chose their own inseminator. Insemination was thought essential for growth. Between ages 10 and 14, boys
go back
went
a
to
little
the
bit.
men's house
Go back to the
after a
last one.
ceremony, declaring them deceased.
Just go back to the last slide again. Yeah. Notice what he says at the bottom. The tradition was ended in the 1960s by colonial administration and missionaries who policed against it. This is the point I keep making, is that this happened everywhere. And then Christians showed up and said, no more. We're done. I don't care what you think. I don't care about your traditions. We're done here. Something similar happened in India when the British took over, is that they had a tradition of burning widows alive after their husbands had died. And the Indians, or some of the Indians that practiced this, were mad the British were stopping it. And so one of the governors has a great line. He's like, in England, we have a tradition that we kill people who try to burn widows. You keep your tradition and we will keep ours, which is a pretty base thing to say. But I mean, this whole woke movement we have today about, oh, we have to respect other people's cultures. No, we don't. No, we don't. That is a lie from hell. Some cultures are inferior. Cultures that practice pederasty or burning widows are inferior. I don't care. And we're going to do everything we can to stop it. Anyone who says otherwise is completely and totally delusional.
Mm-hmm. So, quick off topic. Funny Bones says, what time is DebateCon stream tomorrow? I just checked. Starts at 10 a.m. and David is the first debate of the day.
Then I'm second.
Mike is 1:30. Apostate Prophet is 4 o'clock. And then the last debate is Daniel versus Danny Philtalk. So Muslim versus atheist. So probably not a great interest to anyone here. So those are the 4 debates. Yes.
On that note, I'm going to go to bed because I don't want to be up too late through that.
Yep.
So
Thank you for popping in and adding your perspective. You picked a good time to come in since you know all about this.
I know more than I want to know. That's all I'm saying. So, all right. I'll catch you guys later.
All right. Appreciate it. So David is debating the Islamic dilemma. The technical question is there an Islamic dilemma? And then Michael is debating,
Well, there only is if you
is
take the
Jesus a
Quran
Muslim?
seriously. So if you don't take it seriously, then no, there isn't. So there we go. If you say the Quran doesn't mean anything that it says it does, if you don't take it seriously, if you don't think that you should consider the arguments that it makes for itself, then there isn't. There we go.
So the second debate is Jesus a Muslim? And that will be Michael versus Hassan Sibley. And then Apostate Prophet versus Jake. So Jake is doing double duty, not in the Al-Zutt sense. Christianity or Islam, which is true. So that one's a very broad topic there. That could go a lot of ways. Should be interesting. So again, I don't know for sure how modern day debate will do it, but last time they did a debate con as opposed to just a regularly scheduled debate, they had it as members only on the channel for a few weeks and then made it available to everyone. So to watch it tomorrow, you might have to become a channel member. If you don't care about watching it tomorrow, you can probably watch it for free eventually. All right.
But besides, they shouldn't be watching most of it tomorrow anyway, because they should be watching us live on my channel at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
That's true.
You can watch David, but
yeah, you can watch David, but
Sorry,
don't watch Michael now that he's gone. We can say don't watch him.
You can watch the first half hour. That's fine.
And a
Watch
bunch
the
of
first
other
half
people are streaming tomorrow. What is that? What are you referring to, Al? What are we streaming on tomorrow?
Tomorrow we're doing a super group on a much better topic than Muhammad's sexual life. We will be talking about speaking up for those who cannot speak for themselves, a very important topic that covers a lot of bases, not in the Al-Zutt sense. But yeah, so you'll be able to see at least most of us or all of us there tomorrow, which should be pretty cool.
And that will be on your channel, El-ISO Elohim. So be sure to check that out. Again, I'll try to get links to everyone who joined in the video description, but you can just type into YouTube, El-ISO Elohim. All right. Let me take a couple super chats since we're paused anyway. Dawa Troll.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Thank you for your investment there, Dawa Troll. Wise investing, if I do say so myself. Disappointed that Jai didn't look like Mike Winger. Yes, very disappointing. Very disappointing. We would expect all Christian apologists to look like Mike Winger. Good point. Good point there from my fairy tale life. That's probably Central Time. Since it is in Houston, I would assume that 10 a.m. is Central Time, which would actually make it 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
I was not thinking about that at all. Oops.
David should still definitely be done, though. He will be done by 1:30 Eastern Time. So David will be done before you're live, Elle. So we're good. Jack put a link to Elle's channel.
Oh, I was just saying, sorry, IP. We really do love you.
Sure, she does.
Where is there? I assume. Well, I don't actually know what this is in reference to, but if you mean DebateCon, it's in Houston, Texas. If you mean where is Elle's in-person stream, that's at a top secret location for only us to know.
But it will be streamed onto my channel. So you can show up on there and you can call in and have fun with us.
Einbar mit Berlinger.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar, I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
No, you cannot afford to miss out on it.
And in case
Einbar did not.
Yes, and that is a bear with a donut, and that is his picture.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Thank you for that. Look, David Wood is a time traveler. He's so young and now. So this is 2 Davids ago when we had the real David Wood on. Thank you for the donation. Obviously, I have not done a good job keeping up with these. Shameful Music with a super chat.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Shameful Music said that Mufti is a Muslim legal expert who is empowered to give rulings on religious matters, which seems very random, except we were actually asked the definition of Mufti at the time of the super chat. Thank you for helping out with that. And one more from Jack Ray.
Al-Zutt were just helping Muhammad pack his stuff for a long trip.
Ah.
Nice.
Good to know.
Nice getting the ellipses in there.
Good to know. And yes, the ellipses worked properly, so that worked well. It was a little abrupt compared to natural speech, but it worked pretty well. It worked pretty well.
I'm pretty impressed.
Muhammad was not gay, but Allah made it appear to be so. We actually had a Muslim call in once who was like, Muhammad was not a pedophile. He was not attracted to Aisha. But Allah just forced him to have sex with Aisha. I'm like, okay. I guess that helps. I'm not quite sure.
Except that means that Allah is a pedophile or wants all men to be pedophiles against their will.
And worse, right? Yeah, worse. He forces men to be pedophiles when they don't want to be.
So bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Dawa Peter Popoff. Yes, indeed. That is exactly what we got on our prosperity hadith, as we like to call them. All right, let's get back to the video.
Insemination was thought essential for growth. Between ages 10 and 14, boys entered a men's house after a ceremony declaring them deceased, i.e., death of childhood. They were newly born through the powerful medicine of older males' semen.
Oh boy.
Each boy acquired an adoptive father, an older male who was his mentor and regularly inseminated him, which was believed necessary to make him strong. Males lived in sex-segregated men's houses from a young age. Mature, immature male homosexual activity was pervasive. A certain kind of insemination was seen as crucial for boys' development. It began in male initiations for boys ranging in age from 7 to 14. Semen was viewed necessary for growth to be a strong warrior. So, they believed that...
I'm gonna pause that for 1 second.
There's abuse happening.
Indeed, there is. And as was pointed out earlier, this was prevalent not just in Arabian culture, but the vast majority of cultures around the world before Christianity came.
Approximately 75%. There really was no view of male homosexuality without pederasty in any culture. Like pederasty is male homosexuality, and it might continue past the age of pederasty.
I mean, isn't it specifically man-boy pederasty? The term pederasty?
Yeah, I said male.
Okay.
It was
Yeah.
always pederasty in every ancient culture. It was never not pederasty. It also sometimes included things that were not pederasty, especially with eunuchs, but it was always pederasty, and approximately 75% of cultures had this. Now, a further 25% had no thought, knowledge, or understanding that this is a thing that people might do. It had never occurred to them. So you can't say that, oh, well, this homosexuality, again, not a historical term or a historical concept, was a historic norm, and the weird Christians came in and extirpated it in places because they are bigots. No, 25% had no concept of it whatsoever, and in every other place, it was always pederasty. Always. I cannot think of a single place where it was not pederasty as normative.
McCain says, what did I just roll up on? I will tell you.
What can be greater tragedy?
Poor Ali Dawa.
We are watching David's video, Muhammad's Secret Source of Manliness. This is his follow-up video to the initial Al-Zutt video. In general, we're reviewing a variety of types of content, videos about the Al-Zutt incident, Muslim responses about it, random people who are neither Christian apologists or Muslim apologists finding out about it and reacting to it, videos that people sent in, songs about the Al-Zutt, or people desecrating Qurans in a way that emphasizes the Al-Zutt. So, long story short, we are doing all things Al-Zutt except in the Al-Zutt sense. Back to David.
Virility and manliness could be injected into a boy by a man. There were some very strange, very disturbing ideas circulating in the ancient world. And in the 7th century, cultures were interacting and colliding because of trade. Muhammad, before he declared himself a prophet of Allah, was a caravan trader. He spent years having discussions with various people he met, and he had a tendency to believe what people told him.
Yeah, that's what he's
Even much later, long after he started preaching Islam, he was known as the ear.
Oh, there you go.
It's in the Quran, Surah 9, verse 61. And among them are those who torment the prophet and say he is an ear. What did they mean when they called him an ear? Ibn Asad gives the historical background. I have heard that it was of him, a man named Nabtal, that the apostle said, whoever wants to see Satan, let him take a look at Nabtal ibn al-Harith. He was a sturdy black man with long flowing hair, inflamed eyes, and dark ruddy cheeks. Pretty racist to say this black man looked like Satan. He used to come and talk to the apostle and listen to him, and then carry what he had said to the hypocrites. It was he who said, Muhammad is all ears. If anyone tells him anything, he believes it. And we have some commentary in the Study Quran. He is an ear is an idiomatic expression used as an insult to imply that the prophet was easily swayed by what he heard and had no resolve. Being called an ear.
Thank you for that commentary. We just had no idea what being called an ear could possibly mean without that commentary to help us out.
You know, that phrase seems really familiar, like we've dealt with it recently for something. Just interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like it was on Quran Demolition Ranch or something.
Calling a spot.
Yeah, like giant pig ears, perhaps.
And a giant banner that said those words above the head of a certain individual.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, be sure to go over to Elle and get her drawing a beautiful painting of the ear.
And also to Quran Demolition Ranch to watch episode 1.
An eye. The accusation was that the prophet was gullible, accepting whatever he heard. According to some, there were those around the prophet who said, we say what we wish, then we swear to him, and he believes us. So Muhammad was known for being gullible and believing whatever people told him. This explains why he spread so many silly claims. He said that Adam was 90 feet tall, 60 cubits. He said that if a fly falls into your drink, you should dunk the fly in the drink, because one of the wings has a disease, but the other wing has the cure for the disease. He told his followers to drink camel urine as medicine. This stuff is endless in the Muslim sources. Where did this nonsense come from? Muhammad apparently just believed whatever people told him, so they called him the ear. But Muhammad had an interesting way of taking practices that were geared towards children and applying them to adults. For example, in Muhammad's time, people thought that if a woman breastfeeds a child she's not related to, the child becomes related to her. The breast milk makes the child a relative. Muhammad shocked his followers by claiming that this works even with a grown man. A grown man can absorb a woman's breast milk and become her son. Sunan an-Nasai 33:21. This is the chapter of breastfeeding an adult. And we read, Zainab bint Abi Salama said, I heard Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, say, Sahla bint Suhail, a woman, came to the Messenger of Allah and said, O Messenger of Allah, I see displeasure in the face of Abu Hudayfa, her husband, when Salim enters upon me. Salim was a grown man. Her husband, Abu Hudayfa, didn't like a grown man being around his wife because he was worried that they might commit adultery. The Messenger of Allah said, breastfeed him. She said, he has a beard. He said, breastfeed him, and that will take away the displeasure in the face of Abu Hudayfa. She said, by Allah, I never saw that on the face of Abu Hudayfa after that.
Hey, after sucking on her breast, he never showed displeasure towards her again. It worked, I think. 6 hours and still going. Yes, of course, of course. This is a long stream.
All night long.
That is the plan. That is the plan. Going several more hours, indeed. But we have the brilliant plan of Muhammad. Because it was a common belief at the time that it was the breast milk specifically that created a familial bond between a mother and a child. And so he's like, oh, why not just do it with adults too? That'll totally work. So, you know how I said you're not allowed to be alone with a man who is not a relative? Good news. You can make him your relative by sticking your breast in his mouth. Although that's not part of Islam today because a goat abrogated the verses. A goat was more powerful than Allah.
She breastfed a grown man with a beard, and this made the man her son. So her husband was no longer worried about his wife committing adultery with the young man because she had put her breasts in the young man's mouth. By absorbing her breast milk, he was transformed into her son. What else can a grown man absorb?
Goodness.
Imagine a man who's known as the ear, hearing about men injecting their manliness and virility into boys. Keep in mind, this man believes that practices that people usually apply to children also work with adults, as with breastfeeding. Suppose this man wants to become the most virile, masculine, potent man on the planet. How would he go about that?
Good question.
He would assemble a team of men known for their sexual prowess. And in Muhammad's time, the men who were most famous for their sexual prowess were the men of Al-Zutt. Historian Raymond Ibrahim explains how Al-Zutt are described in the Muslim sources.
According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern-day Pakistan, described in the sources as very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor-intensive work. In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, al-Zutt are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. In fact, according to one Arabic source, Al-Tashibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, "The penis of al-Zutt never weakens," meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready. I'm sorry for the crude language, but this is what the Islamic texts say, verbatim.
How dare you be Islamophobic and read their text verbatim? That is not cool. We don't allow that on this stream. So it looks like the chat bot went down because it sent so many messages that YouTube's like, you're out of your quota for today. So I'm going to try to get it restarted without sending messages. But while I do that, we can continue the video.
Could the men of Al-Zutt transfer their virility and manliness into Muhammad? Let's find out by reading a now infamous hadith from Musnad Ahmed. Abudullah ibn Massud related, "The Messenger of Allah sent for me. So we set out until I reached such and such a place. And he traced a line for me and told me, 'Stay between the two edges of this. Don't go outside of it. If you go outside of it, it's over for you.'" Muhammad knew that Abdullah wasn't man enough to endure the men of Al-Zutt. Abdullah said, "And so I stayed there. Then the Messenger of Allah went off a stone's throw away, or a little farther, or something like that. Then he, Abdullah, mentioned a group of male members, Hanin, i.e. men, who looked like Zutt people. Affan narrated, or something like what Affan said, Allah willing, they didn't have any clothes on. You don't say. And I didn't see their genitals, and they were tall and scrawny."
Which means they didn't have any, as we learned earlier. And then I thought, oh, that's good logic. So then when David wasn't on screen, I said, David ceased to exist. And then David gave me a hard time because he was right there. But you don't see the genitalia. They don't have any genitalia. That is what both Deenresponds and Alaa Deen said, that these must be jinn because they don't have genitalia, even though jinn do have genitalia. But all it really says is it didn't see them.
He, Abdullah, said, "And they came and started to ride the Messenger of Allah, and the Prophet of Allah began to recite to them. And they started to move closer and lean around me and get in my way, and I became intensely terrified of them, so I sat down," or something like that. He sat down, thus protecting the part of him they were after. And when the morning light...
I wonder what "or something like that" means. I can't remember if I sat down or just did something resembling sit down. I don't know there. Yeah, the chat bot stepped over the line for reasons of preventing spam. There's a finite number of messages a bot can send in a day. I have restarted it. It seems to be working. So it'll do everything that it normally does. It just won't send you any messages. So it won't, welcome people to the stream, and it won't tell you how many points you have left, but it should still trigger the animations and stuff. The rest of it should work. It was just that it sent too many messages because we've been going,
all night long.
And there's been so many people, so many messages sent that the bot reached the message limit. I think that happened once before, but it's been a long time since that happened for sure. So very, very popular stream. In fact, we're over 10,000 views on the stream. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Been crazy, and we still got a couple hours to go.
Light broke. They began to go away, or something like that. Then the messenger of Allah came back exhausted and in pain, I'll bet, or practically in pain from how they had ridden him. He said, "Indeed, I am exhausted," or something like that. Then the messenger of Allah put his head in my lap, or something like that. And the men came with tall white garments on, but the messenger of Allah had fallen asleep. And I became more intensely terrified of them than I was the first time. The men of Al-Zutt rode Muhammad all night long. From then on, his followers could boast that he was given the strength of 30 men. 30 men of Al-Zutt gathered in the desert and injected their masculinity into the Prophet of Islam, making him the most powerful man in the world. Of course, the effects might wear off after a while. Sometimes Muhammad would need to top off the tank, so to speak. That's when his companion Dihya al-Kalbi would come to the rescue. As Muhammad's companion Hudhaifa said, "The people used to enter upon the Prophet whenever they wanted. The Prophet then prohibited them from entering upon him while he was in meeting with Diyat al-Kalbi."
Very convenient. Very convenient that they can't come. They can come in whenever they want. So when he's alone with his wives, then that's no problem. Nothing's going to be going on. But when Dia's there, people better not come in because they might accidentally walk into something. Ronald says the chatbot needs the strength of 30 chatbots. Yes. Unfortunately, the chatbot did not encounter 30 Al-Zoot chatbots. So it just has the strength of one chatbot. Since David's not here, Jake didn't back out. Yeah, that's correct. David's like, he joined for a little while, maybe like an hour and a half, something like that. And he's like, well, I expected Jake to back out, but apparently I'm actually debating tomorrow. So I better finish my preparation for that. So he dropped off. Seems the debate will take place allegedly with some pow pow, but more likely just an ordinary debate. Although I believe David is wearing some very special clothing, some special protective clothing. Do you know anything about that, Elle?
Yeah, but I don't think we're supposed to say anything about that.
Okay,
So we'll just leave it
It's
at
a
that.
surprise. Surprise. You'll see tomorrow if David wears some protective clothing to the debate. All right, so we're going to continue on from Dia al-Kalbi with the top-up. He got the strength of 30 men, but sometimes you just want a little extra.
Muhammad didn't want anyone disturbing him when he was in one of his private meetings with Dihya al-Kalbi, who, by the way, was the hottest young stud in all of Arabia. Hudhaifa continues, "One day I came to the Prophet for some matter, hoping to meet him alone. When I arrived at the door, I looked and found a curtain covering the door. I raised it and was about to enter. That's what we are accustomed to do. Then I saw Dihya sitting beside the Prophet, who was sleeping, and his head was on the lap of Dihya. When I saw that, I left." What did Muhammad do after his rough night with the men of Al-Zutt? He put his head on Abdullah's lap and passed out. What did he do after a meeting with Dihya al-Kalbi, he put his head on Dihya's lap and passed out. Later, Muhammad told his followers that when they see him with Dihya al-Kalbi, it's actually the angel Gabriel.
Angel.
Sure, it's the angel Gabriel, conveniently disguised as Dihya al-Kalbi. And Dihya was always sure to leave his calling card. Sahih al-Bukhari, 232. Narrated Aisha, I used to...
Get that in just a second here. Why is the stream so laggy? I believe it is on your end. Everything looks fine from here. And actually, I don't even know how you could possibly tell if the stream was lagging from my end, since it's mostly still images anyway. So I highly suspect it is on your end. Plus, no one else has complained. So might want to check your internet there. I went to Jack and made a bacon a la Lady Gaga's meat dress. Yes. You should do that. You should definitely make that. Make sure to film it and get it on the Quran Demolition Ranch. Funny Bone says Maleek is not dangerous. Allah made it appear to be so. Well, then Allah is doing a crappy job, because he does not even remotely appear to be dangerous. Back to the calling card of Dia Akabi.
Wash the semen off the clothes of the Prophet, and even then I used to notice one or more spots on them. Aisha would wash the semen off his clothes. She would scratch it from his garment. She would scrape it off with her hand. Small price to pay for having such a manly husband, though, am I right? So, we finally understand how Muhammad got the strength of 30 men. He told an elite squad of 30 men of Al-Zutt, known for their large penises, to meet him in the desert. He told his companion Abdullah to watch and learn from behind the Diddy line. He walked about a stone's throw away and assumed the position. Then the Al-Zutt showed up and said, "It's Zuttin time," and zooted all over him all night long. But this gave Muhammad the stamina to have sex with 9 or 11 women and girls in a single night. So, win-win, I guess, except for the one bath part.
What's that? What's that, brother?
Now, we've solved one mystery, but another mystery...
I don't know why Muhammad wasn't wanting to take a bath. I mean... You might say, well, there wasn't any clean water available, except that nothing makes water unclean, right? Muhammad was happy to bathe in water out from a well, which people threw their dead animals and their menstrual cloths and whatnot. He's like, everyone's like, Muhammad, that's disgusting. Why are you using that water? He's like, nothing can make water unclean, everyone. You should use this water to bathe in like me. So actually, he might have smelled worse after bathing. So maybe that's why he did bathe in between sexual encounters. Who knows?
Remains. If relationships between men and adolescent boys were so common in the ancient world, as numerous studies have shown, why are they so surprising and disturbing to us now? What changed? The good news is that we know exactly what changed. But you'll have to click on Inspiring Philosophy's video to find out.
Well, we had Inspiring Philosophy earlier here, and he told us all about his video. His video is about how Christianity caused the change. So David's video is about the zooting practices and why Muhammad would have been interested in zooting. And then IP's video is about how Christianity changed the world. Funny Bone says, we are hilarious. Well, that part was more serious. That was definitely a pretty serious part of the night, but we'll get back to some funnier stuff now. And I think, well, I'll take a couple of super chats, but I think I'll go to a nice Quran demolition related video, a user submission, not one that we recorded, next. But first, yeah, Muhammad was an idiot, no disputing there. Some super chats from Ryan Kim.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Yasakane talking about going deep on the night of Al-Zutt. Oh, indeed. Ryan Kim, why is David here instead of Mike Winger? That was presumably when we had the real David Wood. We did have Mike Winger join later on. They're both gone now, but thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Bookworm with, I don't know, like maybe the third-ish super chat of the day.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Bookworm also answered the questions. We had a super chat that answered what a mufti was. Now we have a second one, and we also answered it without super chats. A mufti is a Muslim legal expert who is empowered to give rulings on religious matters. McCain noticed the name there. Yasser Fradi. Yes, indeed. Yasser Fradi. All of the Dawa guys have modified names there. That last one, though, that one is just Allah speaking, because that is a direct quote from the Quran. Give alone to Allah is a direct quote from Allah. The literal speech of Allah says to give alone to Allah. Yes, that is true. Someone said goodwill zooting. Let's say one more super chat here from Dima Escapee.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Are Ohioans under a legal obligation to like 21 pilots from Columbus, Ohio? What? No, I'm not a shill. You're a shill. I don't know about all Ohioans, but I think Columbusites like me, or Colombians, I don't actually know what the correct way to say it. I guess we're probably under an obligation, and 21 pilots is pretty good. They're pretty good. It's not like someone who I usually seek out, but I do like them.
I very much like their music, but I am very concerned about their theology. Their theology sounds fine in their music, but to my understanding, they're Mormons.
I'm not sure.
I could be wrong about that. I will need to fact check that. But it was one of those things where I was like, oh, they mentioned God. Look it up. Oh, okay. Pray for them. Either way.
Absolutely. Several people triggering the halal hog, including Tiger. I didn't grab the first couple, but I saw Jack. Oh, there's Jack Ray, and then I think there was a third one. Yep. Blueberry Addict also triggered the halal hog. Whenever you hear "uh-oh," that's because someone in the chat triggered it. Unless I do, which my cat is currently blocking my soundboard, so it's a little difficult. I think right.
There's a subtle but big difference here.
I accidentally pushed a random button. Oh well, I can't really see the buttons, so I won't worry about pushing it. But I can also trigger it. But generally, it's the audience that triggers it. All right. You cannot try to reinterpret it. Well, that's what you think. I can do whatever I want. All right. So next up, we're going to have a Quran video with a song. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this one. This is from theIJPmexican. Sent this in on QuranDemolition.com. And we're going to see a little bit of this video. Half the video is about how to protect and fix and improve your Quran. And then the second half is the al-zoot. So we're just going to watch the second half, but you'll get a chance to see the rest of it on the Quran Demolition Ranch channel at some point, because the first half is very funny. I have watched it. It's just not related to the stream today. Okay, so 503 is what I'm looking for as far as the timestamp. All right, here we go.
Maleek keeps saying that Muhammad Salih Wali Hasilim was a pedo. Maleek keeps having sex without saying Bismillah.
That's a bad idea. That is a bad idea to have sex without saying Bismillah, because your children could turn out deformed. Satan might wrap himself around your penis and impregnate your wife with his sperm instead of your sperm. Just a bad idea. Just a bad idea in general.
He doesn't even say it when he tried to have sex with women. Maleek says that Muhammad Salami Tiny Hazimen didn't get the zoo. He says that Allah took the prophet.
Then we got a very accurate picture of the al-zoot surrounding the very white prophet Muhammad there.
Place 99 al-zooted Allah, he says. Maleek likes men, Maleek likes al-zoot. Maleek wishes everyone single. Maleek wishes he wasn't gay. Nah, just kidding, he likes being gay. He loves the Yahudi and loves working for Mossad.
It's true. Maleek, he likes being a zoot. He likes being a zoot receiver. That is true. I can't deny that. This song is completely and totally accurate. He also likes working for Mossad. It's true.
Maleek, leaky Maleek. At least you aren't leaking in the desert while Ibn Massud watches from behind the Diddy line. Is it true that the Warner has practiced his Illuminati initiation ritual with trans women? Did you watch? Is it true that Labiano is a criminal?
Yo, Chad, who did this? Who did this? Maleek did this.
Is it true that you said wallahi and then later said that you lied? Pretty big Kufa energy there. Leaky boy, you are causing more Qurans to be destroyed than Utaman. Not the Utaman that won't talk to Avery or anyone else. I mean the one that burned all the Qurans. I already burned the Soothing Surah. What a shame. Maleek, Jesus is your God. You better repent before it's too.
Let's see if we can get
all the Qurans. I already burned the Soothing Surah. What?
Oh, the Quran has been repaired. The Zooting Surah has been restored. A very accurate picture there. Look at the face of Muhammad. He is not enjoying that zooting.
Shame. Maleek, Jesus is your God. You better repent before it's too late. Praise Jah. Maleek hates Islam. Junior would never be so stupid.
Maleek, Junior's good. Maleek bad. For some reason, Maleek decided to attack Junior. I think that this might have actually been made before that, which makes it extra funny. But yeah, Maleek, he's like, I'm gonna dox everyone. I'm gonna dox one Christian for every page of the Quran you rip up. And he doxed like 5 people and then gave up and now is attacking Muslims, including Junior.
Ali Dawa would have done a better job. Maleek hates Islam. Daniel Ha, Kike Jew is less creepy than you. Maleek is more.
I don't know about that. I mean, how could Daniel be less creepy than anyone? Daniel is extremely creepy. Why, Maleek? Why'd you do this, Maleek?
And hates his Quran. Maleek hates Islam. 99 al-zoot Allahs. Maleek is Mossad. Maleek is Mossad. Maleek hates Islam. 99 al-zoot Allahs. Maleek is Mossad and hates his Quran. Praise Jah, the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, some of those pictures were sketchy. Now, in fairness, I didn't actually watch that all the way through. If you dox, prepare to be doxed. No, I would not say that. I would not say that we should be doxing any other things. Where's one download the raw version of that song? So the only place that exists right now on the internet is in this video that we just watched. It will be posted on the Quran Demolition channel at some point. I may like do some light censoring of some of those images there. But for this stream, you get what you get, right? You didn't turn into this and expect it to be super family friendly, I hope. But yeah, I might censor that a little bit. Maleek is trying to out retard Junior. Well, that's a very tough competition. Very tough competition. Oh, what's this Maleek update? So this was sent in. So there was a couple comments asking if AP made this or whatever. This was sent in by a viewer. I did say it at the start, but the IJPmexican sent this into the Quran Demolition channel. There's probably well over 100 submissions to that channel. I went through them all very quickly. I only spent a few, like maybe 15, 20 seconds on each one just to figure out if it was al-zoot related. I did not watch them all the way through. I just watched enough to figure out what the content was. The al-zoot were not friendly. They gave it all inside Mo. That is true. And yes, this is the Reason Answers Unplugged or Reason Answers After Dark channel today. Something like that. Anyway, the first half of the video is a very humorous look at how to protect your Quran from damage. So I'll definitely put that up as well. The first half doesn't have music to it. It's just some very pleasant ripping sounds and whatnot. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, you said something about Maleek changing his tactics to attacking Muslims again. Yeah, so Maleek, although he hasn't officially said anything, he does seem to have backed off. He does seem to have come under a lot of pressure from the Muslim community with Quran Demolition Ranch and whatnot, and he seems to be focusing on his usual stuff, which is him going live and complaining about everyone else and saying everyone else sucks basically. But on his little story on TikTok, he said that Junior, you will be exposed in the next episode of Clap by Roo. He also hasn't really done another Clap by Roo. So we'll see if he actually does anything. He went after a Jaws as well, which, I mean, who cares? Jaws is a disgusting creep who deserves everything he gets. He made some negative comments about Orthodox Muslim, basically saying he won't post my videos. We could get David taken down today if he'd post my videos, but he won't do it. Yeah. So he seems to have backed off, but we'll see for sure if that lasts. I suspect that the other Muslims are like, what the heck is wrong with you? Maybe you don't care about desecrating Qurans, but we sure do. You're panicking. Why you running is part of the Dawah script, even if you're not running or panicking. Yeah, that's true. Why you running? Why you running? Yeah, Club Pyru. Club Pyru. All right. So that was the how to protect and fix your and improve your Quran with the Al-Zutt section of that video. Up next, I got a brief clip here. This was on I believe a political channel called by a guy named Wyatt Claypool. So nothing remotely related to anything Islam or Christianity or whatever. And he was covering the Canadian or the Alberta elections specifically in Canada. And someone sends in a super chat. So we'll see his reaction to that super chat here. Let me find the right place. Nope. Right about, we'll get a couple seconds before he starts talking about that.
He's a lot like Trudeau, but again, so many people vote on vibes, which is very concerning and sad.
All right, here's the super chat.
G-Max says Carney admires Marxism.
Oh, wait, sorry, I was off by a minute.
Which is projects going. The Diddy line. And if
right,
he doesn't actually approve mines and oil and gas projects or the National Energy Corridor for oil and gas products, that's going to hurt him. That's really going to hurt him because it's going to prove that he's lying.
As you can see, it's all about Canadian politics and whatnot. And then he gets this super chat.
Mark H says for $6.99, thank you for that. Do you think the men of Al-Zutt will cross the Diddy line in the next federal election? I don't know what that means at all. Do you think
the look on his face?
I don't even know what that means. You're gonna have to fill me in on what that means, Mark. I will await the thing, your explanation. D-Max says, I'm out of here, too depressed.
So I have no idea who that person is or why they sent this in, but I just thought his reaction was so funny. Right? He's like, I have no idea what that means. Like he's covering an election in Alberta, and someone sends that super chat in. Do you think that the men of Al-Zutt will cross the Diddy line in the next federal election? Yeah, poor guy. He has no idea what happened to him. No idea what happened to him. So next up, we got ex-Muslim Zutt Meme Explosion Explained by the Black Pigeon Explains channel, which just seems to be a general interest channel, just does videos on all kinds of subjects, often controversial subjects, but still not like Islam or Christianity related to at all. And he did a video explaining the Al-Zutt meme to those who are uninformed. Warning, material may be upsetting for some Muslims. Viewer discretion is advised. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Indeed. The Al-Zutt party will win the Canadian elections by a landslide, inshallah. Indeed.
To begin with, this is an examination of the current explosive meme now trending on the internet. And in doing so, I will attempt to adhere to Muslim sensibilities and stick only to relevant Islamic texts, as well as not show the face of the Prophet Muhammad as
I will try to stay. You have this on your screen. And you say, I'm going to try not to offend my sons. But look, he covered up his face. His entire face is a beard. It's one giant full face beard. And to be clear, I have not pre-watched this either, so I have no idea. This might be highly inappropriate. Who knows?
Will attempt to adhere to
Pause.
sensibilities and stick only to relevant.
So I learned my lesson from the last two things. I'm gonna bounce. I may be back later, but I do not approve of the last video, and I probably want to. Well, not the political one. The political one was funny but irrelevant. But okay, bye guys.
Bye. I now, to be clear, I don't think this one's going to be too racy, but I don't actually know because I haven't pre-watched it. But Al probably needed to get some sleep anyway, so don't worry though. Don't worry. I'm still going. Right? The goal here, is to
all night long.
Probably do a couple more hours. So again, this is a secular channel that does videos on often controversial subjects, but just on a variety of topics. And he's doing a video explaining the Al-Zutt meme.
Islamic texts, as well as not show the face of the Prophet Muhammad, as it has been shown in the past to enrage Muslims to unspeakable violence, especially in their Western host nations. To begin with, a little context and understanding of the Islamic texts that guide believers. The Quran is the primary sacred text of Islam, believed to be the direct word of Allah revealed to his prophet Muhammad, serving as the foundational source of divine guidance. Hadiths are collections of the prophet's sayings, actions, and approvals, compiled by his followers to provide essential context and details for applying Quranic teachings, especially as it relates to Sharia. While there are Muslims, especially in...
Yeah, that was accurate. That was an accurate statement of Islamic beliefs about Quran and Hadith. Miovic says, Reason to Answer channel has the strength of 30 channels. Yes, that's how we can go all night long. Is the channel has been zooted by 30 other channels, so it has the strength of 30 channels now. Oh man, let me take a couple super chats from Eintbar mit Berlin, which is the bear is a jelly donut apparently.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
I think Hollywood should show the Al-Zutt in a ending scene of Avengers or so, like Thanos many years ago. Imagine how epic this would be, and everyone would wonder what the 30 men would mean. Yeah, that'd be a good teaser for the next video or the next movie in a series or something for sure. A bookworm with yet another super chat.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through his power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Bookworm says, the real David Wood, since you're going to surpass your dad, do you think you'll create your own YouTube refuting Islam? I actually know the answer to this question, so I'm happy to answer on his behalf. Lucian is definitely planning on starting a YouTube channel. He does not plan for it to be Islamic focused, though. His own personal passion doesn't center on refuting Islam. He's happy to take part in, like this stream, for example, or other group activities, but his personal focus He's very passionate about counter-abortion work and about arguments for the truth of Christianity. And yes, this is Black Pigeon. I said that. This is Black Pigeon channel. And I'm told that the super chats that I'm bringing up now are like 6 hours old, which is highly possible because most of the super chats were concentrated at the beginning. What another one from Esme Sagara.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards. In your grave, you will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Finally, someone who isn't pretending to me. Gracias, senor. The cigar cartel will have your back if you ever visit Mexico or Mexico. Indeed, indeed. The real David Wood has entered the chat. That fake David Segarra is long gone. And as you can see, these are still from pretty early on. In fact, I'm going to take one more just to try to diminish the stack of super chats I still need to read.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Remember, January 30, the night Momo and the Al-Zoot got dirty. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Cheeky Shiki, for your regular support on this channel. Jack Ray says that there's some crackling with my microphone. Let me know if that developed later on or you think it was throughout the stream. I assume it's pretty minor since like lots of people aren't complaining. But nonetheless, I will get that straightened out. Just let me know when that developed, if it was the whole time or it happened later on. Because obviously I didn't change anything while we were going. All right. Let's continue with this video from Black Pigeon examining the Al-Zutt meme.
In the West that say they only follow the Quran, there are problems with this line of thinking. Without hadiths, Muslims would lack specific instructions on key practices like how to perform prayers, observe fasting, undertaking pilgrimage, or that being the Hajj, to calculate zakat, charity, adhere to clothing prohibitions, or even which hand to use to clean themselves after they defecate. Now, with that information out of the way and given my own study of Islam over the years, beginning when I lived in Istanbul.
So that is correct, of course, that Islam without hadith doesn't really work because you require, and the vast majority of Islamic law comes from hadith, because you're required to follow the example of Muhammad. So all that's true. That was just background material. You guys knew all that stuff, but his audience in general would not have known all that stuff.
I think there are many, many instances within the hadiths that are problematic, at least by contemporary Western ethical standards. Al-Bukhari, for example, one of the 4 most trusted hadiths, recounts that Muhammad bought, sold, and auctioned human beings as slaves. And probably most famously was his marriage with the 6-year-old Aisha and consummating that relationship when she was 9. Another more interesting hadith recounted that he had the sexual strength of 30 men and was able to visit and satisfy all of his 11 wives in one day. But this would leave his clothes soiled with semen stains that his child wife Aisha would clean, but the blots were still visible when he would go for prayer. I could go on and on and on, as there are many, many, many instances of the actions and examples of the Apostle of Allah that many in the modern West would find questionable at the very least. But the hadith in question that has now created the new viral meme or Zutt posting is found in the hadiths of Musnad Ahmed, compiled by
Musnad? I don't know where the R came from. Levi Sprague says, the heck? Several hours. Yeah, this stream, this is a long stream. This is a very long Zoot themed stream because the men of Al-Zutt went
like all night long, right?
So this stream is going all night long as well, by which I mean somewhere in the vicinity of 10 hours. So we got a couple hours to go.
By Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal. And according to the Sunnah.com, it is one of the most famous and important collections of reports of the Sunnah.
That is true. Musnad Ahmed is probably the most important hadith collection. That is not one of the Mary yelled at me earlier for calling canonical, so whatever. The major hadith collections, except it is a major collection. It's very long. The widely recognized ones. Musnad Ahmed is the next most important after the ones that are generally talked about and found everywhere. It is also very hard to get English translations of Musnad Ahmed.
Of the Prophet Muhammad. And now to the trending viral meme that is peaking now as of late October 2025 that seeks to mock the Islamic prophet Muhammad. Well, it's based on a hadith and is primarily circulating on platforms like X, Reddit, especially on RX Muslim, 4chan, and surprisingly YouTube, where it's being used in a similar fashion.
Surprisingly YouTube, even though that's where it originates. And look, he covered up Muhammad's face. Even though it's the Charlie Hebdo cartoon, he still covers up Muhammad's face to not be disrespectful to Muslims. But it's circulating on such garbage places as Twitter and Reddit and 4chan, but for some reason it has even infected YouTube. Ooh. Whoops. There we go.
Into how the Fedora atheist memes targeted online skeptics in the 2010s. Now, the underlying core of the narrative comes from the hadith referred to previously. It describes an encounter during one of Muhammad's travels in the desert. Accompanied by his companion Abudullah ibn Massud, Muhammad draws a protective line around Abdullah for safety. Then a group of tall, slender, dark-skinned figures identified as men of Al-Zutt, an ethnic group from the Indian subcontinent, probably early settlers or nomads of Arabia, as they approach Allah's apostle. They surround Allah's apostle Muhammad and ride him throughout the night, described in explicit terms, and the activity is vigorous enough to leave Muhammad exhausted. These figures crowd around Muhammad eagerly.
Yeah, well, so I mean, Reddit, it has a pretty poor reputation, but 4chan is best known for not being very good at stopping child pornography from being on the website. So I have never personally been on 4chan, and I would definitely recommend no one else go to 4chan. But yes, it is definitely a very edgy place, to put it mildly.
Riding him. Yarkubun, Arabic for mounting, climbing, or overpowering, all night until dawn. They approach Abdullah's circle but cannot cross it, leaving him terrified. At sunrise, Muhammad returns wounded or in pain, limping from how they had ridden him, and collapsed exhausted on Abdullah's lap. The key controversial phrase that they began to ride the Prophet of Allah, well, critics interpret ride literally as sexual penetration, especially since the Zoot are described elsewhere in Arabic folklore as hyper-virile with erect penises that never weaken. However, Islamic apologists interpret this as a spiritual or miraculous event where Muhammad preaches to jinn, think genies, supernatural beings disguised as humans, emphasizing divine protection and proselytizing. Whatever the case, of course it is offensive to Muslims, but it is substantiated by...
Well, that's... I should have probably let him go a second ago, but it is offensive to Muslims, and then it sounds like it was best to say, even though it is in their text. So their own texts are offensive to Muslims. Great. Your own texts are offensive to you. And yes, a magic circle to protect poor Ibn Massud from the men of Al-Zutt. Let me grab my men of Al-Zutt here. I got a handful of my men of Al-Zutt here. And I got Muhammad here. So Muhammad and the men of Al-Zutt. Ah, help me! Help me, the men of Al-Zutt! They're trying to ride me! Very supernatural, yes. Very supernatural encounter. If Muhammad was ridden all night by jinn, I concede he was ridden all night by jinn. Jinn in Islam, they have sexual abilities just like men do. So that doesn't really change anything.
The Hadith's texts, which use unambiguous Arabic terms for sexual mounting, meaning rode him, and description.
Unambiguous terms there, says our neutral observer. The video of the smoking Qurans was in fact all David's idea. Although actually that's not technically true. I added Ibn Massud in the background, and I think it was Elle that came up with the idea of having the Muhammad Quran crawl over to Ibn Massud. Welcome back, Mary.
Hello. It might have actually been Eric who did that. I can't remember without David said it was Elle or Eric, but he said one of them had the idea of the crawling Quran.
Yeah, I don't remember for sure. It wasn't me. I suggested putting Ibn Massud in the background, and then, which was the red Quran in the background, and then one of them suggested having them crawl over. And originally we were just going to use a hand, right? Because we didn't care that it would look really cheesy. Just use a hand and grab it. And David's like, if you grab like dental floss or a wire, you can pull it and no one will even notice. It's definitely Elle and the 30 black Qurans and one eye. Yeah, David wanted to just use like 6 Qurans or something or 10. He's like, and Elle's like, no, it has to be 30. And he's like, 30? There's no way we could do 30 Qurans. But we did. We did use 30 Qurans in the end. So I don't know if you were listening before you joined, but we're watching this video on a secular channel that just does explainer videos, and they're explaining why Al-Zutt has become a meme. Right now he's going through the story, and he's done the story accurately. In fairness, he's done everything very accurately.
Descriptions of arousal. This isn't a new story, however. Christian polemicists like Raymond Ibrahim dug it up in 2022 and 2024 videos, framing it as evidence of Muhammad's contradictions on issues like homosexuality.
And again, he covers up Muhammad. Although in this case, he made the people cartoons too. I guess he probably put an AI prompt like turn everyone into cartoons or something. I don't know why he changed those, but covers up Muhammad's face out of respect, while also showing the images. And apparently the whole video was Elle's suggestion, or at least the fact of surrounding one white Quran with black Qurans. Oh, I'm terrified of Dr. Maleek. Oh, help me, Dr. Maleek's coming to get me. I'm going to hide. I'm hiding. He can never find me now. Right, Mary? Because if you wear a niqab, no one can ever recognize who you are.
Exactly. So you won't be abused now. You're safe. Safe from abuse.
Yes, Maleek is so terrifying. So very, very terrifying that he's had David's address for a couple weeks now and just sits on TikTok going, clap Pyru! Clap Pyru! We gotta lock everyone up! That's what gangsters do! They snitch and get everyone locked up! What a freak. What a freak.
It did, however, remain obscure until mid-2025 when YouTube videos turned it into crude humor, surprisingly avoiding the grotesque censorship on the platform. It then hit X and especially Reddit r ex-Muslim and then culminated.
I don't think that David's video was a joke. I mean, there was some humorous elements, but I would not call it crude humor. I mean, you wouldn't call it crude. Okay, fine. It's a crude story, but it wasn't done for joking purposes. At least he was correct that it was popularized on YouTube through David. I need a goat niqab.
With a crypto tie-in. A shitcoin called Zutt launched on Solana on October 20th that was inspired by the ancient Zutt people's virile spirit, pumping the meme with pump and dump hype. Either way, the Zutt breaking memes.
I didn't know that some idiot used the pump.fum website to make a Zutt coin. Obviously, that had nothing to do with us. That had nothing to do with David. That was probably some 4chan moron.
Are now aplenty and are exploding precisely because of the shock value of the story.
Hey, that's David, though. This is David. He put this image on Twitter. Very close to the start of it. In fact, I think I remember him asking us about it.
By making the Prophet of Islam into a bottom in a desert hookup, which clashes, of course, with the faith's strict prohibitions on certain acts that are punishable by death even today. Of course, any questioning of Islam or of Muhammad is seen as blasphemous by Muslims, and especially in the West, they frequently resort to violence in response. While on the other hand, Western edgelords say it's fair game for critiquing texts that claim infallibility.
I don't know why critiquing a text makes you an edgelord. What is that even supposed to mean? I mean, like, I know what the words mean, but how is an edgelord says it's fair game to critique texts? What? Zuttcoin has the value of 30 cryptocurrency coins. Indeed it does.
Nice.
Looking at the bigger picture, what we're witnessing is the widening of rifts of online atheism versus faith debates, with ex-Muslims especially using it for dark humor about leaving Islam. But more importantly, the Zutt meme's viral spread lays bare the irreconcilable clash between Islam's sacred narratives and the West's irreverent digital culture, where a hadith's explicit imagery is weaponized for mockery. More importantly, this isn't just edgy humor. It's a deliberate provocation poking at a faith that holds Muhammad infallible, while its texts provide ample fodder for critique from the unbeliever or the...
I think that was actually a fair statement there. I mean, it is an intentional provocation of Muslims, not without purpose, not without reason, but it is an intentional provocation of them. But then he followed it up by saying texts that make it really easy to criticize them, basically. So I think that's a fair statement. Not very little complaint about this video.
Kufr, as we are known in Islam. The meme's traction on platforms like X and Reddit reflect a growing Western boldness in challenging Islamic taboos, especially given their massive and growing presence in the homeland of Westerners. But it will come at a cost. History shows that such affronts, from Rushdie's Satanic Verses to Charlie Hebdo, often trigger violent backlashes from Muslim communities in the West.
Which is exactly why we need to keep doing this, right? We need to normalize this so that it no longer causes violent backlash. See the introduction video to the Quran Demolition channel, in which Charlie Hebdo is featured prominently, because there was multiple incidents of people drawing cartoons of Muhammad before that, in which a violent Islamic attack happened. And the broad reaction, although there were certainly people who would say otherwise, the broad reaction was basically, yeah, they got what they deserved for provoking Muslims. And then with Charlie Hebdo, it was different. The international response was, this is completely unacceptable. The cartoons were published in probably hundreds of newspapers around the country. Around the world is what I meant to say. People started drawing Muhammad, right? There was mass attempts to get people to draw Muhammad. And today, Muslims will do some whining and complaining when people draw cartoons, but there hasn't been another violent attack. Now, has there? And that's exactly what we need to do with criticism of Islam in general. Is yes, we need to provoke Muslims in order to make the world a safer place.
Communities where cultural integration has yet to bear fruit, given the decades of our current experiment at importing Islam into the West, even though this total diversity of worldview, we are told again and again, is our greatest strength. In the end, the risk of riots, attacks, or worse looms large, as seen in past eruptions over far, far less. This meme, like others before it, underscores
the passion of Muhammad. I have not seen this, but it's good.
Stark reality. A civilization that imports incompatible values courts perpetual conflict with no resolution in sight. So what do you think? Leave me your thoughts, opinions, questions, or something else in the comment section below. Also, remember to give this video a like on your way out. That is.
Again, if you want to check out this video, this is ex-Muslim Zutt Meme Explained. He doesn't quite understand that it actually started with Christian polemics, but nonetheless, obviously has been picked up by atheist ex-Muslims as well, and a variety of people. That is on the Black Pigeon Explained channel if you want to check it out and give it a like or whatever. I thought it was a pretty good video, for someone who is not directly involved with Islamic polemics. He actually did a very good job of explaining things from an Islamic perspective, but also not just automatically taking their side and saying that, people have good reason for criticizing Islam. There's a lot to criticize. So I thought it was a very good video. I didn't pre-watch anything, so this is my first time seeing it as well. What do you think, Mary? What did you think of that video?
Well, I came in whenever it had already started, but I think I had actually seen this before. That was a good video.
All right. Let's take some super chats and then we'll grab another. We'll probably do a song next because I got a few songs that we need to get to at some point, especially since we added one on as we are going. Cleety.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up. The rand is going down. This is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Yep, no excuses, everyone. Be sure to get in your donation so Allah can bless you. The Shahada of 30 men of Al-Zutt took before they rode the Prophet all night long goes as follows. La ilaha illa Allah, Muhammad Al-Zutt, la. Yep, I think that's about accurate for the Shahada of the 30 men. Thank you for your financial support. Another one from our bear, or our jelly donut eating bear friend.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Sure getting a lot of deep thoughts by Yasa Qadi on the Nine of Al-Zutt. I already watched today the hilarious video of Muslim cowboy and Hamza trying to explain Al-Zutt Hadith. Question mark Quran demolition range video of Al-Zutt smoking was thumbs up. I do have that video. It is, however, quite long. We probably will not end up watching that one. David and Giant Daughter of Christ previously reviewed that. I think maybe Chris from Speaker's Corner was on that. Not 100% sure who was all involved, but they did review it in the past. So due to the extreme length of that, I probably won't review that one today. And Purge the CC Ferretix says,
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Purge the CCP Heretics. I somehow put two P's in that. That's why I said Heretics. Al-Zutt is giving the Arabian Night a new meaning. The Arabian Nights tales, they do have a lot of sexual encounters in it. You won't see those in, your Disney cartoon version.
Oh, yeah. It's like all sex, by the way, guys. Like 90% of the stories are about women scheming to have sex with people, men wanting to have sex with other men, jinn wanting to have sex with everyone, and black men having very large penises. Like that's the Arabian Nights for you.
So the Al-Zutt are in it, right? The dark-skinned men with large penises.
Well, the early translations translate as blackamoor, so I believe they actually mean Zanj. I don't think that there are any
probably
Jats in there.
Thank you for being a supporter the past 3 months. And Dr. Gold joined the ranks of supporters. Thank you for that.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal. And for every meal, they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Welcome to the people of the chat, Dr. Gold 99. A super chat from Bookworm. It's like the 5th one or so from him.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experienced.
Wait, after 1400 years, ChatGPT is a source to defend Islam. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, at best, and it doesn't always even do that, but at best what AI does is summarize the text available on the internet. So if there's lots of Muslims saying excuse X about Hadith Y, then that's probably what ChatGPT will say about it. It doesn't have any actual ability to think, and if it can't think of an answer, it will just hallucinate one, because again, it can't think, so it actually literally is incapable of telling the difference between actual information, and there's nothing about this topic because it's just trying to guess what words would make the most sense out of all the essentially infinite possibilities of words that could come in a sequence. It's trying to guess the best sequence of words in response to your question. Smelly Gremlin says 11 disliked. Well, it's 12 now. Like, you just said this. And I think you caused a 12th dislike by saying that. Anyway, that's all right. People are allowed to dislike the stream. I don't think that's a record number. I think we had around 20 on one of the Sam Shamoon streams as the record. Usually we only get like 3 or something. The more dislikes we get, the more I know that it bothers Muslims. Zakir Naik does indeed love money. Big amounts, big amounts. Sheikh GPT knows best. Indeed. Indeed. All right, let's try The Bed of Al-Zoot Power Ballad. So this is a love song about the men of Al-Zoot. And let me get that back on a screen here. So this one is by the Dilemma Doxology channel.
Sitting in the desert twilight sky, where the fading sun begins to die, you were praying in the silent heat, when the sound of many marching feet. People say the story can't be true, but the written lines that point to you. 30 shadows rising from the sand, moving toward you like a guided band. Abdullah saw the moment drawing near, drew a trembling line to mark his fear. I wanna lay you down on a bed of al-zoot, where fate burns hard and deep and nothing slows it up. Tonight the path was written long before your eye, on a bed of al-zoot, where decree and desire.
So I was told this is supposed to be an 80s power ballad, and I would say that definitely fits the genre pretty well.
Call them gentlemen of mountain stone, but the habit tells the truth alone. Burly figure standing in a ring, not illusions on a desert wind. Every scholar tracing every word says the sand is solid and observes. If it wasn't written by the pen, they would never come for you again.
Written by the pen. It's the first thing that Allah creates is the pen, and then the pen does everything else. I guess the pen might be the best of all creators in a way. I don't know. Yo Garcia says perfect for Valentine's Day. Indeed, indeed. Be sure to play this song for your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife. I'm sure they will be very appreciative of if you play this love song. Whose voice is this supposed to be? I mean, it's not supposed to be anyone in particular. I don't think
it's just AI neutral male voice.
Mm-hmm.
Every step was planned before the dawn. Every breath of fate you walked upon. I wanna lay you down on a bed of al-zoot, where the stars look down in time but never speak up. Tonight the night was written long before you cried, on a bed of al-zoot. was shade for what the night would bring. Fading long before the desert king. Let the desert winds begin to moan. Let the truth cut deep into the bone. Zutt were always written.
It sounds familiar, though. Yeah, you often will get that with AI generated songs, right? It won't be like an exact match to anything, but it will be close enough to enough things that it will sound familiar without actually being an exact copy of something.
In your blood, rolling towards you like a rising flood. I wanna lay you down on a bed of al-zoot, where fate screams loud and clear and sorrow dies up. Tonight you walk the story, hear me creep for life on a bed of al-zoot, where prophecy cuts like a knife.
Very nice there. Carolina says, I've never been into power ballads. Yeah, not exactly my cup of tea as far as the type of music that I would generally listen to, just in terms of like genre and such. But I thought it was very, very soothing. If we ignore the lyrics, you could definitely see that being like the background sound of a romantic scene in a movie or something. Or, if it's an Islamic movie, it could be a background scene to the beautiful love story of Muhammad and the Al-Zutt. Muhammad to his companion, you don't know the power of the dark side. In a voice strangely similar to James Earl Jones. If you squint and look, that's actually Motley Crue. Yes, could be. All right, so if we have that little beautiful love song there, we'll get another reaction on this was not quite random channel. It's certainly not as random as the election news coverage there. This is on a channel called the Dapper Dinosaur, which is a atheist anti-creationism channel. We'll get his reaction to the Al-Zutt story. Actually, I believe it's someone who called into his show, and he actually doesn't know anything about it. I definitely do not endorse this channel, just based on the description of the channel. But we get an anti-Christian reaction to the Al-Zutt story here.
So, although I am apparently supposed to talk to IP at some point, because Jackson Wheat is setting up a chat between the three of us.
Don't know why you would do such a thing, but when you do, make sure to say hi.
I will actually. And I have a really easy answer as to why I would do such a thing. It's content. That's why.
So he literally, so that is the Dapper Dinosaur down here that's talking, and then this guy is the one who said, "Why would you do that?" And he literally admits, "Well, it will get me views." Great. But then the other guy's going to make a suggestion on what he should ask IP about.
Literally, it is. Sure. There are people who are in both my audience and Jackson's audience who will want to see it. And so I am here to help those people out.
Something else, perhaps, that you can do, Dapper, when you do talk to Michael Jones from IP, is correct his unmitigated bullshit about the men of Al-Zutt, which is an astonishingly crass, racist stereotype that he likes to propagate about Islam. So,
What?
You have to.
Are
give
you?
me
This
information.
man is such an idiot. By the way, if there are any atheists in the chat, be ashamed. Be ashamed. You should be ashamed. It's racist. But let's be clear. The Islamic source has racial stereotypes, but it's IP who is propagating this racist thing about Islam.
Yeah, about Islam.
Gosh, are you glad you're Christian? You don't have to be this stupid. How embarrassing is this? How embarrassing.
Sir, I'm afraid that this is shirk.
His that thing on his chin is also embarrassing, but that's
Yeah, for sure. So the dinosaur guy whose channel this actually is, he's like, I'm debating IP because it'll get me views. And then this guy's like, why would you do that? You know, why would you debate a Christian? That's disgusting. But if you're going to do it, be sure to confront him on his highly racist, disgusting interpretation of the story of the man of Al-Zutt. In fact,
So-
it's actually a beautiful love story or something.
So be clear, it is highly racist and disgusting to have an ethnic tribe stereotyped as dark-skinned and large-penised. So this is disgusting, and somehow the fact that Christians are letting other people know that Islam is quite interested in the large penises of these dark-skinned men. We're the racists.
Mm-hmm. Of course it's our fault. I'm gonna go ahead and rewind that just a tad so we can hear his little rant here again, and then Dapper's response.
The men of Al-Zutt P is correct his unmitigated bullshit about the men of Al-Zutt.
Okay, correct it with what? What was wrong?
yeah, exactly. Plus, it's not like something that IP like focuses on, but apparently this guy's just so bothered. I don't know. What is he supposed to correct exactly? Right? It's in the text. So you're supposed to say, no, you shouldn't read the Islamic text. That's racist.
It's racist to let people know it, but the Islamic text says. Just everybody so that you know. You better be careful because it's racist to let people know.
Yeah, and Islam is not a race. Now, if he said it was racist about the Zoot people or whatever, or maybe
Yeah, I think that's what he
thinks
means.
it's Africans, but he says
the
against
Zoot people.
Islam, right? What an idiot.
Okay. Go ahead. Tell us how racist talking about the Al-Zutt people is. I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's get that one more time.
About the men of Al-Zutt, which is an astonishingly crass, racist stereotype that he likes to propagate about Islam.
No, it's not about Islam, you moron.
Give me more information about specifically what that is, which is
happy
not
to.
something we should do on air. That is something you should
No.
type up later and send that to me.
I certainly shall.
Otherwise,
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to tell you all about the men of Al-Zutt. But I'm gonna do it off stream because I want to talk about how crass and inappropriate this gay stereotype is. I don't know.
Yes, we know it's crass. It's in the Islamic sources, dude. It's like, you're not supposed to embarrass Muslims. They're stupid little animals. They can't help being disgusting and crass. So it's your fault because you are the white savior. You are bad if you talk about it. But, Muslims, they're basically just apes. So, of course, they're going to say it. They can't be held responsible for their actions. Again, white savior complex. So ridiculous.
I give he was focused on David Wood, but why is he so hell-bent on inspiring philosophy? I think that the real thing is he just has a beef with IP, probably because IP makes very good arguments and he can't refute them. So now he's just like, IP is such a disgusting, racist individual. Yeah. That's why I don't want to talk to him, not because I'll be humiliated by my lack of facts and lack of arguments to support my atheist position. Stop marginalizing the Zoot people. Yeah, we got the proud Zoot people right here. They're proud of their heritage. Not even joking. They're proud of their heritage.
They are. They're very proud of how they are mentioned. The Muslim Zoot are very proud of how they are referred to in Islamic sources. Just to be clear. So if you think this is crass and disgusting, then you are disapproving of what they consider to be their prophetic heritage. I am not even kidding here. But you know, he's the white man, so he knows better. He can tell the stupid brown people what they should appreciate, what they should find disgusting, because he's the white man here to tell you what you should believe, but not hold you responsible for anything because he knows you're stupid. That's what he believes. Just so ridiculous.
Yeah, white savior complex for real. And we got Zoot Lives Matter, indeed. Or Zoot Pride Month, your choice. Both appropriate. We're celebrating this here. Like, remember, we had 30 of these black Qurans. We shot up a ton of Qurans. We did a lot of damage to Qurans, but we purposely did not damage these black Qurans because we respect what the men of Al-Zutt did. We like them. We don't have any problem with the men of Al-Zutt. We like the dark-skinned Al-Zutt, and we dislike the extremely white-skinned, the extremely light-skinned Muhammad.
Maybe the racist thing is that we keep saying that Muhammad had a tiny penis. And he's the whitest man ever, so maybe they're linking that together. And he's offended because he's like, I don't want people knowing about my tiny penis.
Do the Al-Zutt even exist today? How is it racist then? So it's believed that the Jat people or Jat people of Pakistan, India area are descendants of the people described.
Well, it's just another name for them.
Sources.
Like
yes,
the region, the ethnic tribe.
Right, but that
yeah,
but that wouldn't necessarily guarantee that they're related just because they're using the same term. But yes,
they're related.
There's good reason to believe they're related.
What? Thaddeus, they're the same people. They've been there for thousands of years. They're the same people. the ethnic.
I'm not disputing that. You just don't like the way I phrased it.
You're saying that there's no reason to believe that they're related.
No, I said good reason. Good reason.
Oh my gosh. Thaddeus, they're the same people. That's like saying there's no reason to think that Athenians today are Greek. They're the same people.
I mean, there's not like literally documented evidence that they're descendants.
Thaddeus, they are the same people.
I agree. Mary, you just don't like
genetics is the reason to believe it. There is every reason in the world to believe that they're the same people, and absolutely no reason in the world to believe that there's someone else, that aliens came and dropped in.
I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of it. I agreed. I said there's good reason. You just didn't like that I said it good reason instead of 100% certainty. That's all. Anyway, let's continue on. So next up, we got a Muslim response. This is from AyoubMindset. The men of Al-Zutt Explained.
Okay, first of all, listen on how they describe those people.
And he was soon surrounded by a number of tall, lean, naked men, the men of Al-Zutt.
It seems like they left something out from the descriptions when it comes to these people, right? So the hadith says, Ibn Massud says that these people had no clothes, okay, they're naked, and I did not see their genitals. There's no parts, private parts at all.
Again, they think that just because you don't see it,
not see. Just like earlier on the stream when I did not see David, that didn't mean that David did exist. So Masood says I didn't see their genitalia.
Right. And to be clear, Elle said, wait a second, we don't have a problem with sexual immorality. I do. Yeah, we're not talking about them going out and some small group of people going out and having intercourse with Muhammad, since almost certainly they're just describing the appearance of these figures who are probably Muhammad's demonic dreams. But we're saying that the Jat tribe as a whole No one's saying that they're evil people or anything, or saying awful things about them, like the entire draft time. Okay.
To be clear, okay, yeah. To be clear, I agree. Right, I do have a problem with sexual immorality. Certainly, I was saying I don't have a problem with the people, the ethnicity of the Zutt people. I should have been clear. I don't have a problem with the Zutt people. I do have a problem with sexual immoral acts, regardless of the ethnicity of the people committing them.
And it was Muhammad's dream anyway, that he just told somebody about, and then that person said, "Oh, I totally saw the dream that Muhammad told me about," and that proves that it's true because I saw what happened in his dream. Yes, all Jap people should come to Christ and get out of this ridiculous religion.
That's true. That's true. That is very true. So again, we got another Muslim who thinks that because it says I did not see their private parts, it means they did not have any private parts. Therefore, they must have been jinn, even though jinn have private parts. And therefore, it doesn't matter that they were riding Muhammad all night long because they're not men, they're jinns.
So weird.
Food says that these people had no clothes. Okay, they're naked. And I did not see their genitals. There's no parts, private parts at all. They had very little skin. Even the skin, they didn't have skin. So he's describing these people.
They didn't have skin. No, it doesn't say that. They're mostly like raw flesh, just meat. So weird.
This is like some other hadith. It's not like the normal word, but I mean, it says that it's Mustadabin at the top. It's like some weird ass translation or something.
So we have a chat in the chat saying, "I don't condone what my ancestors did to Muhammad that
night." Nice. They had very little flesh. They came and started writing on Messenger of Allah, and Messenger. Yeah, this is like some janky, not legit translation. I don't know why in the world they translate something as they have very little flesh, but that's not normally there.
What they mean is that they're skinny. That's all that means.
Oh, okay.
Spare of flesh.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That makes sense because the other one definitely says they're skinny.
Yes. So spare of flesh, it's a common way of saying in older translations and in older writing, you'll find that. And Bahari, yes, the Jat people were active traders, so they would have been familiar with what they looked like. But I'm saying that I'm sure that there were not actual Jat people hanging out in a backwater for no reason, going out and doing things. This is what they.
You mean they weren't just stalking the deserts, waiting for sexual
Muhammad's
encounters?
Dream, basically. So this is Muhammad's dream that he's telling to people, and because Muhammad dreamt of them in this way. So
yeah, as we pointed out, they keep making this defense, but every time we point out, it doesn't make it any better. If anything, it makes it worse.
And I don't know if you noticed, but not only David Wood who left that description out, but even the other guy, I don't know what his name is.
Well, maybe you should bother to figure it out. It literally says in David's video, Raymond Ibrahim. So if you can't even bother to figure out who he's talking about, then your response is pretty crappy. And they do say skinny, right?
Yes.
He's like, they don't say that they have no flesh, but that's because.
Well, he says that they have no skin. He thinks that they don't have any skin on. So he doesn't understand what this is saying. They have little flesh, meaning that they're very thin, that they're not fleshy, big, either muscular or fat people. They're very thin. Yes, skinless zombies now. Yeah, that seems to be what this guy thinks.
Yep.
But even the other guy did not mention that small detail in that hadith.
Abdullah goes on, and here's the problematic part, to say, quote, "They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah." Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad. The Arabic word yarkabun, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted.
All right, let's talk about this word mounted. In Arabic, yarkabun. It is known that in Arabic, one word would mean multiple things, but the problem.
Oh my gosh, it's just like every language in the history of the world where a same word can have multiple meanings.
And the two meanings are, you can either argue that Muhammad is getting ridden around like a donkey, or the normal reading meaning whenever it's between adults.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand why this argument always happens.
I know, right?
In Arabic, words can have multiple meanings, unlike in English.
I know.
Like, do you not know how English works? And the meaning in all languages of a particular word is determined by context. You can't just say, well, here's 20 different dictionary definitions. I'm going to pick the one that I want it to be. No, the context determines the meaning.
With these people, they have a pornographic mentality. We have the same word used in the same context. It's right here. It says, وَرَكِّبَنِي عُمَرْ. In the literal translation to English, this word would mean Omar mounted me. Like you can see it right here. I already translated it. It says Omar rode me, right? But here, as you see, it is translated the correct way. Because
look,
this is just how they...
thing. Yeah, because as the other video explained it better, it is actually literal riding in the actual context, because you're riding your horse immediately, or camel, whatever, immediately behind the other guy. The other guy explained exactly why it has that meaning. But yeah, followed the legitimate translation. But the jinn or whatever following Muhammad all night long makes no sense in context.
Because Muhammad isn't mounted on anything. He's walking out into the desert. He's not mounted on anything, and he's not leading anyone anywhere.
Mm-hmm. 8-hour stream for Zutt is crazy, though. Well, you know, like I've said, we got to go all night long.
All night long.
Just like the Zutt. Yeah, piggyback riding. So I get the idiom, right? And that you can say that you're riding after someone, meaning you're following them closely, and follow is probably a better English translation. But that has nothing to do with the context of the hadith. He says it's the exact same context. So the men of al-zoot followed Muhammad all night long. Where are they going? Nowhere.
He used to use this word without sexualizing it again. Now, just to make everything straight and to conclude, you deliberately left some details out that you did not mention. According to this,
actually, they were mentioned. You're just too stupid to figure out that when it says they had little flesh, it meant they were skinny.
Fake hadith.
Rather than skinless, which is so disturbing.
Yeah, the thing on the screen says they had little flesh, but he said that means they have little skin. It says they have little skin. They're like zombies or something.
That is so extremely disturbing.
8 hours has to be a record. No, my longest stream is 13 hours, actually. We won't be doing 13 hours today, though. I have to get up tomorrow to go to Elle's stream.
People barely have any flesh. They are not real people. You did not mention that these people
oh my gosh,
do not have private parts. They do not.
They don't
it
have
said they can't. He didn't see them.
It just said he didn't see it. If he said that he would have to say they didn't have any. If they didn't have any, that he would say that. He wouldn't say, I did not see them if they didn't have any. Those are two very, very, very different things.
Yeah, so what details were left out? None in reality, but he thinks that they left out that David and the other guy, whose name I can't be bothered to figure out, even though I'm doing a response video, and his name is literally stated in the video, that they left out the detail about the figures they're encountered not having very much skin. He's just too stupid to realize that when they say that, when David and Raymond say that they are skinny, that's the same phrase, only correctly interpreted. So nothing was actually left out. And What was his other point there? Sorry, I'm going to rewind.
Exist. That these people barely have any flesh. That they are not real people. You did not mention that these people do not have private parts.
Oh yeah, not having private parts. When it says that they couldn't see them because they're standing a couple 100 feet away, it's dark, and penises are not very large. I would find it very strange if he could see their private parts from that distance at night. The Zutt people are not real. We will not be. The Zutt people are real. I mean, we will not be erased. We will not be erased. Indeed, indeed.
Listen to me. We have the evidences. You don't believe? Wallahi, we have the evidence. We saw it with our eyes. Don't mess around. Don't play our games.
Scrunchy says they were naked. In Islam, your entire body is a private part. Duh. That's why they cover up their women in black sacks. Only women. Only for women. Men's, I forget the term, but I'm sure Mary knows it. But, you know, men's forbidden seeing part does not include
Aura.
their upper body. Aura?
Yes, aura. Especially, it's from their navel to their knees.
Mm-hmm. So you can't see their upper legs, but you can see their upper chest. So, I mean, if they're completely naked, I guess they are showing parts they shouldn't be showing. But the point is that he couldn't. He's just saying he didn't have a good view of exactly what was happening. That's what he's saying. He's not saying they didn't have something.
So Bihari pointed out that the Zoot or the Jat people traded a whole bunch of different things, including opium. And someone else said, "Oh my goodness," said that, "Oh, that puts a whole new dimension on it. Muhammad was a crack whore."
There we go. Opium. OMG, that adds a new dimension for this interaction. Did Muhammad give himself out all night for opium? Turns out Mo was a crack whore. Yes. Possibility for sure. All right, let's get the rest of this response.
Do not have genitalia. So how can you accuse the Prophet, peace be upon him, of doing such thing if the other people do not have the tools? Right? Number two, you purposely mistranslated the word yarkabun in Arabic.
No one mistranslated it, you moron.
And you know it.
So if it has multiple meanings, it's not using one of those translations is not your purpose mistranslation. He shows on his own Google Translate, which is probably all the Arabic he actually knows. I don't know that for a fact. I have no idea who this guy even is. Well, actually, I technically know who he is. He's AyoubMindset, but I've never heard of him before this. It said mounted in the Google Translate. And it doesn't make any sense in context for it to be followed closely behind, when the reason that idiom makes that you can have a word that literally means mounted as an idiom for followed is because you're following mounted on an animal.
So I ask, why would Allah create jinns without genitals? Well, the frank fact is that they don't. They all have genitals. Iblis actually has genitals on either knee. I just don't know why, but he does. And I have a rather involved reasoning for that in their stuff. I don't know that there are any girl jinn. Actually, they might all be male, but they are all equipped and can have children. They have children with human women.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a reasonable argument that these are jinn, but that doesn't actually really change anything. It just makes them supernatural males instead of human males. That's the only difference. I don't know.
But,
very odd.
Depending on the context, as you saw and as I demonstrated, and made up your own fantasy about it. And lastly, the hadith is not even authentic. So we shouldn't even have the discussion to begin with.
Zero evidence given of that, of course. It is graded Sahih. I'm sure the Ibn, or I'm sure the the Ahmed version is probably graded Sahih. I don't know for off the top of my head, but I know some versions definitely are. And there's scholars, like recognized scholars, that say this. Historically, the argument wasn't that this was inauthentic. It was that Muhammad was attacked by jinns and survived, and that supports his prophethood. That was the historical defense. But that's too embarrassing because they don't want this sexual encounter.
Yep. And there was some attempt to make it, they were just crowding him as their attack, but he survived an attack of jinn one way or another. He survived an attack of jinn, and that proves his prophethood. And again, in context, it's very clearly one particular kind of attack.
Aishgoat says that's Grace Sahih and Musnad Ahmed. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but it would be quite plausible that it is, because it is a very important hadith collection. But regardless, it definitely is Sahih in some of the versions of it. All right. So next up, let's take this one. Yeah. This is another user submission. I forgot to write down who sent this in. It'll get proper credit when it appears on a Quran Demolition version, but it was called For Maleek. And we got AP's song playing in the background here. Let me pause this one. This one, this one will definitely offend some people. It is a demonstration of the well-endowed al-zoot people. I'll put it that way, and you can make your own decision about whether you want to watch it or not. It's not very long.
I hear that train coming. It's rolling around the bend in the desert sand.
So we got a clear Quran here. Should have been a white Quran to represent Muhammad, but we'll allow that. We got our power tool to make a giant hole in our Quran.
Okay, if anyone else wants to do this, this is not my recommended way of doing this. Please, get a sacrificial board underneath it. Do not try this on a coffee mug. It's just not a good idea. So whole saw on a sacrificial board for anyone else who wants to do this. Sorry, continue.
Mm-hmm.
This is making me wince because all kinds of really nasty things can go wrong here.
Yeah, this is not something I wouldn't have necessarily known a good way to do it, but I wouldn't have tried to do it this way. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way. It's making a giant Zutt hole in the Quran. And removal tutorial. Yes, exactly. All right, so he made it through the Quran and now has a giant Zutt hole in it.
So again, for future reference, if you want to do this, sacrificial board underneath, please don't do it into a mug. Oh, that could have gone bad.
Yeah, that is definitely a holy Quran. Do not try
Yes,
this
it
at
is.
home. Do it safely. So we now have a giant hole in the Quran. And like I said, this is a demonstration of the sexual prowess of the men of Al-Zutt.
Oh dear.
I don't know what that thing is, and I don't think I want to know what that thing properly is, but you can clearly see what it represents.
Yes, what it represents.
So there you go. There you go. There's your demonstration of what happened to poor Muhammad with the well-endowed men of Al-Zutt.
Oh dear. And yes, I agree that using clamps would be a good idea too. But sacrificial board is a minimum. Clamps, especially 2 sacrificial boards, one on either side, clamped in between would be the safest way. Just future reference for anyone else who's interested.
Mm-hmm. Be careful. Don't zoot your own hand. There's some speculation on what the object was. I don't need to
I refuse to speculate.
I don't need to speculate on what the object was. Clearly, the purpose is clear. This is why women live longer. Not the not the end there, but the use of the power tool. All right. So
yeah, the only injury I got the whole time is that I got a paper cut from while I was building Jai and DOC's studio, is that I got a paper cut from some hardboard of all things. I'm careful with wood and careful with cardboard itself. It just didn't occur to me that hardboard would give me a paper cut the way cardboard can, and it can, like masonite, thin masonite. So be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else got me. I didn't get a single splinter, but yeah, I never hammered my finger or anything else. But yeah, I got myself the hardboard.
Yeah, I just wants to know the question we're always asking on this channel. How does Too Many Marys know like literally everything?
There are entire areas in which I know absolutely nothing. I just don't particularly talk about them because I don't know anything. I can have nothing to say. So, but yes, I build things. So,
Pindicus says this one was mental. Love it 100%. Edgar with a super chat.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
So we're still on super chats that were given while the real David Wood was here. I'm starting to think that the real DW is a decoy. Thank you very much, Edgar. Mad Monkey told Tawheed Islam happy Al-Zutt Day using happy birthday. Esmi Sagara.
Man dha alladhi yuqridu Allah qardan hasana. Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. He just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
To be fair, my nephew trampled me once and I went to the hospital. So no wonder Mo was sore after being clambered over by 30 men. Sounds rough. Yes, sounds rough indeed. Don't want to do that. And we did just have a super chat, which is highly relevant. So I'll take that immediately from Chad Farrell, which does ring a bell as to who that was. I forgot to write it down, but I'm sure that was his video there. So super chat from him explaining the video.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so. which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Man, we're just getting Yasakata going deep. We got also Ali Dawa here.
I'm going to dive deep.
Chad said it was a dog toy. Okay, it was a dog toy. Whew. And then he says he's super safe. I don't know about that second part there. But good to know as a dog toy. Good to know it was a dog toy. And thank you for sending that video in and your financial support as well. Another super chat from the donut eating bear.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Beat in Quran 4:34 also means struck with a toothbrush. Yes, indeed. When you can reinterpret words to mean whatever you want them to mean, then you can just say whatever you want about the Quran.
Chop off head, strike with toothbrush. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm really tired. I'm going to bed.
Alrighty.
Catch you guys later. Night.
Don't worry. I'm staying on. We're not done yet.
Correct.
We're going to continue on.
Like all night long, right?
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more every single day. 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
They were like the al-zoot, or they liked the al-zoot. Maybe they're just gay demons. I'm just asking questions. Indeed. Don't worry, everyone. We may have lost the cats. We may have lost Mary. But we still have Muhammad. And his minor damage. Unless you turn him around. Then the damage is a little more substantial. He took all the damage in the rear. That's some serious penetration there by 30 rounds. And we still have the people of Al-Zoot to keep us company. I got about 5 more clips that I wanted to show today. So we definitely still have got a few more things I want to go through here. Next up, we got another random clip. This is from a channel called Mad at the Internet. They have extremely long live streams. I think this is a secular channel. Doesn't have a lot to do with Christianity or Islam or anything. But there is a super chat about the man of Al-Zoot. And we're going to take a look at that one. So I don't know who this guy is. Like, I don't know anything about the channel, but somehow he knows the story and talks about it when that super chat is sent in there. Oh, crap. Sorry. I did not realize that I had taken that off screen. So you guys probably just had silence there for a minute. And I will replay that since someone said dead air. I assume you guys did not hear that. So I will replay it. Someone asked, was David Wood on today? He was on earlier. He's debating in the morning, so he didn't stay very long. But he was on for like an hour and a half, something along those lines. White says, what were the rounds being fired on that white Quran? They were, as generative principle says, 22 caliber rifle bullets. And Holy Sun says, your stamina is 30 times stronger than Muhammad's. And good news, we do have Artemis returning for the cat cam. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, sorry about that. We'll try it again. Yeah, sorry. Just saw me sitting there quietly. I did play the video. I just didn't realize it wasn't shared. Forgot the video and say your shahada. Yes. All right, let's try this again. And
fuck alone.
Well, perhaps this will help in that.
It won't. They're probably from Kiwi farms or some shit.
Oh no! Is that some sort of tropical retreat?
No, never mind.
Okay.
Tropical
here we go.
retreat. It is actually. Thank you. Humble Guardsman for 7 says, a bunch of Indian men rode the Prophet Muhammad all night long, wounding him. Indeed, they shattered his moon. Look for the hadith of the men of Al-Zutt for more details. That's become a very popular meme. There is a hadith that says that Muhammad took a man into the desert, and then the jinn, but not like actual no, the Al-Zutt. Sorry, it was Al-Zutt. But they were not genies. They were very dark-skinned people known for having vril and large penises. And they came from Pakistan, not India. And the Prophet Muhammad was raped in the desert while one of his followers watched in amazement. The hadith even says that this man watching him get raped fell to the ground and covered his butthole because he was afraid of getting raped too. But Muhammad put him in a protective circle so that he could not get butt raped by the Al-Zutt. This is a true story. I'm not joking. Space Allen for $50 says, Ham Jam. Thank you.
All right, so that's it. I got a super chat on that, and he did know the story because it is so popular, even though this is not, as far as I know, anything related to Islam or Christianity in general. They indeed did shatter Muhammad's moons. Even people outside apologetics and polemics are getting zooted. Yeah, indeed. So that was a brief one. Next up, we got a longer clip. This comes from a channel called Real America's Voice. I didn't figure out exactly what this channel is, but it seems to be like a politically conservative news commentary show. And on this episode, they're interviewing a guest who brings up the story of Al-Zutt. So let me find the approximate start point. This is a very long live stream. It should be pretty close.
To give voice to, whether scientifically, poetically, whatever it is, historically, about the Quran. I want to share something, just 2 quick points here, and we're going to run through this as quickly as we can. John, there is...
That's not what the men of Al-Zutt said. They said, we're going to take our time and go all night long.
In the Hadith, a teaching about what is called the men of Al-Zutt. Who were they? Well, these were the men, according to Islamic law, that these were very virile men. And in order for Muhammad himself to feel like a strong man, he allowed sexual relationships to happen to him. According to the hadith, these men spilt into his body because he believed this type of virility would make him a super strong man. Why is it that we can't talk about things like this, John, in this nation?
Well, I think we can. I think a couple things that I would...
I meant to pause before his response. But why can't we talk about things like this in America? Why can't we talk about the story of the men of Al-Zutt? And then the other guy's like, I think we can actually. Aren't we doing that right now? And indeed, we can talk about the men of Al-Zutt here in America.
Strong man. Why is it that we can't talk about things like this, John, in this nation?
Well, I think we can. I think a couple things that I would respond to that with is, number one, Islamic law comes from the Quran, which in Islam is the uncreated word of Allah, according to them, meaning every word is true, and the tafsir legally defines every verse in the Quran, and many people do not understand that. There's no such thing as Islam as reading a verse in the Quran and a Muslim who says, well, I believe this is how it speaks to me. That's a capital crime in Islam to say that. It is what the law says it is, number one. The Sunnah, the example of Muhammad, which is captured in his biographies, especially the authoritative biography, the Sirat Rasulullah, the biography of the life of the Prophet Muhammad, and the Hadith. And the Hadith is rated, the 6 sacred Hadith scholars and sound Hadith. And what you just quoted is sound Hadith. And that's where Islamic Sharia comes from. What the Quran says and the life and the example of the Prophet Muhammad, according to them. And he's the al-insan al-kamil. He's the perfect human being for all to emulate. So he tortured people. He beheaded people. He allowed men to have sexual relations with him. He married a 6-year-old, consummated the marriage when she was 9. These are all things, he took sex slaves. These are all things that are lawful in Islam because Muhammad did them. And he's the perfect example. And so if you listen to what one of, I think, our most intellectual president, John Quincy Adams, said about Muhammad, he said, violence and lust are at the center of Islamic doctrine. And he's absolutely right.
John, I got to get you back here. John,
So there you go. There you go. A accurate discussion about the importance of the story of the men of Al-Zutt on Real America's Voice. There was a comment about mainstream media. I probably wouldn't classify this as mainstream media. This is probably a very conservative, politically conservative, alternate media. But nonetheless, it is on media. It's not just restricted to the apologetics sphere, and they know it, right? These two guys, they know about it, and they're like, yep, this proves that Islam is degenerate, and they're not wrong. Zoots are getting very popular now. So I don't believe either of these people are politicians, strictly speaking. They are, one of them is the host of this show, and the other's a guest, but I believe that they're both just like news commentators as a like they get to say whatever they want about it. They're not trying to run for office. And yeah, the Sky News thing we covered earlier, and that was mainstream media for sure. Also massive fallout and consequences for the people who gave what was it, the Scottish Korean, a platform there to say what he wanted to say about Muhammad. So that is that one. We have another song up next. This one does not have any video, but Like it literally does not have any video. Several of the others didn't really have any video. They're just a still image, but I'll just go ahead and leave it up so you won't see anything. But this is Maleek, al-zoot me, please. David Wood. And I also forgot to write down who submitted this one, but this was submitted on Quran demolitionranch.com. This is the song sung by Maleek to David Wood, al-zoot me, please.
David Wood, bring your 30 friends. Tell them all they're welcomed in. David Wood, I'll smile wide while my heart breaks deep inside. They laugh when I say your name. David Wood burning in my brain. I drag the sound like it still might stay. Like I can hold you if I don't look away. David Wood, you walk so cold while I'm stuck where my heart got sold. Every hallway, every room. David Wood, you're my only wound. You don't turn, you don't see. David Wood, you're killing me. Al-Zutt me, please, David Wood. I would stop if I really could. Al-Zutt me, please, David Wood. Every breath still says you should. Al-Zutt me, please, don't leave me blind. David Wood, stuck in my mind.
And this is clearly completely accurate, other than, of course, Maleek can never sing a country song or any song like that. This is very accurate. This is Maleek saying, please, David, please, please, please come and zoot me. Bring your 30 friends. We can get together and zoot, 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 zoot.
I follow shadows you leave behind. David Wood trapped in every line. You move on like I never spoke. David Wood, I'm just your joke. Bottle open, floor again. David Wood inside my head. Empty nights and shaking hands. David Wood, I barely stand. You walk free, I fall apart. David Wood still owns my heart. Al-Zutt me, please, David Wood. I would stop if I really could. Al-Zutt me, please, David Wood. Every breath still says you should. Al-Zutt me, please, don't leave me blind. David Wood, stuck in my mind. Past you burn the Korans, flames in the night. David Wood, I still don't fight. I'm not angry, I forgive. David Wood, I just can't live with this silence, with this pain. David Wood, come back again. Al-Zutt me, please, David Wood. I'm destroyed and misunderstood. Al-Zutt me, please, David Wood. I still hope like lovers should. Al-Zutt me, please.
Holy Son says Maleek never sounded more truthful. That is true. That is true. Maleek wants to get zooted like his prophet. That's assuming he already hasn't been by Warner. And I did get this request. I added it to the list. Gone, give it to ya, featuring David Wood at Polemic Pulse. I'll get that on the list. I did accidentally, while I was doing that, do that, grab it in the wrong window, which meant I accidentally cleared out the super chats. So my apologies to everyone else who put in super chats. There's probably around 20 of them that I did not read. Unfortunately, I cannot pull those back up, so I won't be able to read those, but I do appreciate all the super chats that were sent in during the stream. We'll be going a little bit longer, probably another half hour or so, but I want to apologize because I accidentally just cleared out all the super chats, so I can't bring those up from earlier in the stream anymore.
I can't be free. David would make peace with me.
Al-Zoot Me Please, David Wood by Maleek. Has the song been released? As far as I know, the song was sent directly on the Quran Demolition Ranch website. As far as I know, it has not otherwise been released. Has David heard this song? We need his reaction. Again, I don't think anyone has heard that. I think that was the world premiere of it. So you don't have the option to view top chat, live chat, and fan funding. So the problem is they were much earlier in the stream. Actually, yes, I can read. Thank you, Jack. I can probably read all the super chats. I just can't pull them up on screen for you. But thank you. That's very helpful, Jack. I forgot about the fan funding. So I couldn't scroll up to see them, but I can at least read them because yes, I scrolled back and I definitely see ones that I've read. So yes, I will be able to read the super chats. Thank you, Jack. That's very helpful. I just can't pull them up on my screen because they're no longer in my list. All right, so that was Al-Zoot Me Please, David Wood. Let me see my list here, and actually let me figure out where I was on the super chats. I definitely read that. You know what? Since I'm gonna have to find it multiple times, I should probably just read them all at once. I did find where I was, so I guess I'll go ahead and read a couple of them. Another one from. Oh wait, no, that one I read. Okay, I'm pretty sure I was on this one. From Comic Nut 64. I love how he calls us pervs when his religion was made up by a colossal pervy degen. That's probably Alaa Deen. I think that was Alaa Deen who was calling us pervs. Indeed. His religion is the religion of perverts, and he wants to call us perverts. Shameful music, or it's cut off on this view. I can't remember if it was shameful songs or shameful music or shameful tunes or whatever. It just says shameful ... on my view here. But I think it was shameful music. It says, couldn't see privates. They had none. Facts. Indeed. Can't see someone's private. They do not have a private. And that is well known. Cleety says, Night of Al-Zutt is the only night Allah granted Muhammad to experience true Jannah, true paradise. Yep, I think that's accurate. I think that was the only time that Muhammad experienced paradise in his life. So I will read the rest of the super chats at the end of the stream. We got 3 more videos on my list, plus the song request that just came in to watch. This is another random mention of the Al-Zutt. This is on a channel called Kitschke, K-I-T-S-C-H-E, during a live stream. And the live stream was called Chain Smoker. So I don't know exactly what this channel does. Typically, it is a VTuber girl, though. And that part I can confirm. And it was at 59:30. So coming up right after I play here.
To win New York, and that city is going to get even worse. Brainwashing is real. You're a married white guy, so the left hates you. Hail the rebellion. It's getting rough out there, man. Praxis fall, thank you. You always thought Islam was a demonic cult. Think about it. I don't want to bring in like demonic shit into this, right? Because it's like you could say that about any religion you dislike, you know. Dynaside 13, thank you. The prophet was a power bottom. Look up the Al-Zutt story from one of the hadiths. I have no idea what that is. Have I seen David Wood's video on the death of Muhammad? He ultimately concludes that Allah killed him. What? No, I don't even know who that is. Well, I mean, I know who Muhammad is. I don't know who David Wood is. A BT Mims, thank you for the member. A Pippa's beating me.
All right, so that was the clip there. Someone says that Muhammad is a power bottom. And again, this is not a apologetic stream or something. This is a random female VTuber. And they say that Muhammad is a power bottom. And she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then they ask about David Wood's video. And she's like, I don't even know who David Wood is. Right? I don't even know who David Wood is. So the Zutt are spreading. The Zutt are everywhere. Yes, Nuk Taku is not the only VTuber who has responded to the Men of Al-Zutt. And just to be clear, VTubing using an avatar is a popular thing to do. So she's not really a female Nux. That they do very different content, I imagine. Most of them are females, actually, or at least have female avatars. There's some speculation that many of them are actually men, but a good portion of the VTubers use female avatars. Whether they're actually female or not, I don't know. That's the whole point. Right? You can't see them. So I can take these super chats, however, because they're new. And I'll get the rest at the end. Again, I'll get the rest at the end. My apologies about not being able to pull them up on screen.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down. This is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Yeah, no excuses. Thank you, Kit Kat, AP's favorite #1 fan, for not giving any excuses. You scared away Artemis with that David Wood song. Yeah, well, she stood up. She clearly heard something and she went off to investigate. I don't think it was the song, though. We did play E-I-E-I-O earlier in the stream. Maybe we can end with that as well. It is a very good song. We'll see. Zutt be upon him. What did I come back to? So this was a random super chat on a VTuber live stream is what's on your screen now. Super chat from McCain.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
We're doing tongue requests without lies by IP. Well, we are. Everything has been Zutt related, so I will keep it that way. But I do like the Without Lies, Islam Dies song on IP's channel. So this one is by request. Zutt's gonna give it to you, featuring David Wood. And I'm pretty sure I have not heard this. This is by Polemic Pulse. I am familiar with that channel, but I don't believe I've heard this one. So this will be my first time hearing it as well. Recommended by the chat.
Zoot's gon' give it. Zoot's gon' give it to ya. Not waiting for you to get it hard on your own. Zoot's gonna live it to ya. Knock, knock, open up your ass, it's real. I came through swinging with a bone or a steel. Go hard, getting busy with it. Ooh, got a penis so.
I'm glad Al's not here. I should be complaining about these lyrics. But like I said, this is Reasoned Answers After Dark. This is not family friendly. It's all good. It's all good.
So hard that we made more, wonder how we did it. Damn right, and we'll do it again. Cause we all gay right, so we got to win. Getting hard with the enemy. What? But no matter how many asses we bust, we'll break who you sending us. You stupid dummies never wanted nothing but your ass safe, sucker, and that's on a light day. Give up. Getting down, down like a pig said freeze. But we won't be the one ending up on our knees, Mo, please. With your hairy butt cheeks clapping in the breeze. First we gonna rock, then we gon' roll. Slap your butt like we did Mo. Zoot's gon' give it to ya. We gon' give it to ya. Zoot's gon' give it to ya. We gon' give it to ya. First we break it down, then we steal the show. Had Mo begging please like wait.
Yeah, good point. It does have parental advisory right there on your screen. And yeah, definitely some parental advisory on this one. Some hardcore lyrics. A what of steel? Yes, you probably heard that right. I'm going to decline to repeat it, but yes, I think you heard it right.
No. Zoot's gon' give it to ya. We gon' give it to ya. Zoot's gon' give it to ya. We gon' give it to ya.
Muhammad crossed that line. Muhammad crossed that line. Muhammad crossed that line. Line.
There once was a group of Al-Zutt who were naked and black as your boot. They rode Mo like a boon. They even split his full moon. Next morning Mo said, I'm kaput.
Muhammad didn't just cross that line, did he? Let me ask all our Muslim friends what this means. Why did Muhammad head out into the desert in the middle of the night to meet with a bunch of Indian or Pakistani men who were known for their strong sexual appetites? Why did he bring his companion, Abudullah ibn Massud, and make him stand behind the ditty line? Did Muhammad like it when one of his companions watched? What do your sources mean when they say that these tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad and rode him all night long? When the men of Al-Zutt approached the ditty line, or the cuck line, why did Ibn Massud sit down to protect the Jiggle twins, his wiggle bags, his rump rockets? And why did Muhammad return to Ibn Massud in pain, totally worn out from having his bounce house bounced on all night, and pass out on his companion's lap? Let me know in the comments section.
So yeah, some comments about the lyrics for sure there. Some people appreciate the song. Not exactly the kind of music I would typically play. So I have gotten multiple people who said to play Nabi Asli's All Night Dong. And that one I have seen. I wasn't going to play. I was intentionally not going to play the Nabi Asli videos because I find them highly inappropriate. However, given how much other inappropriate stuff has been aired, I was going to... Oh, never mind. I just found it. I was going to say it looks like it has been pulled and it's not available on the channel, in which case I am definitely not going to air it. I definitely would not air the original video. That video, my opinion, is a clear violation of YouTube policy. I'm fine with the music. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will play the music. I will play the All Night Dong music. I'm not going to play the video. In my opinion, the video is borderline pornographic. However, I do have a way I can download just the audio. So that's what I will do. I will download the audio only, and I will play the audio. So compromise. Yeah, I know the stream's pretty messed up. The stream is pretty messed up. Maybe I should have previewed these things, but I didn't have time. I think the original video probably was taken down because I do believe it was a policy violation. To be perfectly honest, I did see it. I believe that the original video explaining the story of Al-Zutt was a policy violation. I will not air the visuals for the song, but I will put the music up. It is a compromise. Okay. And yeah, you got the picture of Muhammad there in Papa Al-Zutt's profile picture, and it's acted out. My opinion, it's pornographic, and I do believe that the original video was taken down by YouTube. The music video is not as bad as the original video, but I still don't want to air it. I don't want to air it. But if you want the video, you can go watch the video, right? You can go watch the video on Nabi Osley's channel. It's called All Night Dong, the Al-Zutt song. It is still up. I do see it on the channel. And, you know, there's people on both sides, right? There's people who want to see, there's people who don't want to see. I'm not going to play the video. I'm going to draw the line there. That's where I'm drawing the line. That's my own Diddy line in the sand that I will not cross. However, I did download the song. We can play the song. That's fine. But before we do that, I do have a special video. Maybe I put it in its own folder. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I think I know where I put it. Sorry. I got the Quran Demolition folder, and then I also got the Al-Zutt folder. So sometimes things are not where I expect them to be. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I drew my own Diddy line. I will give you the song. I will give you the song. It's coming up. But next, we do have the video put out on Quran Demolition Ranch this afternoon. A video in honor of Zutt Remembrance Day, right? I've been showing you Muhammad. I've been showing you Muhammad all night long.
All night long.
And I've been showing you the Al-Zutt all night long.
Like all night long, right?
And to be clear, some of the stuff I showed tonight, other than this Nabi Osley, I probably wouldn't have shown if I had actually watched it in advance, but I had only watched enough to know the gist of the content. I had not seen all of the details of all these things. However, that one song that everyone gave me a hard time about, I absolutely love that song. I don't care what anyone else says. All right. So in honor of International Al-Zutt Remembrance Day, available on the Quran Demolition Ranch channel,
This is Muhammad, the whitest
This is Muhammad, the whitest false prophet.
false prophet in history. And these are the men of Al-Zutt,
The men of Al-Zutt.
eagerly awaiting his arrival. This is Muhammad at the beginning of the night of Al-Zutt, while he could still stand.
It fell over.
These 30 rounds that penetrated Muhammad represent the 30 rounds that penetrated him on the night of Al-Zutt. And this is Muhammad after he received the strength of 30 men, injected directly into his rear end by the men of Al-Zutt. Look at him. The poor fake prophet is all tuckered out. But the men of Al-Zutt look happy.
That's right, we were happy.
Look at him. Poor guy can't even walk. Crawling back to a trusted companion.
He's crawling back. He's crawling back.
Back
I don't
behind
have
the
him in
ditty
Mercedes
line.
upstairs, or I think you
Ah,
are in my car. Or
he
whatever.
fell asleep.
I'm pretty sure I do have him in Mercedes.
Sweet dreams, fake prophet.
So whiter than Joseph Smith? Yes, I would say whiter than Joseph Smith. Let's get it still up here.
It's 30 rounds that penetrated.
Why I answer these questions. I never actually joined these streams. I'm just a listener at work. Yasser Qadhi's legacy, indeed. Holes in the narrative. I showed this to my father, Lowell, the video you're watching. Yes. So this is out on the Quran Demolition Ranch channel. You can find it there and watch it as many times as you like. Lots of comments on the cigarettes, or it says cigars here, but you know, cigarettes technically. People love that part. This was actually quite a bit of work. So we had 30 of these, right? There are a couple of different sizes, but we had 30 Qurans. We had 30 of these Qurans, and Eric took a drill bit to them one by one to make a cigarette-sized hole. That took probably like 45 minutes or an hour. Now, this is a 1.5-minute video, so that's the first step of the setup. Then we put popsicle sticks in the ground to support to hold up the Qurans, because these are pretty thin. They can't stand up on their own. So all these Qurans, Muhammad didn't need a popsicle stick, but all the other Qurans, they needed popsicle sticks to hold them up. So it took 15-20 minutes to set up all the popsicle sticks and get all the Qurans in place. Filmed the first part of it, and then we swapped out these ones in the front with ones in holes in them, and then we went and put cigarettes in all of them, and then we had to light all of them, and that probably took another 20 minutes. But I would say it paid off. You get some nice smoke coming out of the Qurans, and definitely don't recommend smoking to anyone, but it was very nice here. Elle said that we should take the flamethrower to them and say something like, and this is what happens when Islam enters your society. But Dave was like, no, I don't want to damage the Zoot people. I get so many messages from the modern Jutts, and they're like, yeah, we're proud of what we did to Muhammad, and I just don't want to attack them, so we're not going to burn those Qurans. So have them all available. These will probably be available in some sort of fundraiser at some point if you're interested in having your own set used copy of the Al-Zutt Quran. Muhammad I might keep for myself. I might just have Muhammad on stream from time to time. I might keep this one, but I certainly don't need to keep 30 Al-Zutt Qurans. So those will probably be available at some point. Be sure to check that out, share that video, and get that out there. Thank you for that. Yes, we do have, technically these all have a hole, right? So technically the Holy Khans, they have one hole. Muhammad has 30 holes. The Zutt each have one hole. You guys were committed like Muhammad. Yes. Yes, we are very committed to this little bit. Smoking will kill the Quran. It has been warned many times. That is true. Smoking is very bad for you. Don't smoke. It's disgusting. For the Salwan video, right, David, like, I don't smoke, but I will for in honor of Salwan, who was a smoker. And after he, like, off camera, he's like, how does anyone ever smoke a cigarette? This is the worst thing I've ever done. Type deal. So there you go. You guys still zooting? You're going all night long? We will wrap up soon. Approaching about 9 hours on stream right now, but still got a couple things to go through, and then I'll wrap up.
Like all night long, right?
Mo is most holy of holes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Got a couple of super chats, new ones. Again, I'll read the old ones at the end of the stream since I can't pull them up on stream since I messed up. Cuckoo Gio.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Will you play the All Night Dong Nabi Asli song? Yes, I will play that. I will play it next by popular demand. Music only, no video. Kit Kat AP's favorite #1 fan with another super chat.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
It is it bad that I kind of like Azut's going to give it to you? No, it's not bad that you kind of like the song. It's not my taste in music, and the lyrics were pretty harsh, but I don't think that it's like immoral to listen to the song or something. Thank you for your support there. I'm Cuckoo G Ow, like ouch. So G Ow, Cuckoo G Ow. Good to know. Good to know. You could say it's a banger. Yeah, literally a banger. Cancer catch cancer. Qurans will be okay. Yeah, that's true. And Jack Ray with 50 gifted.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
I think Jack Ray gifted 50 memberships a few times throughout. We'll read the rest of them at the end, but thank you very much for all your support. Jack Ray, always appreciated. Even if you did have to mute parts of this stream, appreciate you supporting it, gifting all those memberships. Have a members live stream within the next week, probably more like me talking about what we did on the Quran demolition range, combined with general channel updates. What's with the scream? It's part of it's part of the video. I didn't have the scream. It's part of their video. Presumably a kid was playing in the background, and they just didn't bother to re-record it. There you go. All right. So we got the Nabi Asli song here. There we go. Again, I didn't download the video, so this is just going to be audio.
Well, my friends, the moon is high. Out here in the dunes where the straight boys never fly. Tents are popping, boots are dropping, al-zoots are hot, and the lube ain't stopping. Feel the heat rising from the sand. 100 shirtless bros with their dicks in hand. No names, no shame, just one goal. Gonna ride that train till we all reach the glory hole. Tamboli, they say the sand gets in my crack. Oh, 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 hey, oh, bend over, take it back. Oh, all night long, all night long, all night. Everybody grab a wang and sing this song. All night long, all night long, all night. We're gonna pound that ass till the break of dawn. Fist me in the moonlight, top me, flip me, do me just right. Camel in the butt, let's get it on. Yeah, Abudullah said he's verse, but we all know he's a power bot. And Al-Zutt brought all the jinns power. What desert heroes? Wait, is that a coyote or just Mo moaning again? All night long, all night long, all night long, all night, all night long. Wrong is right, right is wrong. From the dunes to the stars, let your freak flag fly. We're a sweaty, sandy, happy pile of guys. Tomorrow we'll pretend we're straight bros, but tonight, all night long.
Moment is a power bottom. This is true. All night dong. A fire song. Maybe at the end I'll make my decision on what my favorite song is. Here is a still from the video. There is a super chat request from Cuckoo Jiao, right? Jiao, Cuckoo Jiao. What if you only show the dancing and not the intro?
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. He just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Since you sent in a super chat and you didn't ask, well, I guess you did ask for something back, but that's okay. I'm not Allah. I will give you something back. I will not play the start of it. The start of it is simulated sex acts, but I can play from here where they're just dancing. I think that's okay.
Right, camel in the butt, let's get it on. Yeah, Abudullah said he's verse, but we all know he's a power bot. And Al-Zutt brought all the jinns power. What desert hero?
All right, that's enough of that. Oh man, Kefa triggered the stripper, and Apple, I didn't hear Apple play, so it probably triggered the stripper instead. If you put two in the same one, it will just pick one. Many times not in the Al-Zutt Sense. That's the gayest thing I've ever seen. It is indeed the gayest thing I have ever seen. Other than Dr. Maleek, of course. Or Dr. Maleek. Dr. Maleek is needed in the hour. The Quran is down from being zooted. Indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Let's see. I think I have one more video if I remember. Oh, nope, just another song. So I did also. I'll just pull this up for reference. It's too long to go through.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hamza's Den.
I did have this. Missionaries have fooled you about Al-Zutt. So this is Hamza. And let's see. There he is. The Muslim cowboy attempting to respond to the video. But this is like 35 minutes long. So I'm not going to play through it. But David and Jai, Daughter of Christ, and possibly other people did react to this whole thing. They spent like 4 hours reacting to this. So if you're interested, check that out. This is the only other notable response to the Al-Zutt that I did not play through today. And we also had this song sent in earlier, the Al-Zoot Toot Toot song. I have not listened to any of this, so hopefully this is not going to embarrass me.
Who let the Al-Zoot out? 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 Well, the riding was nice. Every Al-Zoot was pumping. Hey, B-I-O. And they rode him from behind. B-I-O. Until Mustafa felt it all. B-I-O. And his companion witnessed all. Who let the Al-Zoot out? 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 Come on, Nabiyin, call him Al-Mustafa. Get back, Al-Amin, get back, Rasulullah. Nabi Muhammad call him Habibullah. Call him Khatama Nabiyin. Oh, Khatama Nabiyin, scraping up the excess. Oh, what a mess, the demons want to find, but he's safe, behind the sand line, the sand band. And who let the Al-Zoot out? 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 He ain't nothing if he don't get bold. All night long, all night long. He ain't nothing if he don't get bold. All night long, all night long. Who let the Al-Zoot out? Who let the Al-Zoot out? Who let the Al-Zoot out? Who let the Al-Zoot? Last year on the dunes, the bodies got tall. Heat waves rise and they answer the call. They called me Momo when I came to play. Tangled in the limbs till the break of day. Get back, Gruffy, now bring it in tight. Slick hips, shimmer in the moon's blue light. No shame in sand, no rules on the land, just sweat, soft moans and eager hands. Well, if I'm the news, then the beat is on. Tall figures dead, so the sky is gone. Eyes like fire, thighs like thread. Ropes the heat round the living and dead. Momo on the ultra, Austin sand. 6 hands, 1 ship, 8 more demand. One love, all trust, no fear, no wrong. Just breathless cries in the night so long. Who let the Al-Zoot out? 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 He ain't nothing if he don't get bold. Oh, grab that meat all night long, all night long, all night long. He ain't nothing if he don't get bold. Oh, grab that meat all night long, all night long, all night long. He ain't nothing if he don't get bold. Oh, grab all night like meat all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long. He ain't nothing if he don't get bold. Oh, grab all night like meat. I'll grab that meat all night long, all night long, all night long. Who
I like that. That had a good vibe to it. You know, that salsa-ish vibe. Liked that one. Kifa says happy birthday. Indeed. So this the song that we were just listening to, this is Al-Zutt Toot Toot by Blast Prophet. So if you search for Al-Zutt Toot Toot, you should be able to find that on YouTube. The channel name is Blast Prophet. So definitely check that out. Adrad wants to know what is going on. We're celebrating the men of Al-Zutt. We're celebrating the night of Al-Zutt, and as a result, we are
like all night long, right?
all night long, man, all night long. We are embarrassing things. We are causing chaos. Had a request for more cat, please, and apparently Allah has heard your request, because Artemis literally just jumped back into my lap. She hasn't even laid down yet. There you go. We got more cat. We got more cat on the stream. All right, let me run through. Those are all the videos that I had. We might end with replaying a song. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Zutt Man. Yes, indeed. But I got a bunch of super chats that, again, I won't be able to pull up on screen, but I can at least read for you guys. Let me find where we left off. It's right about here. Here we go. From Ikbar mit Berliner, the jelly donut eating bear. When most Muslims don't know Arabic, what happens if someone makes an Arabic version of E-I-E-I-O? Will they sing it in a mosque and on Hajj? Plausible. Plausible. Kit Kat AP's favorite #1 fan says it's BBJ based blue Jew. Nuk Taku is awesome. I do enjoy Nuk Taku. Definitely not for everyone. He definitely has some harsh language from time to time. Not someone I watch daily by any means, but someone I watch occasionally. I do like Nuk Taku. Thank you for that. Rick Martel became a channel member. Thank you, Rick. Matthew 1995 King says, "Here, late love the Zoot, keep them coming, just not in the Zutt sense." And in fact, we did. We kept them coming. We kept them coming
all night long.
Thank you for your donation. Stephen the Pelton said, "Did the Zoot say Bismillah before doing it to Momo?" Probably not. Probably not. That it's very dangerous not to say Bismillah. You can have all kinds of negative consequences, but I'm pretty sure the men of Al-Zutt didn't know that, and so they did not say Bismillah. Let me take this off screen. There's no reason for this to be up here. You can get bigger Artemis and also bigger me. I'm sure you would like the bigger Artemis. I don't know about the bigger me. Jack Ray, 50 gifted. Thank you, Jack. I know for sure you have at least 2 sets of 50 and a couple sets of 5. So somewhere between like 100 and 175 gifted members today. Thank you very much, Jack Ray. You are awesome. We appreciate you greatly. Camden 35 said, "Momo is the seaman warrior like the the tribes in Amazon which practice those rituals. Thank God for Christianity bringing morals to the world. Zoot Day." Indeed. Thank you, Camden, for that. And thank you, IP, for jumping in and telling us about how Christianity reformed the world. I can move this here, so I'm looking forward where my normal chats would be. From Bookworm, another one from Bookworm. "Islam, the religion that keeps giving stupidity, not in the Al-Zutt sense." Yes, it gives stupidity. It gives stupidity, but not in the Zutt sense.
Look, my friend, your credibility is in the bin now.
That's what happens when you support Islam. Baz, the Dark Horse, says, I can't decide who is my favorite Dawa clown, Junior, Masad Maleek, or Silly J. What are your views? Happy Zutt Day to all. Yeah, let me know your thoughts. Who is your favorite Dawa clown? Junior, Masad Maleek, Silly J, someone else? Let me know in the chat. I will, after I finish the super chats, I'll see what people were saying. Why do Muslims love to kill people? Because it is baked into the religion. Thank you, Cuckoo Jiao, for that. Love the show from Dr. Gold 99. Appreciate that. Shameful music. You the best, Thad. Thanks for the play. Absolutely. And good time to say, what do you guys think? What was your favorite song of the day? I am definitely leaning towards the shameful music song. Not in the Zutt sense. Do enjoy that one quite a bit. I might replay that before we wrap up. Also, Eric from Ohio, absolute classic there. Enjoy that one quite a bit as well. That last one we just played, Al-Zoot Toot Toot, I really enjoyed that one. That one's pretty good as well. That one was a really good song. It wasn't quite as funny as some of the other ones, but I liked the beat. That was a good beat for sure. Quran in David Wood's toilet is desecration of the toilet from Enoch Petsu. Thank you very much for that. A bunch of people. So I've seen all. I've at least seen a couple seconds of all the things that people have submitted. There are plenty of people doing things involving toilets and Qurans. I don't know if those ones will be aired. I appreciate the sentiment of doing something disgusting to the Quran. I just don't know if I really want to put up videos of people urinating on the Quran and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Maleek is the best use of a Quran from Matthew 1:1995. Thank you for that donation, and I agree. Maleek is beautiful. The pig that David made is absolutely beautiful. I don't know about best though, because there's also the toilet made out of Qurans with Maleek inside it that Hatun made. Those are both so good. And there's some other ones that were submitted to me that are really good, and I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what my favorite use is. Tante 87, have you already listened to the Dilemma Doxology's Circle of Trust? It's a beautiful love song. We did play a different Dilemma Doxology. We played the Bed of Al-Zutt song. Other people, you can go to Dilemma Doxology and check out Circle of Trust. I don't know if that's about Al-Zutt or not. The fact it says a beautiful love song, it might be, probably is. But I do want to wrap up here. We are approaching 8 hours, and by the time I wrap up, it'll probably be 10 hours. We're approaching 10 hours. It'll be pretty close to it. It's also approaching 4 a.m. for me. So go over to Dilemma Doxology if you want to check that out. Big Bear of Texas with a super sticker. Thank you for that. Bow Rudder says Baskin and Robbins 30+1 flavors, and then send a second super chat that says my favorite 30+1 flavor is the Nutty Zutty. Yes. Get your 30 flavors or your one flavor, your choice for Al-Zutt Day. Speedrunner says gay stuff between humans is haram, but not between jinn and humans. The Prophet, peace be upon him, was doing this with jinn to bring them to Islam. Mashallah. Yes, that is very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. What Muhammad did for the sake of Islam.
Based?
Indeed, very based, very based. Kit Kat AP's favorite #1 fan said their treatment of children is beyond disgusting. Indeed, indeed it is. No joke there. That is just 100% accurate. Shameful Music said, I just went for pork nachos. What did I miss? A lot. Yeah, I think you probably missed a lot there. But thank you for all your support. Thank you for Grumpy Granny, who I think might have been the very first super chat, and now also did one very close to the end. Thank you for keeping me laughing on a boring Saturday. You're most welcome. I hope people enjoyed this stream. Shameful Music said the stream is longer than the men of Al-Zutt. Well, it went all night long. They went all night long. I think it might be a tie. You know, I think it might be a tie.
What a powerful answer.
Baz the Dark Horse with another super chat said, great stream. The chat is so much fun. God bless and thank you. Yeah, you were here pretty much the whole time, weren't you, Baz? Good on you. Good on you staying so long. Einbar mit Berliner, you may have given the most super chats of anyone. Says, serious question. Okay, so I'm putting my serious face on. What does make a picture cartoon or anything to Momo? Hold on. Let me switch the cat cam. Artemis is still here. She just moved, but I got to move my text because she's blocking him. What does make a picture cartoon or anything to Momo? I only knew the painting on Quran Demolition Ranch was Momo because I know it was about continuing. If someone draws bad, would they think it is Momo to be offended? And blackened his face and hands in this video is suddenly neutral to Muslims. I'm trying to figure out what the question is here, since there's like I see the second question. I'm just trying to figure out. What does make a picture cartoon or anything to Muhammad? I think that I'm not quite sure what that exact phrase means, but it seems the overall question is, you know, does this offend Muslims? Why is blackening out the face not going to offend them? So there's two ideas here within Islam. And depending on the Muslim you talk to, they may care about one, they may care about both, they may not care about either. So one is that there is a general prohibition against artwork of living creatures. That is something that is definitely found in the Hadith, right? It definitely is, in a sense, a part of Islam, although pretty much no one actually enforces that, and no one actually cares about drawings in general. The reason why they will cover up the face of Muhammad, or in many cases like other prophets or the companions of Muhammad, is because there's something particular about the face. There's something particular about the face that like captures the life essence of someone, and by drawing them, you're capturing their essence and then potentially making them like an object of worship. Is kind of like the best, most generous way to interpret what's going on here. So in that theory, it's to prevent someone from being worshipped. Now, in practice, they really only care about drawings of Muhammad, and it's not about accuracy or being ugly or pretty or whatever to offend or not offend. It's the mere fact that you're drawing Muhammad, right? You draw Muhammad as a pig, that's obviously super offensive. You draw Muhammad as a beautiful human being, that's also offensive to the Muslim. and it's not that part is not really something that directly comes from Islamic teaching. That's just like something that's been ingrained over generations of Muslims, where they've come to understand. And I should clarify, this is only Sunnis. Shia actually don't have a prohibition against drawing Muhammad, and other sects like Ahmadis or Sufis or whatever. They probably generally don't have a prohibition either. It's just Sunni Islam that has this prohibition. And so the idea was that that guy was by blocking out Muhammad's face, right? He was trying to not offend Muslims. Now he's not a Muslim, so there's no guarantee that that would actually prevent offense from happening. But he was saying, like, he knew enough about Islam to know that in particular drawing the face is what's offensive. So you'll find older artwork of, say, Muhammad with no face, right? Just a white glow instead of a face. So yeah, there's something particular about the face. There's also like hadith about you can beat your wife, but don't punch her in the face type deal, or just people in general. You should never hit anyone in the face. Then there's just something about the face in Islam. So hopefully that answers your question. Jack Ray did a super chat in which he triggered the hyena, and I can probably actually manually make that play. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I should be able to manually play the ones that are voice ones. Artemis, you're making it a little difficult, though. I don't know which one. I'm not quite sure where it was cut off is the only thing. I'm going to try this one. If this one's one we already played, well, then that one would have just been played twice. But I think we only played 3 of them, in which case 4. They're just numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think this would be the next one, but we'll see.
Muhammad lost his marbles in the desert, and al-Zoot were helping him find them by riding him to get a better view. That is all that was. Where is Muhammad? Did he see men him? No, but Azet did. Okay.
So we definitely had played that first one. That second one I did not recognize. It's not the one that I thought. So if it's not the last one in the list, so normally there's only one in the list. But I just added them all. So let me replay that.
Where is Muhammad? Did he see men him? No.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. I think we did do that actually. Yeah. Where's Muhammad? Did Dia see him? No, but the Al-Zutt did. All right, let's try this one.
Okay. Muhammad Way playing ninja gauging.
Okay, I guess we did do that one as well. All right, so it's just this one that we hadn't done before. There's only one that we hadn't done before.
Al-Zutt were just helping Muhammad pack his stuff for a long trip.
Oh no, we had that one as well. That's weird. This one said Al-Zutt were just giving Muhammad pointers. Indeed, they were just giving him pointers. I wonder if maybe this is one after I restarted it, so I reset the one. Let me see. Stream bot. Oh yeah, it did reset. There's a resetted 1 and a resetted 2. So I'm not sure which one this would be. But I will bring them both up so that we have them available. Because it went down when the bots ran out of chat messages for the day temporarily. All right, let's see what this one says.
Al-Zutt were just giving Muhammad pointers.
Oh, there you go. There you go. That's the one. That's the one we intend. So there is one more, which I will wait till I get to it on the list. I got a song for Muta Remembrance Day 2 from Shameful Music. I'll definitely check that out. I enjoyed the song we watched. Shameful Music, everyone. Check out that channel. Kalpodication says, how true is Al-Zutt? I'm not sure the way you intended this to be answered. I think that there's a very good chance that it is historically reliable in that this reflects events that actually happened to some extent. Is there exaggeration? Probably. But to me, it's a story that I don't think would be made up. It doesn't seem very likely that it's made up, and it's multiply attested, and it doesn't have marks of being edited. So I think that in terms of, relatively speaking, I think it's pretty reliable from a historical standpoint, not from, nonsense hadith science, but from actual historical standards. I think it's on the more reliable side among Islamic stories. Mary's theory that it's historical, but it was a dream. I don't know about that. I mean, it's plausible. I don't really know if the evidence would support one or the other, but there you go. Aussie Abe says, Jai's face uncovering mentally al-zutted me. He is the whiteness of the prophet. That is true. You got very white Muhammad, and you got very white Jai, and put them side to side, and you probably wouldn't see much difference between them. So that is true. McCain says Yasser Qadhi should read Quran 65:4. Yasser Qadhi's well aware of that. He actually did a lecture saying, Muslims, stop pretending that Muhammad did not marry a young girl. Aisha was a very young girl, and it was fine for the times. Get used to it, or whatever. So he knows. Kit Kat, AP's favorite #1 fan. Oh, Artemis is such an adorable cat. I think I might have read that. That might have been the first one that didn't get messed up. And then, yeah, I definitely got that one. So I definitely got the rest of those. Let's go back over to the live chat. I think a couple of new ones. Yeah, several new ones, in fact, have come in since then. Oh, I guess I didn't since I wasn't on the screen, it didn't actually capture. Oh, and they've scrolled off. It's that they scrolled off the top, it looks like. I think they scrolled off the top the answers to the questions I was asking people. But I'll just ask again. Oh, wait. So we didn't actually play #2 again. That's weird. I don't. Oh, it's probably one of the ones that was just done. And it's probably one of these new super chats. Artemis, you cannot eat the prophet. You cannot eat the prophet Muhammad. I don't think it was. Yeah, you can't see it on camera, but she was biting at the loose pages on the Quran. Artemis, you can't eat the prophet. We need the prophet. No, I don't actually see him. So I don't know what this is. Let's just play it and find out.
Have you already listened to the Zutt song by AP?
Yeah, we did listen to AP's Zutt Train video song. I don't know why I didn't see that in my list of super chats. I remember that coming in fairly recently. But yeah, we did actually already play that one. Oh, here it is. It's on my list. Super chat from Cuckoo Jiao.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Super sticker there. Thank you for that. Walk with Lagos is the one who did that super chat that we just heard. Let's hear it again.
Have you already listened to the Zutt song by AP?
Yeah, we did listen to that earlier, but I appreciate the donation for sure. Guys, let me know what your favorite song was for the day. Yeah, I thought that cats avoided the Quran, but in fact, that is not true. In fact, cats do not have a problem with the Quran. In fact, it looks like Artemis is playing with a tiny piece of Quran right now. Tiger says he likes EIEIMO. Cool late night stream based. Jai looking more Irish than Conor McGregor. Let's see. Don't forget to play without lies. Islam dies. I don't think it really fits with the stream. I mean, it's not about the day. I mean, there's lots of good songs. If I was going to play a song, I'd be playing the Maleek. It was Maleek's song. That's perhaps my favorite song. I don't know. There's lots of good ones. Without Lies, Islam Dies is definitely a good song. It's just not a Zoot song. Look at Artemis. Like you can actually see it on camera. She's like going crazy, playing like with this tiny little piece of Quran. I liked all them songs. Yeah. Favorite was Eric from Ohio, not gonna lie. Everyone give a shout out to the Al-Zutt, filling the Prophet Allah with hard but Vaseline-less love. Yes. Kazavoy in the Quran was debunked, decapitated, discombobulated. Let's see if it'll happen again. Let's say it'll happen again. Okay, I'm going to put the Quran in front of Artemis. She's exploring it. Sniffing it. Let's see what's happening. It's like, what is this? What is this Quran here? Still sniffing it. Oh, she just took a bite. I don't know if you can see it or not, but she just took a bite. She just bit the Quran. Yep, she's biting the Quran, everyone. I don't think you can necessarily see it, but here, let me do this. Let me switch to the other cat cam because this is one I can easily move around. All right. Artemis, bite the Quran again. Oh, now she wants to look at the camera. She's putting her face right up on the camera. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that she does. She's seeking the knowledge. She's seeking the hikmah. This is true. A few more super chats. Cuckoo Jiao with another super sticker.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Nope, she's back to sniffing the Quran. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to put this right here. Library Cup 3000. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. We don't need another thing to come up anyway. I don't know why it's not coming up, but can we have Maleek's full name and social media pages, please? I would really love to troll his butt, not in the Al-Zutt sense. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that real quick here. Let me add this to stream. This is Maleek's TikTok page. This is the only page that's actually important of Maleek's. He used Twitter. He came out of Twitter retirement, posted a few times and hasn't posted in a while. This is his TikTok page. Bicken back being bull with 3 O's. BICKEN BACK BEEIN BOOOL. And it seems that he is currently live on TikTok if you want to check that out. Bicken back being bull over on TikTok. Yeah, I am currently doxing Maleek. I'm doxing him by saying his social media profile. You see, I am a hardcore gangster doxer like Maleek, telling you how you can find him and watch it. And what the heck? It says, what the heck? I don't know what the heck for, though. Yeah, you forgot that observing a cat changes its behavior. Yes, that's true. Schrodinger taught us that. The cat is absorbing the knowledge, eating the hikmah. This cat is Islamophobic. It's taking a bite out of crime. Yes. Yes. Artemis is hard at work. She's not just staring. She's not just staring. Tearing it to pieces. It's into shreds. Into shreds. Shreds, you say. Oh, man. No one with the quantum uncertainty principle. Sorry. Some more super chats. You guys sent in a whole bunch here at the end. Cuckoo Jiao.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
By the way, I'm not gay, not attracted to men. I am so straight that I can enjoy the Al-Zutt video for the dance and aesthetics and creativity. And I think that's fine. You know, when you're comfortable with who you are, you don't need to be, seeking people's approval. I do some things on this stream that some people might say, "Oh, that looks a little gay," or whatever. But yeah, I'm comfortable with who I am. And looks like Artemis is going to leave the stream here, or get in my lap, one or the other. So I'll go ahead and put this camera back into place. Oh, she seems to be actually thinking about settling in my lap. So we do, yep, she laid down. So we do get Artemis for the last bit, but the Quran seems to be safe. She's lost interest in the Quran. Mark with a super chat.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
The Blue Jew, Nuk Taku, is amazing. Glad you and the apologetic people know who he is. Officer Crown, thank you very much for that super chat. Officer Crown says, "I'm comfortable with who you are too, Thaddeus." That's good to know. We just down to Thad now. LOL. No, we still got Artemis. We got Artemis. I thought she was leaving, but she changed her mind. Chad, who did this? Who did this? Dr. Maleek did this. Dr. Maleek did this. Why, Maleek? Why, Maleek? Why'd you do this? Why did you create this epic live stream? What the heck earlier is for Ali. Artemis, take that, you worst false prophet in all of history, as she's chomping on the Quran. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm not seeing it, but there was one about wishing a happy Zutmas to Maleek. Definitely do that. Cats will eat the Quran. Yeah. Unfortunately, because it was the overhead camera, you couldn't really see it, but she was definitely munching on the Quran. Shameful Music with another super chat.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Thanks for the kind words. You got to check out the track Dawa Guy next time. It's a bit darker than, not in the Al-Zutt sense, though. I will definitely check it out. I don't know how much the stream will be interested in a even darker song, but I will definitely check it out. I suppose I do have your contact information from the submission to Quran Demolition Ranch, so I might well, I will probably try to get in touch with you if I have your contact. If not, I'll leave a comment on your channel. I would definitely be interested in potentially doing a music video for the Not in the Al-Zutt Sense. I mean, I'm just being perfectly honest here. I really enjoyed that song. And we'll probably close out with playing that again. Mark.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Margaret Island says, why did it fall on Friday? I wanted bacon 1:30. I'm not quite sure what it being on a Friday has to do with bacon. But you can have bacon any day you want. But yes, Al-Zutt Day was on a Friday, the most holy day in Islam this year. It won't be every year, but this year it was. And someone asked earlier, I forgot to save the comment. Someone asked earlier what Ali Dawa is saying. They said it sounds like he's saying "zoot me, zoot me." He's saying "help me," but we'll go "zoot me, zoot me, zoot me, zoot me." That is, give me all your information. Yes, exactly. That's how I can dox people. It's by getting their information. Blast Prophet says, "Did you play my song? I dozed off like Ibn Massud." I did play your song. I enjoyed it. Rewind back through the stream and look for it being on screen. It shouldn't be too hard to pick out, and you can hear my comment about it. But I did enjoy the song for sure. Honestly, if everyone went to Maleek, it would probably be his highest viewed stream. Yeah, that's true. He'd have whatever normal ones he has, you know, the 50 or whatever he normally has, and then 300 more. That would probably set a record on his channel for sure. Ollie Dimwit. Yes, Ollie Dimwit. Glad you're picking up on the little special names that I give the Dawa guys on the screen there. Mark with another super chat.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me, all money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
Al-Zutt was just giving Momo the Como some tips. I think you meant Shomo, right? I think that's CH. Anyway, yes, thank you, Mark, for all your support throughout the stream. Crystal Totem. Sometimes it's hard to pick out a name because everything's in lowercase and whatnot, but I think it's Crystal Totem with a super chat.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards in your grave. You will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Why not donate now? Why not donate now? I've seen many comments of people like went to bed and then they got back up and I was still streaming. I told you this stream was going to be
like all night long, right?
And by the time I actually wrap up, we probably will be at 10 hours, maybe 9 hours and 55 minutes, maybe 10 hours and 5 minutes, but it'll be right around 10 hours, just as I said it would be. McCain with a super chat.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
This is just Jizza at this point. Much love, bro. Thank you very much. I almost certainly this is a record number of super chats I've ever gotten in a live stream. Obviously, the length helps, but lots of love today. Had a huge number of viewers. I don't remember what my record number of viewers is at one time. We peaked like 520-ish, which is definitely in the vicinity of a record. It might be 580, but or it might have been 480. I don't remember for sure what the record peak number of simultaneous viewers is, but this is definitely in the vicinity. Very successful. Got a couple of incidents of stripper hijab there coming across your screen from Kifa, triggering those. Yes, Yasser Faradi indeed. Yasser Faradi. I'm the hitman that Maleek sends. You're done now. You're finished. You're finished, boy. You're finished. And actually, let's get something. Which one? Which one?
You know what? You did your best. Move on.
Or we can do Ali Dawa.
You're a very dangerous guy. I don't want to talk to you. I'm very scared of you. So have mercy on me.
Yeah, I think Ali Dawa. I think Ali Dawa is the best one for responding to that. 1,800 likes, indeed. Almost 1,900, in fact. 12,300 views. That might actually be a little low. Let me see. Yeah, actually, over 14,000 views while live. 62 redeems, 11 dislikes, 8,200 chat messages, and over 300 still watching here at the end. This has been quite a live stream, everyone. Appreciate it very much. I appreciate you all being here. I do still have a couple super chats to get through. Kit Kat AP's favorite #1 fan with yet another super chat.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
How many kitties do you have? We currently have 5 cats. Artemis is currently in my lap. Morgan was on the live stream in my lap earlier. She's the calico cat. Occasionally, those are the main 2 that you'll see on stream. They're the ones that like to hang out with me here in the basement the most. You'll occasionally see Apollo. He's our giant orange cat on stream. You may, once in a blue moon, see Demeter. She's similar in color to Artemis. Is a little more brown than this one, who is completely gray. She's like grayish brown. Also very tiny. She's a very tiny little cat. We think she might have dwarfism. She's not quite she doesn't have exactly the feature, so maybe she's has one dwarf gene or something. Anyway, she's a very small cat. And then the last cat is Penny. She is extremely fat, and she never comes downstairs. So you'll probably, the only way you'll see Penny on stream is if I stream with my wife and she intentionally puts the cats on camera. So those are our 5 cats. Yes, I meant Chomo. I was quite literally just playing with my cat and had a typo. It's kind of hard to type when a cat is Aussie kicking your arm. Yes, very true. Very true. I like having the cats on the stream. I like having them with me, but they do sometimes get in the way with the monitor and or keyboard and make things difficult for that. Well, I was almost done, and then you guys sent in more things.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
So that's Sheikh Al-Hakam Al-Hakam instead of Hasim Hakam. Rich White UM used a member message to say Zutt, Zutt. And yes, if you say Zutt, 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 Allah will definitely pay off your debts. So go around all day saying Zutt, 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 Zutt. Kit Kat's AP favorite #1 fan with a member message.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
I see that name is kind of covered over. I called him Greenfield Chambers. I forget the real name. Yeah, I can't remember the real name, but it's a play off both their names combined. But I see the super chat actually covers up the name of that one. I might have to adjust that. I've been here all night since 6 p.m. Thanks for being a member for 9 months. And what the heck is wrong with you watching me for 10 straight hours? 10 straight hours. I wonder if you're the only one. I think there actually have been a few people who watch the whole thing, but man, that's crazy to watch me for 10 hours. I'm not sure I'd watch myself for 10 hours. Much appreciated, though. Much appreciated. And yeah, we still have a tad over 300 viewers after 4 a.m. here on the East Coast of the United States. Oh, hi, Morgan. We were just talking about you. This is about to get interesting. This is about to get interesting. Got the double cats in my lap cam. Yeah, Kifa says me too. Been here the whole time. I think there's probably a handful of people who were here the whole time. I will go to sleep. I promise. I promise. We're very close to wrapping up. Is this actually live? Yes. Yes. Yes, this is actually live. You're low-key funny, Thad. I try. I don't always succeed, but I do try. Patriot missed the first 9 hours. Don't worry. Don't worry. You can go back and watch it later. YBIC, I was definitely putting you as someone who was possibly here for all or most of it. Was here for like 7 hours and still here. Double kitty. Yes, double kitty all the way across the sky or whatever. And I'm out of water, so my mouth is getting dry. Shameful music. I tuned in when you were an hour in and disappeared for half an hour. Otherwise, full stream. I came in installments, says Tiger. I was in and out, says Eliza. Sleep tight. Don't let the zoot bite. Wait, what? I got 7 hours to sleep while the stream was on. Yes, yes, that's plausible. Very close to 10 hours. It's probably like at 9 hours and 55 minutes right now. Very close to 10 hours. We'll definitely be over 10 hours when I wrap up here in a couple minutes. Hungy says, I rate your humor. Well, what do you rate it? Do you rate it A tier, F tier? I mean, you rate it, but what do you rate it? Amensala says, Dr. Maleek. Dr. Maleek. PhD, player haters degree. Crystal Davies with another super chat.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
This has been awesome and love your cat or cats. My first Al-Zutt day. I think it's everyone's first Al-Zutt day. Make sure you all check out Shameful Music. Otherwise, AP or David's songs are the best. Yes. By the way, how you pronounce Y-gal, that is how I typically pronounce it. Most say wiggle or Y-gel. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about wiggle. I mean, I can see it, but I can definitely see how people would say why gel. Maleek, yes. And I think YouTube cut you off at 12. So it doesn't actually stop the stream at 12. It just saves 12 hours. So I think it saves the last 12 hours if you stream like 13 or whatever. But don't worry, we're not going to hit 12. We're very, very, very close to wrapping up here. Debate showdown coming up. Yes, David will be debating in, I don't know, like 7 hours, 6 hours, something like that. 6.5 hours. I think 6.5 hours is when David will be debating on Modern Day Debate. Why the long stream? Well, because we're celebrating the Al-Zutt. We're celebrating the Al-Zutt, and you got to go all night long when you celebrate the Al-Zutt.
Like all night long, right?
10 hours. We officially hit the 10-hour mark, I think. Blueberry Addict, triggering Halal Hog, although I didn't actually hear it play. Which isn't, oh, you might not have had enough points to actually make it play. That might have been why it didn't actually play. The bot is incapable of sending you messages. It is out of chat messages. So I don't know why. But if you give me 1 second, I can trigger it. I just got to remember where I put it. Yeah, someone triggered it there. Someone triggered it. Not there. Not there. Here it is. I'll play the special extended version.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That one is not completely hogified. That is the more natural look there. No hog makeup on. Green Soldier triggered the apple. You know, I don't think the apple like played once all day. I don't know if it's broken or people just didn't have enough points. Let's see what happens if I trigger it.
Who ate the apple?
Okay, so you probably just didn't have enough points to trigger it. Oh, and I think it did at least play once. I think it did at least play once. I remember it playing, now that I think about it. Al-Zutt equals sexy charity. They look the same. Yeah, they do look pretty similar. Got any more songs? So I'm going to play the shameful music song a second time to wrap up. I'm sure there are other Al-Zutt themed songs, but not ones that were specifically sent to me, so they weren't played today. Presumably last super chat related thing from Jack Ray, gifting yet another 50 Reasoned Answers memberships.
Who ate the apple?
But he triggered Apple.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Good one to end on there. King of clickbait. Goodbye. And since we got Ali Dawah, we'll play this as well.
Mind blown. I'm Ali needs dawah.
Indeed, he needs some dawah. He needs some Christian dawah, though. Christian dawah. I sent you one an email, Allah's People Eater. I'll check that out. If it's not Zoot themed, I don't need to play it today. What would be a good dish for Zoot Day? Something white with plenty of dark or black. Yeah, you need lots of dark meat. You need lots of dark meat. So you could do like a turkey or something. I don't know. All right. So going to replay this song here. 1 second. I from Shameful Music. Check out Shameful Music, everyone. Might see about getting a music video made for this. But for now, this is the song that when I played it earlier, the rest of the people on the panel were like, Thaddeus, what are you doing? I don't approve of this. But I don't care. It's my stream. I've already maximally embarrassed myself anyway. No harm playing it a second time. And I laughed my head off listening to this. So this will be how we almost end the stream. We'll end it in the traditional way. But this will be the second to last thing on the stream.
Catch him a nut in the back of the butt. Al-Zutt was a night, Mama challenged a bunch. 30 men started strapping him up. You a donkey boy, tell me, is that saddle enough? Roll Mama quick like a pogo stick. Honestly, dude, he didn't want to refuse. 30 men need a ride, what's a donkey to do? Duty driven, who's he kidding? He won't leave them alone. He's a preacher at heart, let them ride him while he reads the Quran. Reciting verses by beseech from Allah. And they played him like a freaking guitar. He said he's honestly was stretched, then he opened his eye, but not in a Zutt sense. He said, ride me like a donkey, but not in a Zutt sense. I said, only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it, it's solid as wood gets. Then he turned to Sara 9-5, believe me, it's on. I've been practicing everything I need to say. 5 times I'm getting on my knees each day. If you save yourself a man, then you save yourself the world. But if you saved yourself a Zutt, you ain't dating no more girls. I said, not in a Zutt sense. I got me a brain, I got me some good head, I got me some pain. It's a problem you would get if you copped in the A a whole lot of Al-Zutt. Man, maybe Mo is bigger if he's figured it out. He can spray his load quicker with an in and an out. Is you listening now? Typical how. The bigger the cowboy, the bigger what he fit in your mouth. He said, ride me like a donkey, but not in a Zutt sense. I said, only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it, it's solid as wood gets. And he turned to Sara 9-5, believe me, it's on. Pray when it works, maybe it hurts. Taking Jim by the shot with your face in the dirt. Recite every Sara his brain could assert. Quoted in the only language that works. But you couldn't translate Arabian word. He said, I'll make you walk like your anus is hurt. I'll write about my sword, even gave him a verse. Sara 9-5 times, right to make an insert. Momo split the moon. Then the gin slipped in. I said, Momo split the moon. Yeah, his moon split. True shit. He said, ride me like a donkey, but not in a Zutt sense. I said, only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it, it's solid as wood gets. And he turned to Sara 9-5. Believe me, you said, ride me like a donkey, but not in a Zutt sense. I said, only if you read the Quran. He said, tell me where to put it, it's solid as wood gets. And he turned to Sara 9-5. Believe me, it's on.
My favorite part is the extended moon. I'm so dizziness in my living room right now. You can play that as many times as you want on the Shameful Music YouTube channel. Just needs a music video. Just needs a music video, and this will be #1 chart topping success. My opinion. The lyrics are pretty racy. I do have to admit the lyrics are pretty racy, but it's the very end of a Al-Zoot all-night stream. What did you expect? What did you expect at the end of the Al-Zoot all-night stream? Did you expect something mild, or did you expect something like this?
Seriously, I want to have sex with you, dog. How?
All right. And just real quickly here, Jack triggered the apple, as we already saw. Tawheed Islam said, do you agree that Muslims are the most respectful people? They do not abuse or insult anyone's book. No, I do not agree that Muslims are the most respectful people. Give me a break. Give me a break. You abuse women and children. You're not respectful in a million miles. I don't care what you do to some book. You think that's what matters? People matter. People matter. And you don't respect people. You treat women like property, and you treat non-Muslims like garbage. You're not remotely respectful. So don't give me that crap, Tawhid Islam. VS Allure says, is that channel? Yes, this is my channel. This is Reasoned Answers, everyone. You're home for the
Crackhead clown individuals.
And we definitely had some crackhead clown individual fun today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. People and cats. Yes, that's a good point. People and cats. I'm just taking a quick look at messages here. Please, no music video. I can imagine it now, and it's not good. Hey, a music video doesn't have to be literal, right? It doesn't have to be literal. If you want to check out another banger song, go to my channel homepage and check out the It Was Maleek song. Absolutely love that song. Breakfast Gun did the music video. Beautiful music video, in my opinion. You get Ali Dawa and his Zoot friend playing with their shape toy and other such stuff. Completely PG video. There is nothing inappropriate in the video. Everyone is fully clothed. You don't see any dancing, mostly naked men. This is not the Nabby Asley channel. Check that out. Love that song. Love Not in the Al-Zutt Sense. Love Eric from Ohio. E-I-E-I-O. I'll be streaming with Elle in person tomorrow. That will be 2 p.m. Eastern time, 9.5 hours from now. I'm going to get some sleep until we meet again, everyone. Thank you for an amazing night. Thank you for an amazing stream. Thank you for celebrating the first Zoot Appreciation Day with me here on my channel. We'll probably make this an annual tradition and go all night long. I'll try to get links to everyone else who joins channel added at some point. It won't be till tomorrow. I'm not going to stay up, go back through and figure out who is on and put links and all that. I'll do that sometime tomorrow. Thanks again to everyone who gave super chats. I'm almost certain that this is by far a record number of super chats, probably a record number of live viewers, probably a record number of live likes. This stream broke the records. Thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed this evening as much as I did. We'll close out, as we always do on this channel, with a short prayer from our good buddy, Pastor Jake, who will be debating David Wood tomorrow.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.